I just need to share the music. This is like... Oh, a stream doesn't officially start for another 10 minutes, so I also wanted to get the ad break out of the way, but... You ever see like one shot of a game and you just go, okay, yeah, I need to play that thing? Like, you know, you see a particular, like a screenshot or a character, like a character render, or like... I think for a lot of people my age, it would have been like... There are two places you would have seen it. Either you would have seen the cover of a game, where... Like at the store, like, well, I'm thinking like Americans in the early to mid 2000s. It was that gaming section in the back of the Walmart, where like kids would just be left there to just hang out, look at video games, play the demos, and you see a cover of something, you go, I want to buy that. And the other spot is, you know, something like, my brain just turned off because I've been just, I'm very much in love with this music, but there's that like feeling when you see a game in passing, you know, like you look over someone's shoulder, you're walking by someone when they're playing on the DS or something, especially. With this game, me and a friend do these Tuesday demo night things where basically they download a bunch of demos. They have, I think, 160 demos just kind of hanging around, and we check out like 2 or 3 every night, like on Tuesdays, every Tuesday night, basically. We used to watch movies, and now it's kind of turned into we play Steam demos, which is it's a rather fun tradition we have right now. But this one came up, and I said, oh yeah, that looks pretty cool. Let's go check it out. There's one shot. I don't believe it was in any of the screenshots either. So it was one of those, like, we're playing the demo, and they were streaming it to me so I can watch the gameplay. And sometimes, so I don't really always get a feel for the gameplay. And with this one, I was immediately intrigued by the setting, time and place kind of thing. And the writing is it reminded me a bit, it's very classical horror. Kind of, I was thinking of Jekyll and Hyde and Dracula. Also, I was also thinking Mary Shelley, Frankenstein. H.P. Lovecraft was a passing reference, but it's mostly time frame and like verb and word choice rather than subject matter, at least to me. It's very sterile, because like the gothic horror is how it's referred to, is very sterile in regards to its horror. When I say sterile, I mean like a lot of it's very stone, a lot of it's very like built in the stony darkness. There's not a whole lot of the squishy gross body horror, if there is any. And it's very like, it's almost like prim and proper horror. And and I think it's a particular style that's kind of hard to do nowadays, because normally horror is meant to be about shocking. Like, you want things to be disgusting, gross, horrible, evil. I think Silent Hill F falls more into the modern traditions of horror. I think this feels very, almost like a piece that is out of time. You know, it's pulled from somewhere else. I think it's very cool. But we played this demo, there's a particular shot, I'll try to point it out when we get there, but there's a particular shot that made me go, okay, no, that took way longer than that. To me, that looked like the kind of thing that it probably took, for the amount of time you're there, I think it's like a minute or two if you kind of go right through. But it's one of those shots that looks like it takes an inordinate amount of time to make, you know? Especially for the art style of this, where it's because it's pixel art, so pixel art is you have to be very deliberate with your strokes when it comes to pixel art, right? Because pixel art, any one pixel out of place and the shape of the thing is fundamentally different, right? And to do something like, for example, like with this coastline here, to get the shapes of the buildings, the proportions right, you have to have your art pixel perfect, which is not something you necessarily have to do super well. Ironically, the greater fidelity you're working at in terms of the art of a game, the greater fidelity you have, the less careful you have to be, because you have so many more polygons and shapes and things to get the point across, right? So when you're working in something like this level of pixel art, you have to be very specific. You cannot risk, like with pixel art, you can't really risk the game, you know? You can't risk making any one piece out of place, right? I think that's why I think the lower bits you go in terms of art form, you know, if you're going like for pixel art, it's like the further more granular you get, the harder it is to do. At least to me. I think personally, like, if you have something like pixel art, I'd say the difference between something like this and Blasphemous would be something like, because I'm thinking of, you know, corollary titles in a similar genre of art. This and Look Outside and Blasphemous kind of show the scalar of how pixel art can be handled, but all three kind of demonstrate if you had your pixels in the wrong spot, it looks off. And they showcase, like, okay, if this was any bit different, you would not get the same impression. So it's really cool. But I really liked this one when I actually on the spot said, okay, I need to go buy that thing, because after we had finished the demo, I said, okay, no, I got to go play the whole thing because I have to. Because not just because of that shop, but because the whole demo sold me on it. You know, like, from the intro out to the end of the demo, it was like, okay, I do need to see more of this. But also, more so, I wanted to be at the helm. I personally just wanted to... I wanted to be the one driving, you know? But, yeah. I did start 10 minutes early because I wanted to sit, talk, yap, kind of get my brain revved up, getting it going. But I really do... I'm quite taken with this one. I think it's one of those... It's one of those games where... when you can visualize and visually see how much work it took to make, I think that's something that, to me, it feels very special when you see something like this. Some games, it's not as visible how long it took to make it, right? Some games, they make it look easy. I think especially, I would actually say both of my games have a bit of an unfortunate nature with that, where like, I think working with a system like RPG Maker makes it very easy to miss out on... It's easy to dismiss the work that goes into it, the harder work, because some of the system's work is already done, right? And that can be... That's something that sometimes gets lost in certain other games, too. I would say, like, anything made in Unreal or Unity, it's very easy to dismiss the lower systems work and to forget how much it takes to make a singular game. And when you're an individual making a game, I think that work is compounded because you have to sign off. You're signing off on every decision. The more people in a team you have, the less that each individual has to sign off on to finish the thing. Like right now, for the part-time job I'm on, that game, I sign off on the programming and I try to help with and I do the level design. But in terms of the art and in terms of the final product, I don't sign off on it. It's not my shit, right? So because of that, I don't have to worry so much about all of the decisions. But when you're an individual making a game and publishing it yourself, you have to sign off on everything. You have to be the one making the gameplay decisions, the story decisions, the music decisions. You're making all these decisions, and you have to sign off on all of them and make a coherent product. And at the end of the day, it's like, oh, it's on you that you set it up this way, right? So if something is off or something's out of place, there's nowhere else that feeling of blame can go. It's something where it's like, even down to stuff like marketing, to the, you know, word of mouth, to stuff like, okay, who's talking, you know, like trying to distribute the game, where it's distributed. The problem with being a solo developer is every single decision is on you, and that is so much work to do that it needs to be commended every time it happens. Even for hobbyists, it's like, okay, you made this great thing. It's just like any other piece of art, you know. It's like, or any other work, really. You know, if somebody sits there and makes a table, like carpentry, I watch people make stuff, and it's like, yeah, I know how hard that is to get the skill to make something to the precise shapes, the specifications, making sure it's sturdy. Every single work, if you look at a work, anything that's made, created, the amount of work that goes into it sometimes feels invisible to the average person because we don't see it. And especially for entertainment, I think the amount of invisible work that goes in can be very hard to see. And I think it's because we always see the final product. We don't see the practice going up to it. We don't see all the other works that came before it. And I mentioned I have 2 games out on Steam. And one thing that I don't mention is that when I was in college, I had to make about 9 to 10 games. I had to have like a dozen games under my belt. None of them were like store-made things. It was that, okay, we didn't publish every game that came out. It was that, okay, we made a game for this class. it's done. You know, it's like that stuff's done. Or I had to write my stories. I had to write my books. I've written whole books worth of stuff at this point, and I've written books, so it's like, you know. But for everybody who engages with media, a lot of the time you're seeing the final product. You're seeing what has all of the time, effort, blood, sweat, tears, pains, sufferings, whatevers. All of that is done, because all you see is the final thing. You know, you play the final game, you hold the book. And I always find that, I think my particular journey through life has made me appreciate it more when I engage with anything. You know, that a game is the product of someone's work. Not just, and most of the time it's not just one person's work, it's hundreds. You know, sometimes it's from teams of 1 to 5 to 20 to 100 to thousands. But it's, for everybody, I think it's easy to look at games and be like, okay, but how does it play? And then you play it and you go, oh, it was fine. And that, I always find it always feels a little sad when you're like, you know, like how much effort and time went into something and you go, oh, it was fine. Like, really? That's what we're going with? It's like, oh, it was fine. You know, it's like, oh, it's okay. And I always find that kind of funny when because it always feels like such a, to me, it feels like such a downer statement where it's like, oh, it was fine. Because it's like, you know, really, that's all you have to say about it? But it also helps, it also is hard when you don't really have the verbiage to describe what you got out of it, right? Where the literary analysis kind of disappears when you're in the middle of something. I notice it too when I'm streaming, you know, that when I've played a game a bunch of times in a row, that the analysis stops. You know, I stop reiterating my points, my analysis. I stop saying it over and over again because, well, okay, what else do I have to say that isn't already said, right? Hey, Interactive, how's it going today? I started a little early. I do apologize. I was impatient. I wanted to start yapping. Hi, how's it going? I'm very excited for this one, though. I'm waiting a little bit. I want to make sure everybody gets in the door before we hit the start button. Gives me a chance to also sit and listen to this music. I will need to watch the audio. I can't adjust this one. At least I don't think so. So I will have to watch the audio as we go. You know, see how we're doing. Doing all right? Close the food court at the moment. Oh, very good, very good. Yeah, but I guess to end my, I was talking about, you know, the effort of making games and making anything really. But I think that's what I got from this game when I played the demo. I played the demo off stream, and I think what I got from it was that it's an overwhelming amount of effort. And I didn't want to let it go without getting to play it on stream and show it off. Because I really like this one. It is going to be a bit spooky, so, you know, be prepared, but... And I'll do my best to... Maybe this will be the stream where I start trying to bust out the voices, you know, try to be a bit more on the character side of things. I have a very hard time doing accents. I don't do good accents. I don't do good... I think my character voices are very awkward. I think I basically, if I were an actor, I would play like one character and that'd be it. That'd be how it works. That'd be how it'd be. In Arena, I actually looked out, got a decent life gain. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yeah, I know. I haven't played Magic Arena in a while. I haven't gotten around to it in a while. I think it's mostly just because it's... I guess it's not necessarily that it's not rewarding. It's more like I've had other things I've wanted to get to lately. I know today, in particular today, I was playing the Digimon game. I was playing Time Stranger. So I spent a lot of time on that. I probably will talk about it more later, but I did spend a fair bit of time playing it, so I have some stuff to say. But I've also been messing with my physical decks more than digital stuff. That's always fun. But man, I will say, listen to this music over and over again. I think what intrigues me is that it feels properly foreboding. It's good. Good quality on the sound too. I think sometimes getting I don't know what they did for this one. I don't know if they recorded instruments live or if they, you know, I use a DAW, a digital audio workspace. So a lot of my instruments are already recorded. So it's like, you know, pre-recorded sound bites used for the instruments. So some of my sounds are a little harder to get correct. I have to sit and master things a lot longer. Alright. Also, we have this cool hand. I do like the hand. Alrighty. I feel ready to start, so I'm gonna hit the start button. Ooh. The water was brackish, cold as the grave. There was nothing in the distance, no visual marker to give me any idea of the scale of the gentle waves that surrounded me. What will you eat? Who's there? What will you eat? Show yourself. What will you eat? Ooh. Man, that animation is really slick. The dream was gone as quickly as it had come. I might need to turn the audio down a little bit. This is very loud for me. Lagoon slid past, its swirling waters no doubt influencing my sleep. My destination, Venice, lay ahead. The lights of the city twinkled like pearl, a tiara nestled over black velvet. God, it's such good wording. It was a strange and unique city, as everyone knew, but laid out as it was against the oppressive clouds, it reminded me less of a metropolis and more of a gargantuan creature surfacing from the depths, casting about itself with a multitude of tiny glittering eyes. Charlotte's letter still lay on my lap. I do not wish to hurt you, but I must look to the future rather than the past. The world is changing and the spirit of it has embraced me. No more today. February 13th, 1933. The platform was relatively quiet. It would have no doubt been different if the famous Venetian Carnival hadn't been banned by Mussolini when he had consolidated power. It traditionally started in February, ending on Shrove Tuesday. I see. Oh my god. I will say, I do love how it's written. Even though the tradition had already been dealt a blow when the Austrian king outlawed the celebration in masks in 1797, it had still been there below the surface, bubbling up within the 19th century in private engagements and artistic communes, and it had apparently been a fascinating glimpse into the Middle Ages and Baroque Renaissance. Now, Venetian masks were simply decoration, a historical curiosity. There were still celebrations of a sort within Italy, but they had a sour edge to them, such as the distinctly anti-Slavic Festa del Tre Marie. I can't speak like that. Which had become little more than a mishmash of an ancient tradition and current political thinking, all seen through the skewed lens of Mussolini's National Fascist Party. Okay, can I just say, also, Nahama, how are you doing today? I gotta say, for any game in general, specifically Venice in the 1930s, such a, specific point in time, I will admit, I have very little knowledge of. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. I had a good day today, and also, this weekend was basically me waiting to get to play this in full. I've been waiting to play this all weekend. I've been very excited about it. But historically, this is one of those angles where I think, as an American, I also find that this is one of those ones where I don't know enough. I feel like I know something about Venice. I know some things about Vembus. I've watched overly sarcastic productions. I know some things. I have at least heard I've at least understood some of the history of Venice. This section of history is one that I don't think many people talk about outside of... I don't know if they talk about it in Italy at all. I don't know. I feel like anybody who had a particularly fascist government in the 30s and 40s do not talk about it anymore. Which I feel like... I understand the point is that they don't want to glorify or even make note of these sorts of things anymore because they don't want people to think about it, but not recognizing the signs of history is how we repeat it. So, but seeing a game set in this period of time is so fascinating to me because I have very little reference for it. I understand some of Venice. I understand some of the 1930s. This is interesting to me. Also because it's 1933, so this would have been when the world was in the middle of the Great Depression. Which, globally, Great Depression. So very interesting. But yeah, Nahama, I'm feeling good. I've been very excited to see this game myself. All very interesting, but for me, there was a different story to write. First things first, I needed to call my contact, then I could get to work. Whoa. Oh, that's crazy. I forgot how big this thing is. Holy crap. I forgot how big this is. Left to interact, right to examine. Click on the book or press escape for options. Notebook tracks your objectives. Okay. List gives you information and context on in Vembus. When the watch symbol appears on the map, the main goals of the day are completed. There may be optional goals. Click the day to watch to advance the next day. Okay. Move to the top to reveal your inventory. Okay. So there may be optional goals, which means I'll have to keep track of things. When the watch symbol appears on the map, main goals are done. Okay. I understand. Press and hold F1 to access tutorial anytime. Thank you, game. Okay, public telephone's there. Okay, hang on. I didn't carry a mirror. Okay, well, alright then. Did I already forget what button is the inventory? Am I a fool? Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. What was it again? Move your mouse to top of the screen. Doi. Doi. My documents had been stuck together as if they had got wet. How had this happened? Needed to pull the papers apart carefully with something sharp. I didn't want any of them damaged. Whoa. February 13th, I arrived in Venice just after 4. A thick fog greeted me, rolling off the lagoon and filling the streets with hazy tendrils. Despite being able to sleep during my train journey, I feel utterly exhausted. I need to speak to my contact as soon as possible so I can retire to my room, rest, and gather myself ahead of my work beginning tomorrow. To do. Call, get some rest. Got it. The telephone. Thank God there's public telephones in the 1930s. A public telephone, newly installed from the look of the varnish. Man, that, God, what a... Again, also, the vernacular is exquisite. Beautiful. Can I called the telephone number for the man I was going to be staying with, given to me by the office in London. So, from what I understand, I believe this guy's a journalist, is what I recall. There was no answer. I slammed the phone into his receiver and ground my teeth. Perhaps the man had already set off or was simply running late, or perhaps this contact was another charlatan. At least the fool in Rome had showed up. I decided to exit the station, taking some of the sights while I was waiting. Hello, station master. Excuse me. Scusi. Signore. Can I leave? If you show me a valid ticket. How would I travel without a ticket? You'd be surprised. Signore. I remember how to pronounce that one. A great many are trying to defraud the railways nowadays. Bolsheviks, most likely. They like to think the laws don't apply to them. She's quiet today. Signor, now you have cursed it. I'll probably have 100 tourists to process on the next express. The man made a cross over his chest. It seemed a very trivial thing to bother God with. A very trivial thing to bother God with feels like... I feel like that's how I describe half of my problems. Is like, well, I'm not going to bother him with this one. I'll just handle it. Alright, good day. Good day. And a good day to you, Signore. Alright, thank you. How's this? A flyer. A flyer lay discarded on the platform. Why did I say platform like that? I picked up the discarded flyer. I don't know why I said platform like that. Platform. I guess, of course. Flyer. It was a flyer of Mussolini. On the back was written a quote. Oh God, I have to... Dude, I can't actually read Italian. Rimanere buoni tutta la vita, questo della misura della vera gradosa di un anima. In English, remaining good all your life, this is the measure of the true quality of a soul. I mean, that's a nice thing, but that's a nice statement, but with the guy behind it, Interesting quote for a man who ruled through violence and coercive power, although perhaps that was an opinion best kept to myself. Good. I don't know why, but seeing this guy with a knife in the 30s, I don't know, just seeing anybody with a knife in a train station feels so foreign nowadays, you know? Like, the very concept of doing so is crazy. Let's see. I'm new to the city. Do you have any sightseeing recommendations? You should visit the Piazza San Marco. It's the heart of Venice. But to be honest, the whole city is beautiful. Even I can appreciate it. He spat on the ground and wiped his nose on his sleeve. I tried to hide my disgust. Thank you. I appreciate the advice. May I borrow your knife? As long as you take the blade to the station master. I can't stand his attitude. I can't. Relax, Signore. I'm joking. I'll stab him myself later. Ha. Knife. I believe I took the knife carefully. Have a good day. Thank you. I hope I will. What an answer. What an answer. All right, so I need to take this to the papers and carefully separate them. Tease the papers apart, and thankfully they were undamaged. All right. Can I... Day... Thank you, Hippo. Will, can I give this back to him? I had no further need of the knife, so I gave it back to its owner. Thank you, Signore. Enjoy Venice. Oh, okay, cool. So now we have all of our papers. The last letter. What is this? Read Charlotte's letter. The last letter I ever received from Charlotte. My dearest James, it is with the deepest pain that I must end our engagement. I do not wish to hurt you, but I must look to the future rather than the past. The world is changing and the spirit of it has embraced me. I longed for you to seize the day to embrace adventure, but when did we ever travel away from the familiarity of London? Would it have been so hard to see more of the world? You always spoke of your love of Italy, and yet you have never offered to take me. Never met the man who made his way in Florence, or who managed to flee the abusive household that had held him since childhood. I really hope you can find yourself again, but it cannot be with me. Please be kind to yourself. All my love, Charlotte. Well, that's sad. Damn. Poor guy. It was my train ticket covering the journey from Milan to Venice, or Milan. List of contacts. Arduino, Notaro, host. Don Vincenzo Conti, Roman Catholic priest. Enzo Rossi, close friend. Dante Decina, fascist dilettante? Dilettante? I do not know how to, I don't know how to Italy. I will say, seeing the name Enzo is familiar. I know a guy named Enzo. He was kind of a dork. Let's see. So take the train ticket to the station master. Okay, yeah, that's actually quite loud. Holy crap. Very good, sir. Please enjoy your time in Venice. Okay, wait, question. Question? Load, save, resume, quit. Oh, volume. Okay, can I don't want it to be too loud. How's this? How's this looking? How's this sounding? Hey, can you look with your ears? This is pretty good for me, but I don't want it to be too quiet for you guys. Save my game? I can save my game. Enter a name for your save game. E. There we go. Okay, is that sounding good? Is everyone comfy with this level of volume? I like that. I don't know why this guy's hair. I don't know why, but these two, it's like I can kind of picture them as like Muppets. Like this guy is like he's bald. Bald! Sounds good to me? Okay, very good. Also, I just realized if I'm to mess with anything over here, I have to, yeah, the audio's gonna cut out for a moment. All right, there we go. If I have to mess with anything on stream side, I have to cut the audio for a moment. All right, exit the station. You arrived in Venice, the floating city. Yeah, see, like, these shots, I don't know, they just fascinate me. Like, look at this. Something very pretty about all this. Gondolas. Perhaps I'll take a gondola ride tomorrow after a good rest. God, also, man, look at that. Look at him go. It's very movie. It feels very much like movie shots to me, you know? Like, it feels like these are like these wide establishing shots that give us this like sense of space. Very fascinating. What is this thing? Whoa. Mannequin was huge, around 6.5 feet tall. The mask was imposing. The eyes are inky caverns. Was the mannequin covered in black cloth? Signore. Oh. Signor Maynard. The man spoke to me in English. His voice was a cracked baritone. His face glowed in the light from the shop front. Duh. I forgot how close it gets. A good journey. Indeed, although the train arrived late, 10 minutes. Is that so? I expect it was only you that noticed. I would hope not. You must be Signor Notaro. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Signore. Please call me Arduino. Come, my house is not far. You do not even have to cross the Grand Canal. I will say, like I said, getting pixel art to look good is hard. And this is like the equal parts imposing and descriptive. Also, man, yeah, the use of low strings for these, for like this shot is God, I feel there's a particular genre of horror movie that I was thinking of. It's actually where I grabbed because on Twitter I put up whenever I put up streams, I try to put a GIF with it. I chose this very specific movie for today's one because I was like, it reminded me so much of this. It's also Italian in origin. It's a giallo horror. There's a movie called Suspiria. I see my house as if I'm the owner, but there are others there. It's an apartamento, you know? You seem to possess a nervous energy that stood on the edge between excitement and panic. Streets seem quiet. Yes, but the edges are always quieter. The heart beats loudest in the center, yes? I suppose. This fog really carries a chill. It's February. What do you expect, my friend? Come, we'll soon ward you up with some Venetian hospitality. Maybe I can pour you a spritz as we sit near the fire. Perhaps. I must admit, I'm exhausted. I may have an early night. Your choice, of course. This mask is curious, very distinctive. Ah, yes, the Bauta, the oldest of the Venetian masks. From last century? Ah, try the 13th century, Signor Maynard. The Bauta proper is actually the hood. The mask itself is simply called the face. Fascinating. Come, there will be time enough to browse the mask shops tomorrow. Let's head back before it gets dark. Alright, let's go. Excellent, onwards. It is here, the red door, Signor Maynard. God, those footstep sounds are like absolute. I feel like those footstep sounds being so distinct is it's a purposeful choice, but it's like it does put me on edge when I hear that tunka tunka tunka. Four-story set of apartments was precariously leaning to the right to the extent that it was almost touching the next building. Oh, it's leaning. Okay, question. I just want to know, what does that spell? Does the spelling? Is that spelling? Oh my God! I didn't even know that. Story. Story versus story refers to stories exclusively for the British English spelling for a floor in a building. Oh, I see. That's right. The developer is British, so the spelling of S-T-O-R-E-Y for a story of a building is it's correct, but also very specific. I see. Also, Etcha, how's it going today? Hope you're doing well. Or it just kind of struck me. I was like, oh yeah, I see. I forgot. Your apartment is on the ground floor, Mr. Maynard. No need to worry. In any case, the leaning of the building is not so noticeable inside, I assure you. The magic of Venice. Head swam as I looked up at the teetering building. Arduino looked me in the eyes. I think you need a rest, my friend. Yes, yes. Oh boy. The room was warm enough, well insulated from the cold. I felt my eyes drifting again, the eyelids closing ever slower. I needed to rest. Bed. I need a rest, but only for a moment. The chair would be better. Oh, I see. Perhaps all I needed was a sit down. Maybe then. I awoke in an unfamiliar room. That didn't alarm me. My condition often led to a difficulty with short-term memory after a moment. I just needed to orient myself. I found a note in my pocket. Yes, I was headed to Venice. There was a story. But who was I here to meet? I couldn't see in the gloom. I needed some light. A suitcase. Didn't need to get anything out of there at the moment. Metal dustpan. Take to the metal dustpan. Notebook. Okay, I checked my notebook again. We're in Vembus. Yes. Not the flyer. Contacts. The landscape painting of an island, most probably a local landmark. Is it the drawer? The drawer was slightly ajar. The drawer was filled with knickknacks and also a small matchbook. Oh, cool, we have a matchbook now. Decided to take the matches, they could be useful. Okay. Oh, it's so weird. You know what's really bizarre to me is being able to walk around the room like this. Handle looked to be made of tallow rather than wax. Needed something to light it with. Okay, so I take the matchbook. Take the matchbook to the candle. There we go. With the candle lit, I could now see the note in my pocket. A game would help. It always did. The mental exercise would drag my memories back into focus. The name was Italian, but what was the name's origin? Primary contact in Venice. Whoa. Arduino. Well, his name is Arduino, so is it... Arduino Notaro. What did the name mean in Italian? I want to say notary because it's the closest one, but that seems very... Is that correct? Notary? Yes, of course. Notary and notaro were both from the classic Latin root notarius, meaning from nota, meaning mark or sign. I felt my memory seeping back. Yes, I had met Arduino. This was his house, a quaint apartamento on the outer edge of Venice. I have read his apartment, I'm sorry. I'd say second notary. Oh, second notary, yeah. This one... Oh, we're on a delay then, huh? Oh, we must be on a delay then, because that's like... Jeez. We did get it right, though, so that's pretty good. 60 stream streak, Jesus. 60 streams is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Good lord. Oh, jeez, I need to stretch really quick, hang on. Oh, jeez. I'm really having bad posture because I'm, like, leaning into my desk right now. Oh, jeez. And I know that I shouldn't be... Oh, hang on. If I'm gonna deploy the boy, I need to go over here and get him. Go. I'd have a busy day tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. Bam, no shrimping. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't shrimp. Hang on. There we go. Okay. If I adjust my desk, if I adjust my chair a little bit, I can have some proper posture while I'm sitting here. Seems that was all I did recently. February 14th, 1933. You right, though. No shrimping. A good sleep. Maybe. Solid, perhaps. Yeah, actually, like... Okay, the combination... This is what I was talking about earlier. I wouldn't recommend doing a scorpion either. I remember seeing somebody, or at least hearing the story of somebody doing what's called a scorpion during snowboarding, where you land face first and your feet go up over your head, and... Oh, boy. They wouldn't let him hear the end of it. Rather painful thing to land in. But one of the things I've noticed with this game is the use of foreground and background elements around the main elements of the shot. Really well, it's really well handled. I like it. A good sleep. Yep, as good as can be expected. I'm sorry, your meeting? Was the bed not good? Oh, the bed was quite comfortable. I have a condition, narcolepsy. I'm sorry, I do not know this. A sleeping condition. You may find I drift off when we're talking from time to time. Drift, like water. No, I may lose concentration. Please, just say my name and I should come back. As you wish. You can speak Italian if you wish. I can understand most words. Nonsense. I welcome a chance to speak English again. It's good to stretch the mind. You like cream in the coffee? I'm sorry, I couldn't get any English tea. No cream, thank you. To tell you the truth, I've never been a fan of tea. It's a white lie, but I was hoping I could find a way to relax the man. His hand had shook as he had poured the coffee, and the smile he was wearing seemed more of a rictus than actual contentedness. Quite a selection of food. Is this a normal Venetian fare? I found myself arranging the cutlery into lines as I did at home. I slid my hand back onto my leg to try and halt the action. I will say, this guy having OCD and narcolepsy, absolutely, like, and this is at a time when this sort of stuff was not being, like, I don't know if, because the DSM-5 would be for a while yet, because mental health was not quite where it needed to be at this point. Psychology was being studied, and things like, you know, studying the formation of the mind was studied, but stuff like, you know, modern psychological medicine was not at all figured out yet. It always infuriated Charlotte, along with many of my other habits: plucking wayward hairs and eyelashes, checking the time at regular intervals, fastidious neatness, and the criticism of her that came with it. Yeah, this guy absolutely, I definitely see the character of him in this. She had tolerated it all to an extent, but nothing lasted forever. It is probably more extravagant than most, but food is my passion. I like to try new things, change my routine. Some of these meats are imported, salted in Bavaria. We have a man. There's a man who lives on the top floor, a retired military man from the Dwarfswald, the Black Forest, yes. Looks excellent. Won't you try some? I'm never especially hungry in the morning. Ah, I see. He sighed, looking in the middle distance for a moment, for taking a deep breath and turning his attention back to me. Let us talk about Venice. You are here because of the new road, see? I must say, it will be hard to spend a lot of time with the people over the next few days. It is a busy time. I explained as much to the man, Signor Dawson. He insisted, though, so here you are. Here I am. I lifted my coffee cup and salute. Arduino didn't return the gesture, instead looking me in the eye. You don't have to stay, you know. Part of a smile still lingered, though it was visibly cracking. I hope it is not an inconvenience. No, of course not. You're welcome for as long as you wish to remain. It is interesting. This guy is very interesting, but I also feel like there's a disconnect between these two right now. It's very interesting. I was wondering if I could start my story with interviewing you. Shall I get the ball rolling? Ball. Sorry, it's a British saying. It simply means getting started. I've not heard of this. Of course, my friend, ask your questions. Very well. Okay, so now we have... We have to ask all the... I think one thing with games like this, where you have the choice, like you have these different choices and options, is that if a choice seems like it'll move the story forward right away, if you're trying to go fast, that's the choice to go for. But most of the time with story-driven games, you want to take the time to explore all of your options. I think different games have different approaches to this. Funny thing, when I've been playing, like today, for example, I played Digimon Time Stranger, and I found that there were a lot of dialogue choices that I didn't quite find endearing enough to want to learn everything. And I would say, okay, well, I want to get to the story bit because, you know, like I want to keep the ball rolling. But in this case, the conversation is the ball. So asking all the questions is necessary. So making sure I know, because I'm guessing this one is the one that would move things forward, right? So these two are the ones I want to ask first so I can get to know this guy more. I want to know more about Arduino because I want to know more. Obviously, with every game, if you have the choice to know more, it's good to check it out. Oh, thank you for the work, Kanzabi. Have you lived in Venice all of your life? From first breath, Senor Maynard. You won't find a more devoted Venetian in the city. I see. And has the city changed much in your time here? Changed? In what way? The most obvious example would be the regime change. Mussolini is, in some people's eyes, quite the forward thinker. Others call him a despot. Further change in government has been felt here. Venice will always be Venice. I cannot speak for the rest of Italy, but there are certain things about Venice that will never change. Such as? The water. Venetians are born above the water. Oh, above the waves. It's in our blood. We also value life. We celebrate. We know how to enjoy. These things are important no matter what Il Duce may say. I see. Okay. How does Venice compare in your eyes to the rest of Italy? I wouldn't know. I've never left. You've never left the Veneto region, or? Venice. I've never left the lagoon. Interesting. Why is that? Man smiled widely. Why would I? What is out there that isn't here? Italy is a wonderful country. Surely surely it's a privilege to live in such a vibrant place. I'm privileged to be Venetian, not Italian. Man pursed his lips tightly. You clearly have pride in your heritage. Just so. I feel like I've met people who are like this, where they've lived in one spot their whole life and they stay there. I do not begrudge them for it. I think it's frankly, I also think it's rather impressive that somebody can so thoroughly ingrain themselves to a spot that they do not leave it. But also, they do know these places so well because they explicitly stay in that spot. Like a human life can have a radius that is only within its physical bounds. That's interesting. Man, this music is so... I will say, this music is very meditative. I think the only thing about it that's confusing me a little bit is that it doesn't ever seem to come to a rest. Even when it, quote-unquote, resolves, it feels like it lands on a spot that is inherently unstable. Like, even musically, it feels like the whole world is not... I guess it would be the musical equivalent of sitting on the ocean. You're never really sitting still. You're just moving with the waves in a singular spot, but you're still moving. You're not allowed to stop. What is your reaction to the road bridge that we completed next year, linking Venice to Mestre? I do not like the idea. Oh, really? Well, that seems a shame. He sniffed. Getting detailed answers out of the man was difficult. Why is that? Because change is not necessary. But surely the economic benefits are a strong argument for the road bridge being the future of the city. Mr. Maynard, please don't take my words in the wrong manner. His style of speaking English was precise, but some of his sentences seemed alien in their formation. I am no fool. I can see the reasoning for roads and money. I'm sure that some of the younger Venetians would appreciate the idea, but I simply do not want the change. That is as simple as I can state it. You dilute a fine wine with water, it becomes lost. Sometimes being contained is a blessing. Mussolini can go to hell. A risky sentiment in these times, but perhaps Arduino is too old to care. Arduino leaned back into his seat and sighed, suddenly seeming a lot older than he had before. His final words had provided an obvious end to the conversation, and an end to the questions. Eventually, the Venetian reached for his breakfast again and began to eat listlessly, carrying a shadow of his former energy. I hear the man's teeth as they bit their way through bread and fruit. Silence soon became too much for me. This man, the German, you said he lives on the top floor. See, Senor, would it be Weber or Weber or Weber? Siegfried Weber. You wish to speak with him? Yes, I'm here to get the opinions of Venetians, but I would be very interested in seeing an outsider's view also. It would provide an interesting contrast to the piece. As you wish. I'm sure he'll welcome a guest. Thank you. And of course, I wish to hear your own views again, perhaps on another day. I'm sure the paper chose wisely when they contacted you. They did. I know everything about Venice. Oh, thank you. You are welcome, my friend. I hope you have a good day. My host used his fork to push a large piece of bacon into his waiting mouth. His teeth bore down. Enjoyed the most important meal of the day. Arduino said that Weber lives on the top floors early, but perhaps he would be up, so it was worth a try. Yeah, it's like, it's interesting because all of the chords are voiced in such a way that it feels like whenever I'm listening to the music, even when it's at, like, it hits a chord that you think could be a place to sit and rest, it feels like the music is just shaking. So it's the first floor. There was no answer. Okay. Can I just be a pain in the neck for everybody? Apartment door. There was no answer. Vase of roses. Why did I just take a flower? What the? Why? Took one of the roses. That's nice. A beautiful and fresh red rose. How marvelous of that. Hello. Seems that Weber was too engrossed in his music to hear the door. Perhaps it would take something even louder than his piano to shake him from his reverie. Nothing he gains from throwing that against the apartment door. I see. Okay, maybe I need like a broom or something to like hit the door or something. Stairs down. I like the animations. Arduino's rooms. I'd already spoken to Arduino. I needed a different view. I could always speak to him at dinner time. Maynard's room. Suitcase. Can I grab something from the suitcase, perhaps? Didn't need anything out of there at the moment. I didn't need anything from the dresser. A vase. I had no need for a vase at the moment. A plain empty vase is probably here more as storage than decoration. Air. Interesting. Coat stand. What's in the coat stand? My coat and hat. You know, maybe I could have guessed as much. Umbrella holder? Oh. It's an old terracotta chimney repurposed as an umbrella holder. There's a sturdy looking walking stick inside. Ah, a walking stick. I need to use the classic method of take metal and wood and smack them together. It's much like that that gif. You ain't getting no sleep because of I ain't getting no sleep because of y'all. Y'all ain't getting no sleep because of me. Simple. This should work, I believe. I do like this music though. Was ist das? I like the. I don't know why it's so funny that he bangs them together and then just puts them back in his coat. Just all right. Einen Moment bitte. Is my German good? I have no idea. I hope I don't. I hope it's like my pronunciation is close enough. Heard the scrape of a chair and then. Oh. Weber was a tall man with a neatly sculpted mustache, long ago given over to gray, beneath relaxed but sharply twinkling eyes. Wearing a simple white shirt over gray trousers, held up with suspenders with carefully polished shoes. Okay, can I just say, I actually would say, like, besides, like, the need to just describe physical actions of going from place to place, I could actually see this being, like, one of those fantastically written books as well. A lot of the writing is fantastic. Very good stuff. The sky outside was still choked with clouds, but a white glare of sunlight was able to force its way through, bleeding the color from the surroundings. It's like, this is such, like, it's very good descriptive work. It's god dang amazing. Ugh. Can I help you? Forgot this guy's mustache. You know, I saw this guy, I've seen this guy in the demo, but it just, there's something about, like, it's seeing the whites of his eyes. It's like, I don't know, man. It's a very well done portrait, but just holy crap. He's speaking in English with a thick German accent from a region I couldn't place, but then I was no expert on Germany. I hope so. I'm looking for an opinion on... I'm sorry, allow me to introduce myself. My name is James Maynard. I'm a journalist. Can I just say, my brain almost read that as like James Sunderland. I'm just like, it feels very similar where it's like, I feel like if I had a nickel for every time a guy named James went a little bit nutty. I have Maynard and Sunderland. Writing a story on Venice. My brain just turned off, sorry. I was wondering if you'd be able to or would like to answer a few questions about your view on the city and the proposed road. A newspaper? Yes, the Illustrated London News. It's quite prestigious. I have not heard of it. The man's features were inscrutable. I tried to break the ice. You were a military man, yes? Why do you say that? You're bearing in those shoes. The polish show brilliant shine. You are a clever man. Yes, I was a soldier when I was young, and I volunteered in Der Weltkrieg. I was a staff officer in the 1st Industry Regiment of Baden. Know this. Perhaps I fought against you on the Western Front, eh? No, not at all. I was still a child then. Of course, of course. I don't know why precisely, but there's something about shots like this where it's up close, but still the details are fuzzy. Because, you know, it's pixels, so there's only so many details you get. So it feels like you're still missing something even when you're this close to the target. It's like you're still missing something. That piano must have been difficult to get up all those stairs. Yes, I hired some help, of course. Please don't touch. I can't stand fingerprints. How long have you been playing? Longer than I was in the military. Perhaps I will let you see which of my skills is strongest, yeah? What? I mean I will play you something. Perhaps my meaning was not plain. I'm too old to be picking fights. Anyway, I'm sure you're not here to listen to me play Die Zauberflöte. Die Zauberflöte? I don't know how to pronounce the O with... I don't know how to pronounce the O that makes a tiny little frog face. Behold it. What did you want to know? Sure you're aware of the road bridge connecting Venice to the mainland and the fact it will be soon completed. I'm aware of the building work, but I had no idea when it would be finished. I don't read the papers. I prefer military history. Is the railway not enough? Some would say so. I was told before I set out that some within the city even see the rail as being too much. They wish for a return to the past. Interesting. I don't know. It's very fascinating considering the... It's interesting because it's not just, oh, introduce technology to a city. It's introduce the rest of Italy to Venice. And the rest of the world to Venice. But also... to some extent, it's also historically, this is a very unique place and time, like I said. Very specific. I'm very appreciative of it. Venice for the Venetians, that sort of thing. He nodded, but I couldn't be sure if it was a sign of agreement or simply an acknowledgement of the fact. If I might ask, how do you see the city? Why did you decide to move here? Was its history a factor? History is always a factor. The past is, what is the word? Paramount. I see. Details are everything. Without the past, how can we know where we truly are? Precisely. What was it about Venice that drew you to it? Oh, it is beautiful. Any fool can see that. Beautiful and alive. I see. I don't think you do. Come, join me on the balcony. Tell me what the city looks like to you. We will see if you understand. Very well. Oh, the vista that greeted me was the first real view I had seen of the city except for in photographs. Houses and shops seemed to run together, red-tiled roofs and cramped alleyways bisecting each other at seemingly random junctures, and the minuscule shapes of the city's inhabitants scurried throughout the structure like termites. It was a tangled labyrinth of pale brick buildings and green-tinted waters. God, it's such a... It's helped by the visuals, but the verbiage, the word choice, the tone. When you read words, the emotions and tone are inflected on you. So, even if the visuals don't immediately stir an image in your brain, with the words and the visuals together, you combine them to make the total image, and that includes the things that are the unspoken, the emotions in the spot. I've tried to do this sort of thing all the time in my own work, and I think most games do. Most games are trying to do the same thing, whether it be through dialogue or the various visual forms. You know, you want to do it through color choice and shapes and lines, but using using words themselves is a big part, I think nowadays it's an oft underrated skills. it's an underrated skill to be able to take words and do the heaviest lifting with the words, and the pictures are actually an accent to that. I see houses, streets, shops, and people. It looks disorderly. Wonderful, but disorderly nonetheless. It is much more. It is a forest, Maynard. Do you think of forests as disorderly? I'm sorry? Yeah, a forest. The same as the one that covers Baden. It is not disorder, you see, but a plan of nature. You cannot judge a city such as this by normal standards. It is unique, built on shifting mud and water. The houses grew. The pathways crawl with shadows and life. There is a creature in every hollow and reasons within every wall. But houses are built, they don't grow. The difference is semantics only. Trees grow towards light, their bodies. No, mass increases with a clear direction, correct? True, but there's no human decision there. Humanity is not relevant. The separation you see between a forest and Venice is the difference between the conscious and the unconscious, but in truth, there is no difference here. You can't be saying that it was built accidentally, surely. It was built for a purpose, but an unconscious purpose. It was grown to move towards its own light. It was given direction, a clear... Verdammt. Cannot explain as you wish, if only you understood Deutsch. Nevertheless, it is interesting. But maybe not useful right now. I know you have a job to do and guidelines. I have all people can respect that. I will give you more useful words. The old man gave me opinion and history and stories of his time within Venice. All of it was pertinent and certainly good print, but nothing they said rang as true as that first exchange. That had been his truth, and the fact of that unsettled me considerably. After an hour, I decided I had everything I need, which is a very solid starting point for my piece. Before I left, Weber fixed me with a stare. I should warn you, many Venetians will not be as forthcoming with their opinions as I. As outsiders, we can never hope to fully understand this dark and beautiful place. Be careful. Met with Sigrid Weber. I will say, just that whole description of how a city is a forest, and that you like the description of do you think of a forest as disorderly is such an interesting question to pose somebody. It's like, do you think of a place that grows naturally? Is it out of order to exist as it does, or is it simply built from a different form of order? And does the order matter? Like when you're constructing something with you're constructing something in this manner, does it matter? Like, is it, yeah, like you said, is it a relevant point? But oh, very solid writing. Just jeez, evocative would be the word I would use. And this is back in the day when they'd wear the whole three-piece suit every day. Gotta walk all these steps all over the place. When I go to Maynard's room, do I need to grab my coat and hat before I go? Coat stand. Relatively warm, I had no need of them at the moment. Let's see. I'm already wearing the three-piece, so I guess I'm good. Witch, little rat, murderer. Intervene in the bullying, choose not to interfere. Well, they're bullying a kid, so I don't really know what they're doing here, but... Be off with you. Leave her alone. Help a child escape her bullies. Keep away or you'll get the plague from her. She's a witch, a dirty little witch. She killed her own mother when she was born. That Babao will come and take you away. The Babao? What did he mean? Are you alright? What's your name? Oh, there she goes. Alright, goodbye, child. After staring at me with her chestnut eyes, she disappeared into the shadows. Whoa. I'd arranged to meet Don Vincenzo Conti, priest and expert on local history, at the Piazza San Marco. That should be my first destination. God, look at this map! Take a closer look at that meme. God, it's like... Venezia. I do seriously wonder... I'm curious now. Hang on. I'm gonna look up something really quick. I just want to see. Venice... I see a map of Venice. Venice, Italy. Oh, from the digital library. Okay. University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Well, thank you. Wow, it's just like that's that's pretty wow. I'm just like, I just wanted to look at, I wanted to look at it from, you know, this angle. I wanted to see the map. I wanted to see like the real world map, and I want to see how he did. And wow, yeah, that's really good. That's some good stuff. Like, look at that. How nice this is. All right, to the piazza. Whoa. The buildings that surrounded me were certainly wrought with an enviable craftsmanship. Although the locals seemed blissfully ignorant of the city's majesty as they walked past, heads down, contained within their own lives. I feel like this is how I feel every time I'm in a city, where it's like. Everybody walking through the city, they're just like not taking in the surroundings. But when I enter a new place, it's just, okay, how cool is this place? Look at these buildings. I feel that way though whenever I enter any new place though. But I wonder, is it because when something becomes routine, you stop noticing how pretty it is, or is it so much that you just don't care when you live there? The difference when it's a wall that you call home, or is it a difference when it's a wall that you just know, like you know the place? So how does it feel truly? It was as if the crenellations, arches, and statues were totems to a god that had faded from consciousness. Couples walked hand in hand or gathered in restaurants, dining together on the feast of St. Valentine. All I had was a letter. I had put the thought to the back of my mind and concentrated on the present and the priest sitting before me. I was in a fascinating city and there was a story to write. All other matters could wait. Oh, right, it's February 14th in-game. That's right. Thank you for meeting with me, Don Vincenzo. Duh. Your Italian is very good. What a lovely surprise. Well, I would hope so after my years in Florence. I must admit, I was surprised when I was given the contact details for a priest. Ah, but what is religious knowledge but simply a knowledge of the past? You're worried about me seeing the past through a particular lens, then perhaps that will be so, but if that circumstance is known, then you can take what you need from me and discard the rest. A rather mercenary notion. Isn't journalism a mercenary profession? Ah, I suppose it is. Interesting placement. So, what can I help you with? Honestly, my reason for contacting you was originally to do with your opinion of the future, but perhaps we will get to this in time. Having been exposed to certain sites, certain opinions, think that maybe I should look to pass somewhat in order to make sense of what could or will be. An astute observation. Was there any particular era you were interested in? Have you heard of a babao? Of course, it is a fairy story. A creature used to scare children. Is that so? How is it described? He's called L'Uomo Nero, the Black Man, a tall man with a heavy black coat and a hat. The famous Bauta, the costume, the face, is based on this. Okay, so the ad break is on, so we're gonna take a moment. But can I just say, I saw that in the background there. I saw like, oh, there's a black thing there. That's kind of weird. And I saw the white, and then when it moved, my brain went, just kind of stopped for a moment thinking like, huh, ain't that peculiar. Okay, also, I know that like in the background, you can see the pixels. Like you see those things in the background, the lagoon boats, the gondolas. Also, that lady shopping, I don't know why, but there's something very funny about the fact that she's just infinitely shopping down there. Look at that old lady. You see that lady back there who's talking to the priest? You can see in the background, like behind where the guy in black is, to the right, to the left. You see that? You see how there's like a guy who's priestly? He has like the white collar thing, and there's that old lady. It's like shrimp lady and little child. She's truly diabolically shaped. No, brother. Actually, I guess it's good that we take this time to examine our scene anyway, because, man, like, look at there's the building there. See, like, this one up here. This is the Piazza San Marco, so I believe this is a famous building. I don't know. I wonder if this tower's still there. I feel kind of bad that it's like I haven't really gotten to do a whole lot of the, you know, global travel in my life. Well, here's the thing. Relative to the normal person, I've traveled a lot more than the average person. But I would say that I feel bad that I didn't get to go to like certain destination places. You know, I went to Greece in middle school it was a big family vacation. We went to Greece and it was like we did 1 week in the mainland of Greece and then a week in a boat, in a cruise going around Turkey and islands of Greece, and then the last day was we did one more like small trip to Oh, there's a particular temple overlooking the ocean. The King Aeneas. I believe that was it was the cliff that he was said to have jumped from. I'm remembering that quite well, but I didn't get to go Italy. I never got to see. We stopped in Germany in the airport. I don't think Munich airport counts. And I've been to Aruba a number of times, and I've been like in different parts of the continental United States, but I never really got to see. There are certain countries I've never seen, so it does always make me feel a little different when I see. I think Italy especially feels like such a mythical place to me. Maybe because of Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, but I would say, especially Assassin's Creed 2, but I would say that Venice especially feels like insanely. I feel like Venice feels like such a unique, like, capsule of history that I don't know how best to approach the concept of Venice. It's such a fascinating city. My poor boy, Senior Maynard, James Maynard, is having a time. Parents still knock on tables, pretending that he is at the door, searching for disobedient children. There are also nursery rhymes about him taking children away for a year, but I should say not to harm or eat them. Don Vincenzo. But rather than take them to a curious, unknown, terrifying location. No, please. Senior Maynard. What will you eat? No, I am rude. I did not mean to say it like that. I meant to say, what would you like to order dinner, sir? The kitchen is about to close. I stared at the waiter. The square was empty. I am practicing my English. I heard you speaking to yourself. How long have I been here? Started around an hour ago and you were here. No one else? No, should there be? Are you waiting for someone? No. Are you alright, sir? I have to go. This is the shot! Okay, this is the shot I wanted to talk about. The sound of the water lapping at the stonework made my head swim. What had begun as an interesting opportunity was quickly unraveling. My vision of the masked man at the piazza pointed to my condition worsening, but what if it wasn't? One thing was certain, there was far more than met the eye within the city. There were ripples of the surface beneath the surface of Venice. Okay, this shot right here was the thing that sold me. This shot. Okay, can I... Hang on. Ooh. Yeah, the thing in the back, but... No, I go back! Okay, well, I think we're past demo point. I forget. But... February 15th, 1933. I just wanted to say that particular shot of the bridge. I wish I could go back and like point everybody to it. That particular shot of the bridge, right? That shot right there was what sold me to this game. I'm not even kidding. Because the angle of the drawing, the particular way that it was framed and shot, and like it's like you are the masked man watching him from across the channel. Like you are. It is such a specific vibe, a mood, but the amount of effort to get those angles right, to get the projection of the shot right, to get that looking the way it exactly needed to. Sometimes I feel like this is one of those things that it personally gets to me sometimes as a developer, because a lot of other indie devs are visual artists and writers and musicians. They tend to have those as like avenues, and then they have to kind of like figure out programming or figure out a lot of the technical skills. For me, I can write music, I can write code, I'm pretty good at game logic and all that stuff, and the mathematics, those things, and I can write story. I can write story very well. As I say, I am always envious of the ability to draw visual art, because I'm not naturally talented at it, and it drives me nuts because I know that most of my games need more impressive art to draw people in visually. Because I think visuals and sounds, those are the two things that will catch a player first. The sound design and the visuals, because sound and sight are our two most valuable and most potent stimulus. Like, those are our most potent avenues for storytelling. Because when you write it, you can write a great story, but if your presentation does not draw people to understand it, it's harder to get them in. And it's one of those spots where I actually do have a fair bit of envy. Because it's like, granted, I don't think I would trade any of my skills for that. But there are days I do wish I could do that much more. Because when I see a shot like that, I just think, Like, how impressive is that? How insanely good a shot is that? And it just... excellent. It just... yeah, gets me. Let's see. The night had passed uneventfully, and I felt rested enough despite the oddities of the previous day. Perhaps all I had needed was a proper night's sleep. It would be good to have breakfast with my host again before heading out. Can I? Actually, I should probably save my game, huh? Hang on. Save my game. I will save E2. Yep. Alright, let's go. I changed myself, I see. Arduino's rooms. Oh, Arduino. So, Senior Maynard, how was your day yesterday? I returned late, so I didn't want to disturb you, but I'm keen to know how it went. It was an interesting day. I think I need my wits about me to get the most of my time here. Ah, that you do. So what is your plan for today? Hoping to catch up with my old friend Enzo Rossi if I can find him. He's a historian and may have some insights into the city. I see. Is he Venetian? He lives in the city, I believe. This is not the same. History, family ties, you know. I see. And following this, I think I'm going to visit Grossi Palace to speak to a gentleman named Dante Decina. He agreed to speak with me when I sent an inquiry last week. Decina, I know of him, I think. Really, what can you tell me about him? Just to be careful with him, Mr. Maynard. He's not as foolish as he seems. People seldom are. This is a good plan. I hope you have a successful day. Feel free to take any food you need with you for the day ahead. It wouldn't do to go hungry. Thank you, very kind. What are your plans for the day? Nothing so exciting. I'm simply meeting some family. It is important to stay connected, don't you think? Feel the letter within my jacket pocket pressed against my heart. I suppose so. I'll take my leave. Please continue eating until you are satisfied. I will tidy things upon my return. Thank you. Very kind. Good day, Arduino. Have a blessed day, Senor Maynard. What did I just take? I took a few of the delicious looking pastries. Platter of Venetian frittole. Can I eat? The pastries were delicate, fried to a golden brown and dusted with sugar. I had a few of them just in case. God, that sounds so nice. the pain of hearing about a food that... Wait, I have a question. Did he just leave this fire on? Like, granted, it makes sense, because at this time, I don't think there'd be other ways to... But wouldn't someone have to come check this at some point? I'm uncertain how that would go. The red door. Enter Arduino's residence. Crumbling fountain. I had no wish to put my hand in the slimy waters that surrounded the statue. The fountain was made of moss-covered stone, slowly eroding in the elements. Aw. I will say, every time I've ever written a red door, okay, we have a lot of things to do, huh? So, which one? Okay, wait, hang on, I forgot. Grazie. Enzo Rossi. Okay, we're going to Rossi's first. Okay, we're gonna go find Enzo Rossi. And then continue. Enzo Rossi had been a close friend during my time in Florence. There had been many wine-soaked nights where he told me of the history of the city and of Italy in general. His enthusiasm for the country and his customs had been second to none, and he tended to move every few years to a new locale to gain a deeper, first-hand understanding of local customs. I'd lost track of him after he had moved to Venice to do just that. This is the last address he had forwarded to me before he stopped replying to my letters. Based poster, local men. Enzo, leave me alone. It's your friend James Maynard. Enzo, please let me in. Can't trick me, devils, demons. He's replying in English, yet still didn't trust that it was me. What had happened to him? God will curse you for your actions. God loves me. Bless me, bless me. Enzo, it really is me. Silence. Something was very wrong here. I had to find another way in. Excuse me, local gentleman. Excuse me, may I ask you something? If it is quick, Signore, this game is just getting interesting. Do you know the owner of this house? I'm gonna ask right away, because this seems impertinent. A fool, a lunatic, leave him be. How dare you? I know this man. He's a good friend of mine. You asked me. I told you what I knew. He never leaves his house, cowering in his own filth. What else could you call a man like that? In need of help. Kindness is not always rewarded, Signore. See, someone defaced a poster of Mussolini. Really, I hadn't noticed. Man smirked, as did his companions. Surely there'll be trouble if that is noticed. Trouble. There is always trouble, Signore. The key is to carry on regardless. The man did just that, picking up 2 cards from the table with a gleam in his eye. What are you playing? Scopa. The oldest Italian game. Well, maybe. The game has been played at Italian taverns since at least the 15th century. Have you played? No, but I have seen it being played in Florence. I struggled with the rules, to be honest. It could not be simpler. The objective is to sweep up all the cards, hence Scopa, the broom. You capture the valuable cards by matching them to cards in your hand. A Neapolitan deck of 40 cards is traditionally used, but you can also use a standard card deck if you remove the 8s, 9s, and 10s. Would you like to be dealt in? There's money on the table. They would no doubt take far more from me given the chance. Not today, thank you. Maybe later, Signore. Alright, well, have fun with that. Yes, yes. The planks were nailed on. I wouldn't be able to get them off by hand. Strange state moving within. Could I use the walking stick? No, that didn't work. Door to Enzo. Let's see. There's no need to deface the poster anymore. It's been daubed with red paint. Okay. Behind Enzo's house. Let's go see if we can get inside. Tallman. Excuse me. Signora, you needed something. You know the man who lives here? Not personally, but I have heard things. Such as? He speaks in riddles and is touched by madness. Best to avoid him, Signore. Okay, thank you. Be well. Alright, thank you, sir. Enter Enzo's house. Oh, wasn't getting across until I managed to fix this bridge. I touched it. Just barely touched it. Do I have anything to fix it with? No, I'll have to go back. Boarded up window. Can I talk to that guy and ask if he can help me fix it? Sir, excuse me. Are you on break from work? What business of that is yours? I was just making conversation. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm where I need to be. Okay, goodbye. Yes, yes, goodbye. Okay, so I need something to fix this with, but I'm guessing I need... do you gentlemen happen to have anything? Nope. Okay, I have nothing. Enzo! There's no answer. I needed to find another way in. I think I need to go get something from Arduino's house, maybe? Piazza San Marco, Piazza Grassi, Notaro Residence. Am I allowed to jump around a bunch? I jumped too. You there, urchin, watch yourself. You're in front of the Grassi Palace, not your own hovel. Just playing, sir. I'll play somewhere else. You don't own the street. Oh, Dorman. that is a face. I like how his hair disappears in the background. Good day. You speak English? Quite well, sir. How did you know I was English? Very observant, sir. I'm here to see Signor Dante Decina. My name is James Maynard. Signor Decina is not to be disturbed, but he invited me. On this day at this time? Well, on this day, yes, we didn't agree a time. Well, it is not convenient. For him or you? You'll have much time to consider this whilst on the street. You need to find a way past this doorman. Alright, good day. For the rest of your day, sir. Okay, so we have a bunch of... So that young boy we're gonna talk to later, I'm sure. I'll come back here. Let me see if the Notaro residence might have something for the door. Maybe a tool of some kind. Bernard's room. We have a lot to do, so we gotta go figure it all out. I'm gonna go take a gander. I was about to start talking to myself. Just didn't need anything out there in the moment. Didn't need anything from the dresser. Okay, I'm just looking through really quick because I want to see if there's anything I missed that might be helpful. There's a fire poker. Stove, pots and pans, groceries, larder. No need to rummage around in Arduino's larder. Judging by Arduino's love of food is no doubt crammed to the rafters. Well cared for stove with 2 large ovens. Okay, I don't think we'll... Hanging pheasant. Okay. Suppose we'll have to come back here. So we need something to, because I'm guessing we need a tool to knock down, to not take off one of the things, to take down one of the, no need to disturb Arduino's neighbors. Okay. I'm guessing then we gotta go talk to Dante. We gotta go talk to Dante first then, maybe? Yeah, it's waiter. I'm gonna talk to the waiter. Hello, waiter. Good day. Ah, the Englishman. So I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions. I'm a journalist. I'll gladly buy a meal in exchange. Unless the owner has any objections. I am the owner. I just prefer to work for a living. It is the Venetian way. I have a few minutes. Excellent. The road bridge to the mainland will be completed next year. What are your first thoughts on the matter? First thoughts? Your initial reaction when you think of the bridge. Your gut feeling. I am not happy. Could you elaborate? We have no need for roads. We can get everything we need with the boats. I understand. I myself am thoroughly enjoying the freedom from automobiles. Tradition is important. We have the gondolas and they are enough for us. But you are Italians. We are Venetians. A century ago we were our own state, even if it was under the rule of Austria. That was the way it should have remained. I see. I see you are firmly against the idea of the road bridge, but can you see any benefits for the city? Benefits? The city will be crawling with termites, dragging it down with the mud. I like things the way they are, the way they were. The city should never have built the railway. Venice is unique, the jewel of the Adriatic. Why latch it onto those heathens on the mainland? Heathens? Surely the majority of Italy is Catholic, the same as the Venetians. Of course, it is as you say. Geez, do I want to ask an opinion on Mussolini? What is your opinion on Mussolini? Must choose my words carefully, I think. Indeed? I respect his opinion on the history of Venice, of Italy, but I think he misunderstands Venice. He wants everything to change and calls this progress. I see it as a decline, a loss. What do you think will be lost? If you'll excuse me, I need to clean down the tables. If we can conclude this soon. New perspective, speak to the waiter. Oh, that's cool. We got the achievement. We got achievement for it. You've been most helpful. Thank you for your time. You're welcome. Perhaps you'll buy a coffee next time. Can I buy a coffee now? Oh, never mind. All right, yes, goodbye. yes, goodbye. Okay, well, we did that, so that's good. I had no need to go back to the station yet. There was clearly a story to tell in the lapping waters of the lagoon. Okay, let me go talk to the boy. You there, boy who plays. Oh, there. Signora, you sound strange. I'm British, but I like to think I don't have much of an accent when I speak Italian. Still sounds strange to me. You know anything about Signor Dante Decina? He dresses like a king. I think he may be one. Well, he's not a king. Oh, he's kind to me. He gives me a sweet from time to time. I like sweets. Do you like sweets? Of course, who doesn't? He doesn't, that grumpy old man. Old? You're all old. Well, I just realized, does that mean that he can hear everything we're talking about? So if I tell him to distract the man at the door, as for me to sneak in, would he just like, I can hear you. I'm not leaving the door. What are you doing? I'm playing, Signora. You're too old to understand. Maybe so. Maybe so. Have you been out here long? Since dawn, Signora. It's hard to find space in Venezia. There's a lot of it in front of the Grassi Palazzo. There's other space. Go find it. No. The perfect child response. No. You strike that man at the door for me. Why? I need to get inside. Like a burglar? No, I'm expected. By who? Signor Decina. Oh. So you want me to make the man angry? Not necessarily angry. Give me a treat, then I will. What kind of treat? Something sweet. Can I... yes, goodbye. Bye-bye, Signore. Signore, yours. Maybe the boy could help me get past the doorman. Decided to offer the child one of the frittole. A frittole? Would you be able to distract the doorman? Uh-huh. Bruh. Just... blast that child. Dante will have my hide if I don't fix this. I don't know why, but there's something that was a little more dramatic than I had foreseen. I don't know why, but there's something so funny about the child literally just turning, yeeting the ball through the window, and just... that's how he does it. You won't have a drink, Mr. Maynard. Ooh. He just turns, yeets the ball, and just dips. Like, alright, fun for me, it just dips. Yeets the ball and just done. Also, excellent instrument choice to highlight... like, to highlight the sudden change in atmosphere. Ooh, that's some good tone. It's one of those things where I think certain instruments, the dissonance in notes sounds better than other instruments. Oh, the music. You won't have a drink, Mr. Maynard. I like how we go from we just had a child yeet a ball through the whole through a window to this. No, thank you, Senor Decina. Alcohol has a curious effect on me. I believe that is the idea. You don't mind if we speak in English? I do love to test my knowledge. Of course, your English is excellent, by the way. I'd hope so, given how much my parents paid for my tuition. Let me apologize again for the manners of my employee. He is needlessly gruff. It's quite alright, I'm here now. Yes, you are, so. What did you want to discuss with me? I believe it was something to do with the road bridge, the Ponte Litoro. Is it interesting that this guy looks kind of like a younger... He looks like a younger version of Weber. Yes, although I may move on to other topics, if that is acceptable. But of course. You consider yourself Venetian or Italian? Both, of course. An interesting question, Maynard. Who made you come with that one? I met some that see their Venetianite heritage as the driving force in their identity. I was simply wondering if it was a widespread opinion. Well, Venice certainly has a history to be proud of. It used to be a powerful republic and influenced the culture of Dalmatia. This is why we may consider it part of Great Italy. The Italians that live there deserve it. But anyway, it is this Italian heritage that is the most vital part of me. I'm an Italian citizen first and foremost. As my family, I've only lived in the city since the 1860s. Are you pleased with Venice that will Are you pleased that Venice will soon be connected to the mainland via the road bridge? What are your initial thoughts? Oh, is that supposed to be a question or a statement? Because it's a period question mark. So it makes me wonder what is the meaning there? God, the music is so freaking good. I know that the soundtrack was done by another individual. It is quite excellent. Progress, my man. Progress, progress, progress. It is a very good thing. Its opening cannot come soon enough. Interesting. There are not many that seem to share your view. Then you are talking to the wrong people. Very blunt. The argument that many have is that having the road bridge dismisses the heritage of Venetians, the rich history of the city. No, not at all. I follow Mussolini in this thought. To be the best nation we can be, we must be traditionalist and at the same time modern. We must, as a people, look to our shared past as Italians and also to the future to a modernized Italy. God, the music. It's like the music and sound design has been very excellent this whole time. I'm very pleased with that. You need to be a firm supporter of fascism. Of course, we are a proud fascist country that continues to grow in power. I'm sure you must admire our accomplishments and what we stand for, such as... We've heard of the corporatist economic system. Only in the broadest sense, maybe you could enlighten me. Il Duce proudly states the economy must involve employer-employee syndicates being linked together in corporative associations. In this way, they can collectively represent the nation's economic producers and work alongside the state to set national economic policy. Quite an interesting idea. Interesting, it's inspirational. Il Duce is prepared to stand up for our nation's women, the reproducers of the nation. There be no need for a woman to work, especially as a prostitute. Prostitution is a plague on a nation. Women must be revered and protected. Mention jobs. What if a woman wishes to work? Ha, you are joking, of course. Let's move on. What would you say is the core principle of fascism that interests you? I am very curious how this conversation will interweave with the themes we've talked about so far about the city. I will defer to the words of Il Duce himself. The fascist accepts and loves life. He rejects and despises suicide as cowardly. Life as he understands it means duty, elevation, conquest. Life must be lofty and full. It must be lived for oneself, but above all for others, both nearby and far off, present and future. Inspirational. Interesting. It is also interesting because, like, you read those words and it's like there are bits and pieces that it's like if you apply those in a positive manner, that it's like, oh, trying to live for others is a good thing. Like, okay, trying to support others in the same way you support yourself is a actually rather positive mindset. You know, the idea that, oh, I want to, if I help others and work to stay strong myself, the country as a whole is made better. That's a good point. That's a good place to be. But it's like, you think about it like, okay, this is 10 years off from some of the worst atrocities known to man. So there's some fascinating juxtapositions with how the verbiage of like a fascist is not necessarily born out of, like we heard from Weber earlier, that it's like, and also from other parts of this, that something is not necessarily good or bad until, it's like something isn't good or bad until someone chooses to do something with it. Some of these things, it's like some of these ideals are good until they are twisted. Well, I've taken up enough of your time. Mr. Maynard, before you leave, I would like to make a request. Certainly, what do you need? City is a jewel in the Italian crown, however, even here, or perhaps here more than most for whatever reason, seems to be an undercurrent of socialists, communists, and Bolsheviks in the waters. How can you be so sure? Secrecy, the stubbornness, surely you've seen it. I don't know, maybe. They hide themselves well, but perhaps if an outsider were to discuss their own beliefs, maybe someone would let the mask slip and show their true colors. Are you saying you want me to spy? Such an ugly word. No, I want you to support the law of this country, that is all. What do you say? I'm gonna speak nicely, but not. I don't need to follow through with it. As you wish. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. Excellent. You will find me a powerful and generous friend, Mr. Maynard. I look forward to our next meeting. As do I. Good day, Signor Decina. Good day. I had visited Dante, and for now I couldn't meet Enzo. Hopefully I would find a way tomorrow. I could either continue to explore the city or else find a cafe and relax till the evening. When the watch symbol appears, it means that James has completed his main goals for the day. However, there may be optional conversations to have. When you are happy you are finished, you can click the watch to advance time. They're still playing? Damn. And this broke, so I'll need to find a way in. At some point. The free toll is. The free toll is. Can I use this? No, that didn't work. Okay, good to know. Probably best that I double check, you know? Let's see. Don't need to go to the station yet. Yeah, it's I'll double check everything. Let's take a quick gander. Speed of ever. He wasn't able to express his satisfaction. I look forward to future meetings and potentially getting to the bottom of this mystery. Could I talk to him again? Maybe not. I'm trying to think. Red Rose. I do wonder why I have this, but maybe there's something to it. Column of the Lion. It was the Column of San Marco, known as the Column of the Lion. The statue represented Mark the Evangelist, the patron saint of Venice. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Very cool. It's time to evening. I guess we don't have much else to do, because we did pretty much everything else, I think. Yeah, I think we did pretty much everything else. How are people liking this game so far? We're at the hour mark now. A little bit past it. How's everyone feeling so far? Hope everyone had a good weekend, too. Oh, jeez, I need to stretch and hydrate. Ah, jeez. I know for my part, I enjoyed my time. Oh, boy. Took it easy, too. Seems interesting. I'm quite fascinated with this one because on a story standpoint, it's like there's a lot going on, but also just I think the artistic choices artistic choices so far have been very good. I think the music and sound design have been phenomenal. I think the writing has absolutely been some of my favorite. It's very well written. I really like it. Oh boy. I think lately I've been having a lot more fun divulging into indie games because a lot of indie games, there's an interesting point with indie games that I always find fascinating because with larger companies where the dollar is the bottom line, with a lot of independent developers, especially individuals who have a job and have to be stable enough to make something in this way by themselves, there's a unique lack of risk where you can make something however you wish, and the risk is more ethereal. Kind of like the risk is I'd say the risk is more to your own personal reputation, to people's understanding of you, rather than a literal, tangible, you might lose money. Which, I think with big companies, it's both. You have both of those things to balance. So it's curious when you have games like this that are more experimental, more They are so devoted to their own unique vision that they don't actually have to worry about pleasing somebody. Like, they don't have to necessarily worry about pleasing somebody else. It's just make something beautiful and see how it feels. Oh. When I arrived back at Arduino's residence, I saw a young woman stepping out of the front door with a long coat drawn up tight around her slender frame. Little girl, do you know that woman? That's Isabella. She lives here? Uh-huh. Do you live here too? The little girl just stared at me. I decided to hurry after Isabella to introduce myself and hopefully set up an interview for the morning. Child. Signora. Ah. Leave me alone. So, Signora, I didn't mean to startle you. Hey, you. The stranger is quite thin but much taller than I, and his wide shoulders gave a formidable appearance. His face was long but not drawn, with a strong jawline and a distinctive Roman nose. His hair was a wild brown mess over his long skull. Get away from her. What do you think you're doing? Sorry, I just wanted to ask her something. What did you want? Why would she want anything from you? Roberto, calm down. I know him. He's the man I've been telling you about, my guest from abroad. Mr. Maynard, this is my son Roberto. He lives in the apartamento above me. I was going to introduce you tomorrow, but, well, here we are. Sorry, I must have scared her. I wasn't thinking. I'm a reporter. Isabel, I'm a reporter. I only wanted to ask a few questions. We can do it another day if you're interested. I am sorry. Bella's a young woman out by herself. She was screaming loud enough to wake the dead. What would you have done? Suppose the explanation was a peace offering of sorts. I'll be fine, Roberto. Thank you. Bad business all around. You shouldn't have scared Bella like that, Mr. Maynard. How are you, little one? I'm fine. He's not so terrifying now. Good. Think you're due at the cafe, yes? Yes, of course. I mean, Englishman, you're a reporter for a newspaper. Yeah, Illustrated London News, yes. I have a few minutes while I walk to work. You can ask me some questions if you can keep up. It's so funny because it's just like, I know that this guy Roberto was just like, yeah, wasn't going to hurt him. The wording when the rich mafia dude asked if you were going to drink anything, like, is there a problem? No, good kind of situation. Yeah. And there was so much of it where it's like, there are so many points of it that felt very... The whole thing kind of felt like the guy he understood the situation in a specific way and expected it to run the way he desired it, rather than being about this guy. It wasn't so much about Maynard's questions, but his desire to espouse the fascist way. See, it's so quiet. Strange considering how full this city is of life. Suppose I'm from Mestra, so I'm used to the quiet. Nothing happens in Mestra. She smiled, showing a hint of dimples in her cheeks. So what did you want to ask me about Senor Maynard? Okay, one thing I am noticing is... One thing I've been able to put together, at least, is that while a lot of songs have similar instrumentation, what I've noticed at this point is that I think each character has an instrument associated to them, maybe? Because we haven't heard flutes up until this point. And there was I believe it was a harpsichord right behind the guitar that was playing for Decina, the rich guy. And then with Arduino, it was that he had I believe it was a cello. She looks pretty. This art is so good, but also she is very pretty too. Of course. First, may I have your full name for the article? Isabella Croce. Thank you. I have only one question, really. The road bridge. Are you for or against it? For, I suppose. Really? Can I ask why? I don't know. Some things just seem like a good idea. A good idea in the sense of progress or of opportunities. You're aware of the predicted increase in sightseers. That doesn't bother me. The city is already crowded enough, and I don't know. Some things just need to change. What things? Venice for the Venetians. Traditions, customs, nonsense. Have you noticed the dolls? The dolls? Look here. What are they for? Are they a tradition? Can I just say also, music is so peaceful. This is actually one of the rare pieces where, I just noticed it. This is one of the rare pieces where it doesn't feel like we're moving. Like the music feels like it's in this time and place, and there's no undercurrent with it, right? God, the music is... this game's music has been nothing but excellent. And it's like, God dang, son. It's so pretty. They tradition. I honestly have no idea. I see them everywhere, so there's obviously some reason for them, but outsiders aren't privy to such knowledge. I've asked a few people, but they just tell me it's none of their business. Let them have their silly little stories. I noticed a small birthmark on the nape of her neck, in the shape of a crescent moon. I found myself staring. Isabella possessed a charm and easy manner that seemed to draw extra heartbeats from my chest. Anyway, come on, we're almost there. There was more than simple beauty there, for it was a sense that Isabella was looking to embrace life. For a man such as me, who found many things to be uncontrollable despite my best wishes, it was an enviable quality. The thought of Charlotte began to bleed into the back of my consciousness, but I managed to force her back into the shadows. After all, she had rejected me. I owed her nothing. You said you consider an outsider, but you're from Mestra, though, aren't you? That's barely 5 miles away. It's far enough in their eyes. The lagoon is their border. Being born here is probably the only way of belonging. To be honest, I haven't tried that hard. Perhaps they'll warm to me. Arduino has in Roberto. A large building sat across the canal from us. It appeared to be a church at first glance, but with certain obvious differences. 2 square towers stood on either side of a wide frontage that housed a large stained glass window, depicting a large triangle over a curved line. This is my work, so I'll have to leave the questions for now. This building, Arduino said you worked at a cafe. You can say what he wants. It's a bit like a cafe in some ways. Meals are served, food is eaten. I don't suppose I'd be allowed to have a look. Venetians only, I'm afraid. If I didn't work there, I wouldn't be allowed in either. Well then, I'll head back, I suppose. If I can find my way, that is. Just find the Grand Canal and follow it back. You'll be fine. Smiled again, though it was fleeting. Good night, Isabella. I don't enjoy it. What do you mean? Bella, you're late. We'll talk later. Isabella. Had I fallen asleep standing up? Where was I? Weren't there some dolls there before? Ooh. Ooh. I was in bed. Fleeting memories of streets and faces danced past. Needed to ground myself. Why was I here? There was a woman, Isabella, yes. I could use her last name if I could remember what it meant. What is Isabella's last name? Croce. Ooh. Croce, yes, that was it. It meant cross. Croce, cross. This combined with Isabella, which meant devoted to God. It was a very holy name. I hope this gave her protection in her work. Finally, I could rest. Ooh, what the heck was that? I'm very fascinated by what the game is building towards. February 16th, 1933. Dawn was ushered in on a wave of rain, running off the rooftops and spilling down into the canals. My thoughts went to Isabella and the curious building she worked at. Was it really a cafe, or could its true purpose be something else entirely? Could it be one of those dens of socialism that Dante DeCina had spoken of? Perhaps it would be useful to visit him and let him know of my suspicions. Unfortunately, I still had no memory of how I had returned home. I had long ago given up trying to make sense of my nighttime experiences, but even compared to my worst nights, the last few days had been truly shocking. I felt my mind was coming apart at the seams. Maybe I could have a day off. Yes, a moment to take stock, gather my... Oh, come in. I'm sorry to bother you, Senor Maynard, but I have a letter for you delivered this morning. Thank you, Arduino. Please come in. No. A letter. I recognize the handwriting. It was from Don Vincenzo, inviting me to visit him in San Sebastiano Church to continue the interview that was cut short by my episode. Made a mental note to add it to my schedule for the day. Ah, for you, I think. Senor Maynard. I wanted to apologize for my behavior yesterday. I reacted poorly to the situation. Roberto is akin to a soldier in stature rather than a painter, as it was strange to see the man so nervous. That's quite alright. You were obviously just trying to protect Isabella. Yes, of course. As anyone else would for a person in trouble. I was wondering if you would join me for breakfast. You can ask me some questions if you wish, or simply eat. Certainly, I'd welcome the chance. The next floor up, whenever you feel ready, Senor Maynard. Please, call me James. Thank you, James. I have some business to attend to. Please, if you need anything for today, feel free to visit my kitchen. Have a good day, Mr. Maynard. The rain is very loud. Before heading out for the day, I decided to check the address of the church in Don Vincenzo's letter. No, this letter was... I want you to seize the day to... Tell me again of Florence, James. Oh, we have a flashback. Really, I've spoken of it so many times. I will ask for it many more times, please. Very well. It is a city of beauty of art. 700 years of the best Renaissance live in the stonework of the Cathedral Santa Maria del Fiore, the Church of Santa Croce, the Palazzo Vecchio, the Uffizi Gallery, and the Palazzo Pitti. He used to sit the Piazzale Michelangelo long into the evening, staring out at the terracotta roofs and the Duomo di Firenze. Oh, man, my pronunciation is probably so bad. I hope it's okay. The city houses the works of great masters such as Giotto, Brunelleschi, Botticelli, and Michelangelo. Shame I'll never see it again, but that is life. Is it? Why must it be so? You rarely left London last year, now you rarely leave the grounds. Life is complicated, we are no longer children. We are not yet 30, James. We could be anywhere, be anyone we want to be. Not so simple, what do we do for money? We could get by, we can both work. We don't need this luxury if we're trapped. Our life is not over. I never said it was, don't twist my words. You need to leave this house to your parents, it's not healthy. What would you know of it? You told me yourself. Aw, I see. But when did we ever travel away from the familiarity of London? Would it have been so hard to see some more of the world? You always spoke of your love of Italy, and you never offered to take me. Yet here I am without you. You were too impatient. And I was a coward. I had to put that aside for now. I saw that Don Vincenzo's Dioces was the Church of St. Sebastian in the west of the city. Oh, we unlocked a new icon on the map. Roberto lived on the first floor. I could visit him now, or perhaps after I had been about my business in the city. Could also check on Bella on the second floor. Hope she got home safely last night. I guess we'll do all the stuff in here first, and then we'll go forward, I would say. Oh, you know, I should save really quick while I have the moment. Save. Yep. We'll make sure, we'll just make sure before we go forward, you know? It's open. Alright, let's go in. Whoa. Oh, what a weird angle to look at this. Whoa. Roberto's apartment was a scene of relative chaos compared to the tidiness of Arduino's residence. Whoa. There are stacks of paintings against every wall, folded easels, sketchbooks, and a huge collection of paints clustered on a color-spattered shelf. Please forgive me, I need a much larger room. My home is my studio. It's hard on Rosa, too. She has to play outside most days. It's quite alright. I wanted to thank you for helping Rosa when she was being bullied. She told me that you tried to protect her. Children can be vicious. Oh, so this is... his sister or daughter? Bet I could help. Cast my eyes over Roberto's paintings. I'd never been the most studious when it came to the subject of art, a fact that hastened my departure from studying the subject in Florence. I did, however, know what I liked, and I could appreciate the vivid colors and attention to detail as present in each one of Roberto's landscapes. And people. Your work is excellent, if I may say so. You're kind, but sadly I do not sell anywhere near enough of my paintings to live on. I must rely on relatives, both my own and Luciana's, which is disheartening to say the least. Whoa. Oh, yeah, okay, now I see it. The description they wrote earlier, now I see it. Luciana, she is Rosa's mother? Yes, I'm sure my father told you of my circumstances. Very little, he didn't go into details. Don't worry, it has been several years since she passed. She's more of a story than a memory to Rosa, but she's still very much a part of our lives. Anyway, as I was saying, I may have to give it up altogether if things do not improve soon. Closed his eyes and shook his head. Well, you started out on a depressing note. How long were you two together? We met as teenagers. I was hurrying through the streets to set up a stall, trying to sell my first foolish attempts at painting. Luciana was coming the other way, arms filled with groceries for her mother. The streets here are a maze at the best of times, dark and narrow. We collided, and that was that. We became inseparable, I suppose, until... You ever been in love, James? I think so. Sadly, Charlotte didn't feel the same way. Love is never simple. It is complex, painful at times, and at times joyous. Do not give up. He is the one who has given up. I don't think she'll entertain the notion of seeing me again, let alone anything more. You give it time, I'm sure you will love again. Well, that's nice. Roberto had fixed me with a stare, as if he were desperate for an answer to a question that had not been asked. I had the feeling that I knew what the question was. Suddenly, Roberto's reaction to Bella's scream made a lot more sense, as did the glances between the two on the previous night. Have you ever loved again? Roberto glanced over at his daughter, lowering his voice. Yes, Isabella Croce, which I think you could tell. I mean, you are polite, but we don't hide it well. It has been 5 years since my Luciana passed. Each day has grazed the last, then suddenly Bella appeared. Oh, this is nice. Suddenly I'm alive again. Yet I can tell no one for fear of the community's reaction. My daughter's reaction is already more than I can bear. She cannot look Bella in the face. I understand your daughter's reaction, but surely others will see you need not remain alone for the rest of your days. Is remarrying so rare? My wife was Venetian, had a great many friends within the city. Bella, bless her, is from Mestra. It would not be accepted. Or such a thing would pass with time. If it is kept secret, then will the reaction not be worse in the long run? Perhaps or perhaps not. Ah, James, you do not know Venetians. There are things that are unique, things I wish I could leave behind. Can I trust you to keep my secrets? Of course, I enjoyed the meal and the conversation. I have no intention of souring the experience. You're a good man, James. You deserve happiness. I'm wondering how this is all going to culminate, because it feels like we're moving towards something. This actually... I referenced Suspiria earlier in stream, because I used a GIF from... it's an Italian horror movie, Suspiria is. And I referenced it purposefully because I feel like there's a certain way that horror is wielded, like the way that a horror story is told. I think especially it's different between American horror writers, especially those that like Edgar Allan Poe and those who followed his progenitor line, and then the European authors who essentially codified a lot of what the old classics, you know, the ones that we kind of hold as like hallowed pillars. So like I'd say a lot of Gothic horror feels that way, and a lot of the education in horror is different depending on which country you're from. Thank you for the hydrate, Echo. Stretch while I'm talking, and I feel like especially I'm thinking about my own horror education, as it were, like writing a story that's supposed to be spooky or creepy, or even just writing in general. You have different masters depending on your country of origin. Like I think American authors, and a lot of the books I had to read in school, a lot of the book choices are very different than what they are in Europe. So I reckon that the way that one learns how to pace a piece, it is not like it's good or bad. It's that you have a different approach to it due to just simply the way that you experienced art growing up. It's sort of like you write, when someone says write what you know, I truly think it's more like you are the culmination of all the things you've taken in at this point. So when you create a piece of media, you create something out of it, it's coming out of all of the memories of this up to this moment. It's coming out of everything that you are up to now, and then it culminates as, okay, you've made a thing from all of that. And that's really cool. And just interesting. So I wonder what led the developer and those he worked with to bring this all together. What sort of things came together as the inspirations for this? But man, he smiled warmly before his expression faded into a look of concern. You should leave Venice soon, I think. Why? Arduino said something similar. Well, he hinted that I should think twice about staying. Did he really? Well, he's right. It's not a good time to be in Venice. I myself am considering leaving. I have been for some time. What's stopping you? It's not so easy to simply leave. There are ties, obligations, and customs. Ah, I'm sorry. Kept you long enough with my problems. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. Let's speak later. I like that. Okay, so we gotta go talk to Isabella again. And then... come in. Senor Maynard, it's good to see you again. Hello, Isabella. I'm hoping I'm not intruding. Not at all. Come in. She's wearing a velvet dress with a black lace choker. A rather elegant affair, considering how sparsely decorated her room is. I noticed a large red book on her dresser. The title was A History of Venetian Life. I wanted to see how you were. You seemed a little distressed at the end of our walk. She looked down and pursed her lips. It is just what it is. It can be hard to find work. I should be thankful. She tilted her head and looked into my eyes. Did you get home in good time? Did you find your way from the Melusina? The cavern of my lost memories yawned before me. I think so. No act of kindness is too small. Show concern for Bella. Well, that seems... okay, hang on real quick. I'm going to send my boy back for now. For now. But... interesting that there's an achievement for just showing concern. That's interesting. The Melusina, is that the name of the building? Yes, I've been told it is based on a folktale. Interesting. Do you know the story? I was told as soon as I began to work there, Venetians are keen to share their history for the most part. The small stone heart in the Castello district, embedded in the wall of an alleyway. It's called the Sotto Portego di Preti. It commemorates two lovers. Smile briefly crossed her features. A young Venetian fisherman named Oreo was pulling nets in one night when he heard a woman's voice calling to him. Please set me free, I beg of you. He saw the face of a beautiful woman emerge from the waters of the lagoon, then saw the flick of a tail underwater and realized that she was a mermaid. What? She was called Melusina, and the two fell in love. Of course, their love would be impossible as it was, so she gave up the waters to live on his home with one condition. Oreo had to stay away from the house every Saturday until they were married. At first, he agreed to this. However, as the weeks passed, jealousy grew in his heart and he became suspicious. One Saturday, he stormed to the house and found himself in front of a terrifying snake. The snake was Melusina, cursed to be transformed every week, with the only way to lift it being love and marriage. Thankfully, Oreo was able to control his fear, and they did eventually marry. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, how curious. This is a very different tale to most. Usually that distrust would end in tragedy. The story is not yet finished, Mr. Maynard. Oh, I do apologize. Please go on. They had 3 children, and were very happy. However, one day Melusina became very ill and suddenly died. Oreo was left alone with his 3 children. He thought he would struggle to look after his children, his work, and his household chores. But strangely, every time he returned home, he found it clean and tidy. One day, after returning home because of the stormy weather, he found a snake in the kitchen. Fearing for his children, he killed it. From then on, the house was never again clean or tidy or clean. And Oreo finally understood that the snake was what had remained of his love Melusina, dead by his own hand. The red brick heart now marks the spot where their house used to stand, and is said that if you and your beloved touch it, your love will last forever. Bittersweet as these stories often are. He blinked her eyes and dabbed them with her sleeve. Life, I think, is far more gloomy than folktales, wouldn't you say? Perhaps so. I'm guessing that that particular folktale has notions for her and Roberto. May I borrow your book on Venetian life? This city is still a mystery to me. Of course, James. The writing's a little simplistic, but it does have some interesting notes on this city. I bought it when I first arrived in an attempt to help me fit in more. Were you successful? I honestly have no idea. Perhaps you'll have more success. We'll see. Book. Goodbye and be well, Isabella. You too, Signora. Okay. God, the silence. Well, exiting out to silence kind of threw me for a moment, I won't lie. I can't hear the rain from here. Okay. Inventory. Venetian history book. The book was... Oh, god damn. Oh, yeah. Well, that makes sense. Oh, boy. I'm gonna stretch it a little bit more. Hang on. Ah, jeez. Oh, man. It's like, a lot of this is... It's a lot of reading. And I imagine for some people, especially... I imagine one of the things with games like this is that these are the kind of games I do reckon for I think for people who like to watch watch game playthroughs, I imagine this one would be excellent for finding, if you find somebody. I wish I could do this more justice, but my my own voiceover work is not particularly I'm not particularly strong at that. I would say I'm good at it. I've gotten better at being able to talk on camera and perform on camera, but I'm not an actor by trade. I kind of wish I was, but then again, the way that I understand it is that I am notoriously bad at lying. And acting to me is just, okay, you are forming a truth of this character. But for me, it's very hard for me to shake the particulars of acting. I can do so in private, like when I form characters in my mind and I can embody a person in writing, but it's very hard for me to do that sort of thing with my voice. My voice isn't particularly strong there. It's a unique trait. I think many people aren't naturally talented. I think most things you can learn to go past natural talent. Like I say with my visual art, it's never that I'm bad at art. It's just that, heck, look at my Fox. I'm quite good at that. But it's more so that my natural inclinations are not towards visual art. And if I do visual art, I really like doing actually, you guys can see this in my borders a lot, where I'm very good at doing mechanical drawing. And if I drew artwork that was very mathematical, angular, it looks very good. Because that's the sort of thing I'm good at. Mathematics makes sense to me, but yeah, no, I think this game I feel like this game would be fascinating. We raided over to someone, Wandering Thunder, a while ago, and they were doing voice acting playthrough where each person had a different role. And I feel like if you had a group of people voice acting this game as like as a show of it to showcase its the strength of its writing, that would be very pretty. My hands are... I will say, I talk with my hands all the time. You guys can never see this. One day, if I ever could afford like a tracking system and you guys could ever see my hands moving, I talk with my hands way too much. I sometimes, like, even with my controller in hands, I'm doing like stuff with my hands. Let's see. The book was fascinating, covering history and traditions of not just Venice, but the whole Veneto region. Veneto? There's even reference to a Venetian dialect of Venexian, which some historians even argued was its own language. There was reference to Henry James describing the language in his 1909 book of essays, Italian Hours, as a delightfully garrulous language that helps them to make Venetian life a long conversation. This language, with its soft Elysians, its odd transpositions, its kindly contempt for consonants and other disagreeables, has it in it something peculiarly human and accommodating. Oh, that's good to read. Do we need to stop in and talk to Arduino? Oh, I'll stop in and say hi. Hello, Arduino. Arduino. Yes, Senor Maynard. Last night, in the alleyway. Yes, an unfortunate business. It was an interesting way to be introduced to your son. He's a strong-willed, impulsive man, but a good one, Signore. No doubt. He wears his heart on his shirt, as you would say. Sleeve. The saying is wears his heart on his sleeve, but the heart is in the chest. Ah, you English. You have such a strange way with words. Okay, I get that. That's pretty good. Is there anything I could do to help today? With the housework? No, not at all, Signora. You are my guest, not a servant. You should enjoy your short time in Venice. Make the most of everything we have to offer you. Thank you, very kind. Now, if you excuse me, this stain will require a lot more work. Have a good day, Arduino. You too, Signore. Old cut. Arduino, may I have this cold cut? The whole thing? Gods, what an appetite you have. Well, maybe if you can if you do something in return, such as... Senor Weber once brought some delicious pickles from his homeland to one of our meals, and I'd love to try them again. Can you go and see if he'll be generous enough to give me some? Certainly, I'll be back later. How do I... Oh, not the larder. Not the larder. Go back. I don't want to go to the larder. All right, exit. My ears feel very bizarre hearing all that rain. I don't know what it is precisely, but it's like something specifically... I guess maybe part of it's because of my own personal inflections with rain. Where it's like, you know, if I hear loud rain, I don't feel particularly comfortable with it. So when... I guess it's a curiosity now. I used to really enjoy the ambience of, you know, rain or the sound of rain falling. Nowadays, I actually associate it directly with, I actually do associate with, rain as I take rain and associate it with anxiety. So it's no longer it's not really a particularly, relaxing sound anymore. It can't, like, running water makes me a little bit more, it actually makes me more nervous. Oh, the ad break's on. I'm gonna listen to this music during the ad break. Let's listen to the music because this is quite nice. It sounds. My brain wants to say that someone played this physically. Interesting. There's still other ambience and sounds, but the piano is trying to clamor over it. The sound design of this particular moment feels very... It feels like there's a lot of things going on at the same time. Interesting. It feels like a couple things are fighting each other. That's interesting. Like Weber's music is trying to overcome a certain feeling in the air. Interesting. It's just an interesting choice because it is very like cacophonous right now. Like between all the different sounds we're listening to, it's like it's a lot to listen to at the same time, you know? So there's a lot happening all at once, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel accidental, you know? It's one of those things where sometimes, because you can tell very easily when sounds are trying to do something specific, and I like that. I like what they do with this. Very good. All right. Ad break's pretty much over. Hello, Siegfried. Siegfried. Air Weber. Yeah. Oh. Weather today is beastly. Beastly, an interesting choice of words. I enjoy the rain myself, especially storms. It helps to remind me there are bigger forces at work. This is easy to forget sometimes. We can seem so small, so insignificant in this world. Is that so? But are you not a Christian, Herr Weber? Surely God has a purpose for everyone. Sometimes I wonder. I think I'm alive more by luck than any kind of design. I mean, that's an interesting take. Ah, there's the instrument that comes with Weber. There it is. Yeah, it's like certain instruments are associated with certain characters. There's the, I think this is Weber's. Interesting. Do you know much about the woman who lives below you, Signora Isabella? Ah, yes. You have met her? Very intelligent young Fraulein. You know anything about her profession? She works in a restaurant, I think, or something of that kind. Why do you ask? I had the pleasure of her company last night as she walked to work, but there was something in her manner. Never mind. I think my mind is playing tricks on me. I am struggling to sleep. You should try a quick afternoon sleep, my friend. I swear by it. Perhaps. Let's see. Herr Weber, Arduino mentioned you had once shared with him a certain type of pickle. I've shared many meals with him. Can you be more specific? He said it was from your homeland. Ah, yes. Spreewald gherkin? From Spreewald, as you could probably guess. They are fantastic, James. Really, I have no idea where the flavor comes from. It has something to do with the extra ingredients, such as basil, lemon balm, grape leaves, cherry leaves, or walnut leaves. But in what proportion, I have no idea. I have some jars in that cupboard by the door. Take one. Bitte schön. Oh, well, thank you, Herr Weber. Thank you, Herr Maynard. Pickles. Add pickles. I picked up one of the jars of pickles. I really want to. I wonder. Is a jar of pickled gherkins floating in vinegar, seasoned with dill and mustard seeds. God, going from all that noise to pure silence. God, it's such a. It actually does feel like suddenly like dropping off into a cave. Like you're stepping off into some other place. Like, geez, man. Okay, hang on. I gotta. Ah, jeez. Bring the pickles to Arduino Notaro. Arduino, I have the pickles from Herr Weber. Ah, excellent. Please, place them on my breakfast table. You may take the cold cut. I'll eat them later with some gorgonzola. Pickles. I just remember the Warhead pickle makers they sell at a store here. The Warhead's pickle makers they sell at a store here. That's interesting and concerning, but impressive. It's funny. It's like whenever I don't tend to eat pickles that much. To me, pickles are pickles. You know, it's one of those things where I don't differentiate between the various kinds too much. But I've come to appreciate them. But I actually prefer to eat them on their own rather than eating them. I'm not a big fan of eating them. Rain was incessant. I need my coat. I see. Okay, so let me pop up here. Notebook. Meet Don Vincenzo at the church. Find a way into Enzo's home and speak with him. Okay, maybe today I could figure out how to get to. Yeah, we're gonna wait to do that first. The piazza. All owner. I see. Love pickles, but I hate cucumbers. I like both, but for me, it's that cucumber, like both of them. I can't eat either of them with anything else. Like I can't throw cucumbers into salads. I can't throw pickles onto burgers. Yeah. Sorry, my ears are like kind of ugh. Stall owner. But it's like it's interesting because some varieties of pickles I also find them like I like them a little bit worse, a little bit better. Warhead's candy made into a liquid and soaks the pickle in it. At least it is a guess. I sell it in a kit. Interesting. I'm guessing that the way that you would do it is it's just one of those things where you're trying to infuse, because really like pickling is also a form of preservation, but I know in particular the thing I'm thinking of is that if you pickle it with warheads, I'm just guessing that it's sugar and fine, the weather's appalling. How else will the fruit grow or the rivers run? Never shun a rainy day, Signore. What can I help you with today? I have fresh food, dried food, tinned food, whatever your handsome heart desires for. Can I ask you some questions about Venice? If you really wish to, but I may not be able to answer many. I'm from Tuscany, you see. I have only lived here a handful of years. Did you find the city welcoming? As welcoming as anywhere, I suppose. You run your own stall and move to a new location. There's always some resistance from local stall holders, but I soon got past any difficulties. But yeah, I guess with Warhead's candy, I'm trying to think of how does that pickle? Interesting. It's funny though, because as a food, it's very good for travel, because it's one of those things that travels very well, but also, man, some varieties are scary. By not caring. She flicked the back of her fingers under her chin. I'd seen the expression many times in Italy. Let me see your wares. On the first date, my dear. I couldn't. Don't blush, Signor. I like your pale complexion. Here's my most popular stock. Bread. I'd like to buy some bread, I think. When was it baked? This morning, little sparrow. Bread. Can I buy everything? Could I buy an apple, please? They look very good. Certainly, my little puppy. Can I just buy everything? I could just have like a full grocery list. I'd like some olive oil, please. I wish this is your command, little mouse. I'm just out here buying all the food. A packet of coffee would be good. Only the best for my teddy bear. She's just flirty. That's great. Back. This is quite a prime location for a food stall. That it is. Very good for business. Must have to pay quite an amount for the privilege, I imagine. Nonsense. Get what you want, you see. Get what I want, you see. Very persuasive I am. By the way, your haircut is quite dashing, Signore. Old woman grinned, batting her eyelashes as she polished an apple. Thank you. Are you Italian? Your accent's a little exotic. I'm English, Signora. Fancy. Bet you'd like a cup of tea. That's certainly a generalization. But yes, I would, actually. Pity the cafe is closed, then. Thank you for your time. Pleasure's all mine. Well, maybe not just mine, Signore. Yes, he has a good day. Black shirts. Didn't want to have it. What? Oh. Had no need to speak to them, thankfully. I guess not. I suppose not. I see. Bread. Bread was fresh, made with whole wheat flour, and had a good crust. God dang. Is this gonna be the stream? Is this gonna be the part of stream that makes everybody hungry? Highest quality cold cut. Apple is large and looks very fresh. The oil is of a low quality, but at least the price had been equally low. Packet of coffee was of modest size from an Italian company with the beans originating in the East Indies. The Palazzo Ducale. It was the Palazzo Ducale which had once housed government offices, a jail, and the residence of the Doge of Venice himself. The last 10 years it had been run as a museum honoring Venice's rich history. Alright, cool. Well, that was certainly helpful. Okay. Can I get into Enzo? Well, you guys are still out here? Excuse me, may I ask you something? Yes, I suppose. Does the rain not bother you? It is just a little rain, Signora. It's no bother. Rain was pooling on the tabletop. The cards were almost falling apart. But your cards. Signora, leave us to our game, insist. His eyes were daggers. Yes, of course. Good. Ooh. Oh, hi, are we going to the carnival? Hey, Cloudy, how's it going? 25 months? Oh. What a massive scale. Also, interestingly, the only thing I've noticed so far in terms of reference to the carnival is they mentioned the Venetian carnival at the beginning of the game, but we haven't heard much more about the. Okay. One thing I have been noting, the game is titled Carnival, but I have not yet figured out why. It may be just the time of year, but I'm very curious what the realization of it will be. Also, Cloudy, how's it been? It's been a while. It's nice to see you again. Oh, it's been a while. Oh, all's well. What are you playing today? Scopa. Oldest Italian game? Yes, we've played this one. Okay, we saw this one earlier. I see. Yeah, I'll leave you to your game. We need to find a way into Enzo's house. Sir. Excuse me. Signora, you need something. It is quiet in this part of town. Yes, peace can be hard to find. Here I can hear the waters, but there are no waves in a lagoon. A small waves, Signore. Ones created by boats, by people, and many other living things. Listen and you will hear, I promise you. No clowns, no plate spinning, no tightrope walking. You know what, Cloudy? You are right, though. The most I've seen is the guy in all black, but we haven't really seen him in a while. Wonder where he's at. Maybe the next time we enter the red and black, maybe. Let's see. Palazzo Grassi. Hello, sir. I did not want to enter. Good day. Yeah. See, the window's been fixed. I work quickly, Signore. May I? Signora Decina has told me you are free to enter as you wish. Have a good day. Thank you. Signor Maynard, how are you, dear friend? Well enough, all things considered. Excellent. And in reference to our previous conversations, have you been able to find out anything of interest during your travels around the city? Worst carnival. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We haven't... The thing is, Cloudy, one thing I have noted is that this game has been very good at not showing all of its secrets right away. So, I will give it the benefit of the doubt that we may see a carnival. Or at least something funny. There is a club of sorts in the north of the city near the Grand Canal. There's a strange symbol above the door. Very interesting, Signor Maynard. Very interesting indeed. And you think it could be Bolsheviks? I have no idea, to be honest, but there was something about it that felt off. Nefarious, yes? I'm not sure. Well, thank you for your service, Senor. I'll certainly be sure to pass this on to the authorities for surveillance. Have you discovered anything else? Cult of Carnival. They're like running the most insane circus in the basement of Venice. Opinions on Mussolini seem to be mixed within Venice. I'm a determined man and a man of firm belief, but I'm also an honest man, Signore. You are right in your observation. The city has its charms, but fulfilling its duty to Il Duce is not always at the forefront of its intentions. Some pay lip service and some are openly dismissive of our glorious efforts, or so I've heard. These traitors are wise not to speak of their opposition in front of me. Why do you think some Venetians think this way? The rain is the carnival. Well, I don't know. We've been here for a couple days in game, so we'll see. See where things end up, I suppose. We would have to ask them for a definitive answer, but I would guess it's because they hold firm to their heritage as a separate republic, as I mentioned before. I also honor their heritage, however the past should not chain us in place, but rather be a foundation to build upon. You remember my mantra, Signore. Progress, progress, progress. Just so. That's all for now, thank you. Till next time, Signore. Doorman. Good day. Yeah. See, the window's been fixed. I work quickly, Signore. I see. Well. That was good. We got this, we talked to him about the club, so maybe something will come of that. Well, we still don't know how to get into Rossi's home, because we can't get in there. Well, I bought all this food, so... We haven't found any other tools yet, unless I'm missing something. But I haven't gotten into Rossi's home yet, so maybe we'll need to find a tool of some kind. The Church of San Sebastian. Okay, I will say, one thing that is funny about this game is the number of times I have opened one of these text boxes. And... I do kind of worry at times that, like, because one time it's like I pop it open, it's like a giant box, so I don't know how big this box is going to be when I click on it. I wonder where they sourced their rain sound. Do they just... I do wonder sometimes, do you think some game developers will just go outside with the microphone and just hope they get a good rain sound? I almost did that for Madman's Dice, but I found some good, some on-free sound. I grabbed mine. The outside of San Sebastiano Church is quite plain, apart from a statue at the apex of the roof of San Sebastian wounded by arrows. I see. Whoa. Senor Maynard, good to see you. Can I just say, very pretty shot of the inside of the church. That's very good. Also, good organ sound. Good tone. Don Vincenzo. I was concerned, Signore, after our last meeting. We were discussing folklore, and then you seemed distracted, and then I fell asleep. I have this condition, you see. Asleep? No, you did not fall asleep. What? No, your eyes were wide open, my boy. That never happens. That never happened before. Yes, your eyes were wide, but you wouldn't respond to me. You were whispering. Whispering? What was I saying? It was too quiet for me to hear. I tried to speak to you, but you would not respond. After a while, I had to leave. I asked the waiter to look out for you. I'm glad to see you're well. I'm happy to continue the interview, if that is what you wish. What can you tell me about the history of Venice? You certainly don't mind asking the big questions. Perhaps it would be better if we narrowed it down a bit. Religion. As you may have guessed, that's my area of expertise. We'll start with this. Of course, forgive me. Nothing to forgive, my boy. Italy and the Vatican are, of course, the center of the papacy, as I'm sure you know. Be a poor journalist if I didn't at least know little about the world. Yes, of course. Well, the papal states were established by Pope Gregory I in 590 AD, but the Catholic Church, as it is today, didn't come to be until the Great Schism. The excommunication of the Patriarch of Constantinople, Michael Cerularius, it created the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox faiths. Although, to be truly accurate, Catholicism truly originated in 30 AD during the Roman occupation of Jewish Palestine. It's a continuation of the early Christian community established by Jesus' disciples. There's proof of Christianity arriving in Italy in the 1st century, most likely introduced through traders, soldiers, and travelers. And a letter to the Romans by Paul the Apostle gives indication of Christians in Rome. This is quite well... I will say, also, this game has been quite well researched up to the, so far. So it's very fascinating to see a game like this, because it also serves as a historical piece. But also, note that the histories we're taught and learn are different than what could have been the truth. Because we understand the truth as much as we can understand what has been preserved from the past, but there's some parts of history that are inevitably lost with each passing of time. And more so, in the passing of time, our records of things change. So it is interesting to see. I think also historical this game is essentially living in the realm of historical fiction, because it's not being written as fiction in its time. It's being written as fiction written in a time that is well past. Technically, if I wrote something about the early 2000s at this point, it would be you'd be having to pull some form of historical fiction to get to some of these points. History is written by those in power. Well, and thankfully there's enough written history from across the world that we get a lot of different angles on things. So it does give us a greater picture of the truth if we approach it from all sides. Of course, it was another 3 centuries before the Roman gods were replaced with Christianity as a state religion, which was sometime in the late 4th century. And the Roman and pagan gods simply died. Well, nothing can truly die, my boy. Beliefs often continue in some form or another. Continue is some form or another. Oh, I think that's a typo. Oh. Humanity has an instinct to seek out the truth, and there are many paths to enlightenment. But as a priest, surely other religions are a threat to be denied. Perhaps some would say so, but personally I see them more as different faces of the same being. Very interesting, thank you. Traditions and customs. I'm interested in the customs of Venice, as any right-thinking person would be. The city is steeped in interesting customs, both large and small. In Venice, both men and women greet each other with a handshake, but when introduced, the man bows his head and waits for the woman to extend her hand first. Close friends may greet each other with a hug or kiss on both cheeks, as in the rest of Italy. There's a yearly festival called the Marriage of the Sea, which celebrates our maritime history and dates back to the Middle Ages. Then, of course, there is the Carnival. Yes, the capital C Carnival. That's the one we're hoping for. We could see it sometime. Suppose more that the more known history is spread by those in power. Yeah, because it's like many different histories are written over time, and it depends on who has the ability to write it all down. I mean, it's like Aristotle and Socrates were not powerful men, but their writings survived because of their importance to their homes and to the people who got to partake in them. And things like I've read, like in certain books, regardless of time and place, are propagated because of the nature of their writing. I mean, heck, I would even say, to an extent, Shakespeare does a great job of this too, because Shakespeare incorporates the history of England into his works, and some of that preserves some of the identity and some of the angles we have on different historical events. So it is interesting to see, I think, because this game is set in 1933, right? So seeing a game essentially grappling with fascism, but also grappling with a city at the edge of, earlier it described that the edges of a city and going to the center, the center of the city is where the heart beats the loudest. In a similar way, this Venice sits on the very far end of Italy. So it's at the fringes of the beating heart of what is Mussolini's power at this moment. So it's very curious to see. it's curious how many of the different themes in this game and different dialogue points and quotes are reverberating through the story in different avenues of the game's like themes and its story. Do you miss it, Don Vincenzo? You cannot miss what has not died, Signore, but it is banned. These things have a way of clawing their way back, Signore. I'm sure the tradition will live on. The folklore of Italy and the Veneto region is fascinating. Oh yes, it truly is. Have you heard of the Bombasine? No, I haven't. Please illuminate me. He's a monstrous creature that is spoken of around the Venetian lagoon and Polsine region. Traditionally linked to the customs of Bruzavecchia and Carnival, the character has the appearance of an angry bull and represents the most ferocious and wild side of human nature. He's sometimes accompanied on parades by peasants who hold him in check with a chain, while the Bombasine scares young and old in its path. His name derives from cotton wool, word that in turn derives from the Greek word for cotton, a material used to build the large black mantle that wraps the Bombasine. More recent tales connect him to the mythical character of King Hadrian and to the gnomes of Polsine. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's discuss something else. Certainly. Yeah, it's like this game as a piece of historical, like, it feels like, in my mind, it's almost like somebody grabbed a gothic horror novel from the 1930s, 1940s, and then and like it was written in its time, and then made it into a video game now. That's because it feels so much like a gothic horror novel. How long have you been based here? At the Chiesa di San Sebastiano. As soon as I was ordained, I applied for this parish. I think maybe 1890 or 91. I had always been fascinated by the beauty of this building, modest yet so rich with architectural beauty. The great Paolo Veronese painted the frescoes, ceiling canvases and other pieces covering the life of Saint Sebastian, along with scenes from the Book of Esther and the life of Jesus. After he died, he was even entombed here. He knew he had been part of something very special. What is your view of Mussolini and the new road bridge that is soon to be completed? Ah, the reason for your visit. Well, as a servant of God, and I am of course more interested in traditions than change. The railway is enough. Road traffic would be a distraction, a diluting effect on the charm of the city. Someone said that earlier, that when you add, that's what Arduino said, like you add water to wine and it's diluted. And as for Il Duce, well, he and the church seem to have found an accord. He helped oversee the Lateran Treaty, recognizing Vatican City as an independent state under the sovereignty of the Holy See. His government also agreed to give the church financial compensation for the loss of the papal states. This cannot be ignored. I see, so you approve of him. I am compelled to, Signore. An interesting choice of words. Any reticence? Venice will remain Venetian, as it did before Mussolini, and as it will after him. That is all that matters. Thank you, sir. Feel free to visit me again. It is always a pleasure, Signor Maynard. The Relief of Christ. Touching the painting would have been very disrespectful. Raised painting of Christ, painted in tasteful and understated colors. The altar was laid with a simple cloth and 4 candles. I will say, despite growing up Methodist, I did learn a fair bit of Catholic practice, just because I was... Interestingly, I was raised with a fair number of people in varying faiths. I grew up with Catholics and other Methodists, and also people of... I did grow up with Buddhists and Hindus, not many, and there were many other... It's interesting how many different religions were actually represented in my grade, actually, in my middle and high school and like elementary even. Like, it's interesting how many different faiths, and we were aware of each other. Like, it never felt like there was any point of disrespect on the matters of religion. Which, it's funny how, like, growing up, I never really understood. I guess it's interesting because I had to get my understanding of, how would I put it? My understanding of like religious schism it never came from anywhere of like me being put to somebody against somebody or somebody being against me for what I believe in. It was that I had to learn about it secondhand, like, oh, reading books or watching movies with this stuff in it, because nobody in my school did that. And maybe some people did, but they just kept it on the down low. But we never talked about each other in terms of their faith. We always just talked about each other like, that guy's an idiot, or like, it's actually mostly intelligence, strength, or wit that most people would get blasted for. Like, if somebody says something stupid, we make fun of them for it. If somebody tries to pull off some cool trick physically and they mess it up, or, you know, other way around, they do something cool. Like, I don't think it's interesting how much religion is a background, but not the only lens we had. And it's interesting with this game, too. Religion is but one lens we can view the city through, so... It's curious what we still have to handle. I need to stay in Venice for now. Enzo! There was no answer. I needed to find another way in. I still don't know how to get in there. Can I offer them a meet in this trying time? I still haven't found a tool to pop this open, though, huh? Let me... You know what? Hang on. I'm gonna check something real quick, like... Crumbling fountain... notebook. Find a way into Enzo's house and speak to him. So we have to talk to him today. So that means that whatever the means are to talk to Enzo must be available in this chapter, in this particular day of the game. So there must be some way to get into that house. Oh, umbrella holder. I already had the walking stick. I didn't need anything else. Is there anything in the suitcase I could use? Nope. Okay, so maybe something in this something in all of this. There must be some way with the items I currently have. There must be some way for me to be able to get the door, to get what I need to open up the thing. Arduino, please help. Arduino, yes, Senor Maynard. Oh, never mind. Okay, we have nothing. Can I offer you a sandwich in this trying time? Oh, you know what? Maybe Roberto can assist? Oh, you know what? Can I talk to Rosa, maybe? Can I talk to Rosa? It's open. How are you and Rosa? Troubled, but isn't everyone? Can I help at all? Some burdens, I fear, must be carried alone, James, but thank you for the offer. Perhaps one day. Okay, have a good day. Never mind. God dang it. Come in. Let's see. Are you well? Well enough, I'm just resting a little before work. How's your story progressing? It has taken some interesting turns. Embrace the journey, Signore. Predictability is stagnation, I think. Goodbye and be well. You too, Signore. Okay, I'm just going through talking to everybody again, but at this point I'm a little uncertain how... One moment. I'm trying to think of what to do next. Oh, Weber. Weber, yeah. Oh, have a good day. Okay, do I have more pickles? I don't need another jar of the gherkins. Nighttime silhouette of a city. Okay. So there's got to be something I can do. Maybe I can offer that guy. Maybe I can offer that guy a sandwich in this trying time. I have this cold cut for a reason, I'm sure. So why would I take the cold cut if I'm not going to use it? It is ham. I must use it. What do I do with this ham? Can I offer this man a sandwich in this trying time? I had no need to talk to them, though. Maybe I can offer this guy something to help me out here. Sir. You need something. Can I offer you a frittole? Can I offer you beans? There's no need to offer him a bag of coffee. Olive oil. Can I give him an apple? Would you like an apple? I'm fine, Signore. Would you like bread? Would you like cold cut? Would you like a rose? I didn't think you would appreciate a rose. I would like bread. It's like, and it's like, this is bread in like 1930s bread, so they were still making it in the old way. You want a frittole? Chicken frittole. What? No, not at all, signore. What? You don't want a frittole? It looks good, though. Fancy a light? Do you need a light? No, signore, please leave maybe. That good bread. It looks really good, too. Man. I need to fix the bridge. See, the thing is, my brain is thinking, okay, what do I need to do? I need this. I need one of these planks of wood so I can fix the bridge. Planks are nailed on. Can I offer you a cold cut in this trying time? There's no need to give them the cold cut. Can I offer bread? No need to offer them bread. No need to give them an apple. Olive oil? No. Coffee? No. Just offering them food. You want frittole? Would you like a frittole? That is children's food, signore. If you were to offer me a different Campari instead, it would maybe a different matter. Do one of you know what the fuck is a Campari? What the frick is a Campari? Enzo, wake up. What do I need? What do I need, truly? Palazzo Grassi? Sir, can I offer you an apple in these trying times? There's no need to give him an apple. What about the cold cut? What about bread? What about coffee? Can you please assist me, signore? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Game? Uh-oh. Maybe I can... I can't move. Why can I not move? Am I good? Uh-oh. I didn't get stuck, did I? Walking stick. I doubted he would be interested in a... Oh, there we go. Okay, but, jeez. It's like you have to kick him out of his own state sometimes to get him out of there. Okay. I'm missing something, but I don't know what I'm missing. Well, I could save my game in any case, because we're doing okay. EE. Game. Can I offer the black shirts an apple? No, that wouldn't have worked. What if I offer them... I had no need to speak with them. Okay, so speaking to them means nothing. Okay, so there's gotta be something somewhere where I'm missing an item of some kind. To the side, oh, the side of the church. Okay, I needed a, okay, here it is. There's gotta be something over here. You there, sir. Can I offer you an apple in these trying times? I need to borrow that hammer. Signore, Is it a very nice day for outside work? I like the rain, to be honest. It cools the brow and it feeds the lagoon. Are you not worried about becoming ill? My wife's meals keep me strong, so don't worry about me. This man eats like 7 meals a day. Are you renovating the church? Not at the moment. I'm on my break, signore. See, the church seems to look to be very well cared for. Of course, this church has been part of our history since Venice was a republic. We Venetians respect our roots. So I've heard. Good day, signore. Good day. Can I offer you an apple in this trying time? Ah, you can't just take my hammer. Can I borrow it? Prove to me you can respect the city, then you can borrow it. What would prove that I respect the city? Well, I can tell from your accent you're not a Venetian. You've seen the lions around the city, the lions of St. Mark. They're often carved to the book, sometimes open, sometimes closed. Tell me why, and this will prove that you know of our history. And you can borrow the hammer. Simple. I spent some time looking through the book for references to the lions of St. Mark. before finally finding a passage. The book at the lion's feet, representing the Gospel of Mark, may be open or closed. If you notice it open, it is said that the depiction was made when Venice was at peace. If it was shown closed, it was a time when they were at war. I hope the information would serve to show my respect in the workman's eyes. Signore, yeah? About the books that are at the feet of the lion statues. Yes, Signore, do you have an idea? The book represents this gospel. Ah, tell me more. The books were shown as being open if Venice was at peace when the statue was built, and closed if it was at war. Ah, yes. Very good, Signore. Another legend is that it is a symbol of taxation outside of Venice when we were a republic. If the books were open, that it was a city that owed taxes to Venice. If closed, that town didn't have to pay. But I prefer the first theory, it's more dynamic. Taxes are seldom exciting. Agreed, Signore. Signore, may I borrow your hammer? Go ahead, Signore, it's yours. Good day. Good day. Take the hammer. Of course, when you need it back. There is no rush. In truth, I have 3 more. Take your time. All right, cool. We have the hammer. So now I can go talk to Enzo. Took the hammer. I will say this is also kind of heightening to me that I feel bad that I never got achievements working in Red Genie or Madman's Dice, because RPG Maker, for some reason it has a particular. I would say RPG Maker's biggest problem is that it does have a bit of a. It has a bit of a frustrating time getting Steam connectivity correct, but it is one of those things where I had to let it go, but I do like the Steam achievements in this game. I think they help to... They also kind of help to remind you, okay, you're making progress, right? They remind you that you're moving forward. And I think that's quite... Oh, wait, I need to go forward. I need the hammer. Boarded up window. Aha, the plank of wood. Looks sturdy enough. I hoped it would hold. It just crashes after we go over. There was a colossal Leonberger hound tied to the wall guarding the doorway beyond. There was candlelight in the next room. I had hoped that was where Enzo was. Let me put the cold cut in the dish. There you go, buddy. That chewing sound. Enzo, are you alive? Oh, stop right there. I'll kill you. The man that stood before me was a shadow of the man I had known. His clothes were ripped and filthy, his eyes were wide and bloodshot due to lack of sleep, and his greasy hair was slicked to his brow with sweat. Enzo, what happened to you? Don't you recognize me? It's James. I spoke to him in English, as I had in the old days back in Florence, hoping that it would cement my identity in his mind. No, James, no longer. Tricking me, lies on lies. Mother Mary, save me. Oh, God. Latin? Oh, man, I never took Latin classes in school. Deprecare Deum passis, ut cantaret Satanum sub pedibus nostris, ne ultra valiat captivos tenere homines, et ecclesiae nocere. I have no idea what I just said. I got some of it, though, because I'm guessing. Enzo, my poor friend. The eyes of the devil are green. James is lost. No, it's really me. Your mother's name is Chiara. You took me for a meal at her house in the summer of 29. I saw the house you grew up in, the olive tree in your garden. James, it's me. James, you have no idea the things I've seen. Duh! My guy straight up looks like he's... God, the definition on his neck here? My God! How did you end up like this? A story with a beginning and an end. No end yet, no end. My friend had obviously been under a huge amount of stress, his mind buckling under the pressure. What do you mean? Please calm yourself. James, what a fool I have been. No one helps a fool, no one. He reminded me of my grandfather when he had begun to slip into dementia. Needed to help him orient himself. The beginning, please, Enzo. Tell me what happened when you left Florence. Start with that. Florence, yes. I wanted to learn, and I did learn. I learned too much, James, too much. He ground his teeth together, eyes screwed up tight, as if the memories were causing him physical pain. At first, I was a stranger, and then they trusted me. That was when I was cursed. Oh God, oh Jesus Christ. I don't understand. What do you mean? No, no. What are you so scared of? The children, don't you see? Didn't you see them? They surround me. Children? You fear children? No, I mean, yes, the children of Venice. They're waiting for me to leave before they attack, before they kill me. They won't let me leave with their secrets. You mean the men outside? They're just workmen playing cards. No, they fooled you. They fool everyone. Secrets long held, long hidden. They tried to get in, but I guard myself. I have weapons, symbols, and secrets of my own. Look at the circle of salt that surrounded him, the resting cavalry sword resting against the little table, and the symbol daubed in tar on the wall. I gotta sneeze. Ah, okay. Wait, there's the second one. You know, normally when I sneeze, I ham it up because it helps me not sneeze as often because I just make a really stupid sounding noise, but man, I just want to try and get it over with when I'm streaming. I also saw the broken glass of the window now boarded up, and was that bloodstains? Was it madness or did someone truly try to break in? Either way, I needed to play along for now. How long have you been trapped here? Weeks, months? I don't know. Tears welled in his eyes. How are you surviving? How are you getting food? See a stack of rotting apples propped against the table. Somehow he was getting food even if it wasn't very fresh. Francesca, she's from Tuscany, not Venetian. She sells food, she brings it to me. I have a little left, a few lira, some jewelry, not much time. But I won't let them touch me, I won't. I'd rather die. Come with me, Enzo, let me help you. No, they would kill you too if you were with me. Or worse. Can't I do anything to persuade you? I won't leave, I won't. I gave Francesca my crucifix for some food, a mistake, my mistake. Get it back for me, please. Then you'll come with me, get some help. Man looked away. I had no idea if getting this crucifix back would help or not, but I would have to try. Needed to find this Francesca somehow. Be back, stay safe. Safe, yes. 8-pointed star. If memory served as either a protective measure or a representation of Lucifer. Enzo is surrounded by a ring of salt, a ward against evil in many different cultures. Hand-shaped painting. It was a large painting of some sort of branch daubed in black paint. Okay. Well, Enzo has definitely seen better days, so we're gonna get out of here. Oh, good dog. He ate some prosciutto and then just went to sleep. Alright, well, we already know where Francesca is, so we can go talk to her immediately. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that right now. We're gonna go find... are you Francesca? Oh, again, dearest, what do you need? Is your name Francesca by any chance? You've been talking to people about me, you cheeky hatchling. Yes, I'm Francesca. A beautiful name, don't you think? Yes, of course. Then you know my dear friend Enzo Rossi. Her brow furrowed. For a moment, her usual good humor was replaced with concern. Enzo, yes, I know that poor soul. Such a shame. Yes, he is not well at all. It's not good for him to be cooped up in that rotting house with his delusions. Has he spoken to you about... Well, I don't know where to start. The fact he is being watched, that he is trapped? Yes, madness surely, but I can never persuade him to leave. I visit him regularly. He used to buy food for me, but now he has hardly any money left, so I give him what I can from leftover stock. Perhaps the best place for him is the madhouse. The thought of my friend locked away potentially for the rest of his life filled me with dread, but there's no denying that the man who had threatened me with a pistol is also a danger to others and to himself. Would it really be better if he were to fall ill and die alone in that house? He said that he sold you a crucifix. Crucifix? Oh yes, on a chain. A small piece that I gave him far more than it was worth. Could he have it back? He believes he needs its protection. Give it back? No, I don't think so. I am willing to pay. The money is not the issue, Signore. Then what is the issue? You wish to feed his delusions. The sooner he rids himself of all the mystical paraphernalia, the better. You describe a crucifix as mystical paraphernalia. Do you not believe in Christ? My family were never very religious, Signore. It was hard work that kept our family together during difficult days, not our trust in the Holy Trinity. Enzo needs to see that these trinkets do nothing, that he is still safe. What makes you think that will help? Well, it's that or the asylum. Please, he said he would leave the house if I get him the crucifix. I need to try. Very well, if you openly declare your affection for me. Excuse me, my affection? Your feelings are obvious, Signore. Prove you are a man of conviction. Give me something meaningful, and then I will give you the He flashed me a crooked smile, such as... Use romance, Signore. Surprise me. Oh, I know what I need to do. Hang on. I know what I need to do. Aha! This red rose came in clutch. Francesca, maybe this will serve as a token of my affection. Ignore it, this is most unexpected. My heart is aflame. You know what's funny about this is this actually works into Fae, into like the folklore of like both Fae and demons of like equivalent exchange, but also making deals. So clearly there is something darker at foot here that people are asking for direct compensation, deals. May have the crucifix, anything for my little puppy. Thank you, old lady. Also, her being an older woman and having some, like, I guess to say, like, she has a bit of the, like, old witch vibes. There's no need to get in this way. All right, we'll go back around that way. But it does certainly make me wonder, because there's a lot of different... It's one of those things where a lot of different overlapping themes and ideas are coming together right now. So it's interesting to see how this game has been playing into these various themes and levels of analysis. Hello, Enzo. Here, your crucifix. Gave the crucifix to Enzo, faith reclaimed. Enzo, I have your crucifix. Yes, that's it. Please give it to me, of course. Yes, this is it. Lord bless me and keep me safe. Will you leave with me now? Damn it, man, I refuse to leave you here to die. Raise my voice with a shock seemed to allow Enzo a moment of clarity. You're right, I can't stay here forever. Let me prepare, James. I will be ready in the morning once I've gathered my remaining belongings. After I leave, I will not return. Of course, I will be here tomorrow. Thank you, my friends, for not giving up on me. My friend Enzo is now ready to leave Venice in the morning, and I had met with Roberto and Don Vincenzo. I could either continue to explore the city or else find a cafe to relax. Well, we've done everything else, so I guess we could just relax. We did pretty good. Oh, back to the Arduino residence with me. As I was about to enter my room, I heard voices from upstairs. You're Venetian, it's your birthright. I'm sick of it, Father. I don't want it, not this year. You're speaking like a spoiled brat, you know you have to. It's a choice, it's always been a choice. I don't want Rosa to grow up with such things. I hear the raw emotion in Roberto's voice. I wondered what they were discussing. It was never a choice. You may have thought the decision was yours. Speaking of the step had given me away. Hello, Arduino. I trust you had a good day, Senor Maynard. Apologies, I was having a coffee with Roberto and we discussed politics. Our voices may have raised a little, haha. It's best to avoid some subjects with those closest to you, wouldn't you say? Very wise indeed. Good night, Signore. Yes, good night. Oh, I hated the way whatever whatever shape had been in the window was gone if it had ever been there. I was like, oh, I thought that was the rain, and then it's like, oh. Were my dreams entering my... I decided to head straight to bed, hoping for a dreamless sleep. Ooh. I will say, this game has been very sparse with the jump scares. And like even like the supposed jump scares they've used have been very subtle, like spooks. Oh, that's not good. It's in color, too. James, it is time to wake up. Was I asleep? Sorry, it happened again. Please don't apologize. I didn't want to startle you. I just wanted to show you the rain. The rain? I love the sound of the rain, don't you? Yes, my head feels like as if it is gripped in a vice. I had such a vivid dream. I envy you, you know. My dreams are always gone too soon. The rain was in my dream, too. What else was there? Don't worry about that now. You know that all life relies on water. It is truly a gift. Rain is a reminder of a power greater than us. Tell me again of Venice, James. Venice? Tell me of its waters, James. But tell me of the deep. Charlotte, I've never been to Venice. It's where we met, James. What? But we met at Covent Garden. And it is in Venice that we will meet again. Stop talking like this, please. Find me there, James. Oh, no. That's not good. That's not good. Charlotte? Ooh, wow, that is weird. That's funky. Come back from there, please. Let's see the abyss. Ooh. February 17th, 1933. Oh, you seem pale this morning. Did you sleep well? I am troubled by vivid dreams, troubling dreams. But I shouldn't let it get the better of me. That's the spirit, my friend. And how are you, Arduino? A lot to do, Senor Maynard. A lot to do. I think I must be late already. Late for what? Mr. Maynard, please, allow me some privacy. Oh, can I help? I'm sorry, you are a guest. I shouldn't be this way. If you would rather I leave. Of course not. You have a job to do here, and it would be wrong for me to force you away after I have invited you in. Is there something in particular that is causing you such distress? Distress? No, I feel no distress. I merely have some errands I must complete. The answer was strange, considering his obviously foul mood. Whatever his task, it was clearly important. I thought of the conversation between Arduino and Roberto the night before. Could it be connected to his errands? Whatever it was, my journalistic curiosity needed to be sated. There was a bigger story here, I could feel it. Perhaps it would be worth my while observing Arduino's movements today. I noticed with a start that a smear of blood was present on one of the pieces the old man was gathering. As I watched, more traces appear, picking out the edges of the broken plate and faded red. I can see. Oh, so foolish. I must have hurt myself. These thin cuts, you can't even feel them. Lips pursed around the tips of his fingers as he sucked at the unseen wounds. The rasping sounds made nausea coil around my stomach. Ugh, yeah, I feel it. I must be off. Of course, of course. Have a productive day, Mr. Maynard. You too. Oh. Weather outside was fine, though there was a sluggishness that was weighing on my bones. My thoughts went to my friend Enzo. What was I to do with him? Push the thought to the back of my mind for now. I needed to wait outside for Arduino to leave so that I could observe him. Then maybe some of the mystery of my host and his eccentricities would be revealed. Interesting to spell it eccentricities instead of two C's. How it's spelled? Hello, Rosa. Rosa. Hello, signore. Duh. I don't know why precisely, but this child's... There's something about her eyes. The darkest eyes. The devil's eyes. How are you today? I feel sad. Sad, and why is that? I miss my mama. Oh, of course, it must be difficult for you. Papa says not to talk about it. Why is that? He says I didn't really know her, so I can't miss her. But I do. Why are you sitting out here? Papa's painting again. Does he ask you to wait outside when he paints? Sometimes. Sometimes I just go out. Why is that? Sometimes he cries when he paints. That makes me sad too. Must be difficult for you both. What do you know about your mother? She made dresses for rich people, Papa said. She was very good. She made my baby clothes before I was born, but I don't have them anymore. Why not? Papa threw them away when he was very sad. Wish I had known her. I have seen a photograph and she was pretty. Hope I look like her when I'm older. Be well, Rosa. Okay, see you later. So, he's painting. Why is her music so distressing? Okay. I might need to check the other rooms to see what's going on. No, Roberto's painting, so I can't talk to him right now. There was no answer. I'll go see about Senor Weber. Yeah, in a moment. Okay, well, thank God we have somebody we can talk to. Come in. Hello, Weber. Hello, Herr Weber. It's good to see you, James. How are you today? How am I? I have a pain in my back, my knee, and my heart, but I'm awake, still sharp of mind, and alive. That is all I can ask of. And how are you? I'm well enough, but also troubled. Is there anything I can do to help? I'm not sure. I feel that I'm scratching at the surface of a wound, and the infection will soon show itself. Mein Gott, James, these are dark thoughts. I know that Venice can be difficult to navigate, but sometimes you just need to let the current take you, yeah? There is beauty in the madness, my friend. I know he was trying to make me feel better, but his eyes showed more than just concern for me, perhaps a little for himself. Alright, take care. Man, yeah, now I think we're at the point where the story is starting to, like, we've already been shown some glimpses of further darkness, but now I'm wondering where this is going to land, because we're clearly building towards something, but I don't know what yet. Because I can't picture what we're going to. I guess we should just go find... I needed to wait out of sight of the door so that I could follow Arduino and hopefully start to shed some light on the mystery of his behavior. I'm just hanging out, I guess. God forbid if he... We follow him, but he goes the wrong way. Arduino seemed too lost in his own thoughts to notice me, but I kept a distance nevertheless. This has been an utterly captivating... Oh, the Rialto Bridge! How did you know this landmark? One of the main landmarks of Venice, a beautiful piece of architecture that spanned the Grand Canal with shops built directly into the walls. When I arrived at the entrance to the bridge, I saw that Arduino was seated upon a raised chair, deep in conversation with another man who was crouched by his shoes in the shadows of an alcove between two shop fronts. Arduino looked up occasionally as he spoke, and scanned the passers-by, but I managed to hide my face with my upturned collar, mixing with the crowd that ebbed and flowed at this busy intersection of the city. The other man who was... Good God. I will say, yeah, the dialogue... my throat is going to be kind of dry tomorrow morning, I can tell. Let me hydrate. I'm going to drink some water really quick. Oh, man. I'm really fascinated by the artwork, because, again, it's another one of those... Okay, like, this has to have taken a long time to draw this out, right? The other man, who was far older even than Arduino, made no such attempt to watch his surroundings as he worked on buffing Arduino's shoes. He seemed to toil without so much as moving his head. The reason for this soon became clear when I spotted that the old man's eyes, deeply lined under his wide-brimmed hat, were uniformly as white as snow. The shoe shine was blind. Man, what an interesting piece of art. The hubbub around me made it impossible to hear what they were saying, but I saw the shoe shine nodding in satisfaction. The man had passed Arduino a parcel of some sort. With his business concluded. Scans make so much text to read for an action game. You'll say play Metroid Prime. Oh, I see, yeah. This game is thankfully a bit more contemplative than Metroid, but man, it is... how are you doing today, Luke, by the way? This game's writing has been very fascinating when I'm like... but it's like I have to read it at a pace that both allows my words to be heard and understood, but also so that I'm able to finish every sentence and properly breathe and hydrate. Hope you're doing well today. With his business concluded, Arduino shuffled into the crowd. I waited. Over the course of the next half hour, I saw a string of people heading to the shoe shine, 4 of which performed the same secretive actions. The last visitor, a frail old woman, spoke loudly enough for me to pick out some important words. These were my way in, a doorway deeper into the mystery. Steadied my nerves, and when she had gone, I sat down in front of the shoe shine. A pleasure, Signore. Shall I begin? Doing fine. I need to stop oversleeping. Oh, I feel that. I feel that. Try to keep my Italian accent as flawless as possible. Except. Oh, I think it might... It says P instead of C. Might be a typo. Needed to blend in with the other Venetians. Yes, please do. The man began to buff my shoes with a soft cloth, his face staring resolutely ahead, a faint smile on his lips. Took a breath and repeated the words I had heard the old woman say. You remember the carnival? I do, my friend, I do. Remember the laughter, the song, the coming together of rich and poor, young and old. Remember the masks. Remember the clothes. Remember the food. Tell me, Signora, what will you eat? My mind raced. I hadn't overheard this part of the woman's conversation, but I had no doubt that the wrong answer would end the exchange. Everything I knew about the history of the carnival washed through my mind in a flood of words and pictures, and I tried desperately to pick something meaningful from the jumble. The old man craned his neck, listening out for the answer. Oh god. Question. Can I save? Oh, I could save here. Okay. Auto save. I'll save over that. Frittole is children's food. Inza Gorgonzola? What is Zeppole? I know Zeppoli. Zeppoli. Pastier. I don't know if there's a wrong answer. Oh, I had break come up something. I'm trying to figure out what am I? Okay, what will I eat? I'm trying to think of because it gave us it's a multiple choice question. There's 4 answers. And I'm staring at this okay, so I don't know if there's what will I eat? Let's say gotta be something traditional, right? Pastier. Pastier is a sweet, creamy deep dish pie-like dessert made with wheat, ricotta cheese, eggs, milk, and zest of orange and lemon. Its origins are from Naples and originally was created to celebrate spring and Easter. No, it's not what I'm looking for. I feel like this game is equal. This game actually is also teaching me. It's I should be paying more attention and writing stuff down if I could. Holy crap! It does feel like I need to pay more attention because this is some interesting history. I wonder, did the developer spend time in Venice at some point? Zeppoles are light golden pastries filled with yellow cream and dusted with powdered sugar, popular around St. Joseph's Day, but haven't been linked to the carnival. It can't be right. You know what? I know this isn't really a puzzle because it's like, okay, he's letting you check each answer before we give the answer, but it's interesting seeing. It's interesting being enlightened to this culture like in this game, and also to parts of this without, because like it's kind of funny. I feel like world history feels a bit like, to me, it feels a bit like suspension of disbelief, where it's like, well, I don't actually know the answer. So being enlightened to the answer in this regard is a unique thing, because theoretically we could be told something and not actually know the real answer. And it's like, yeah, I'm following along because I'm along for the ride in the story. So it's like, for me, it's like, oh, okay, I could follow along either way. Frittole is a children's dessert, yeah? I wonder, does the Frittole have further meaning than just being a children's favorite? Gotta stretch again. Ooh, okay. Head break's almost done. Let me wait for that. I need to drink more water so I can properly keep up with this. Oh, jeez. Okay, I think the ad break's over. Let's try pinza. La pinza della Marantega, a sweetbread, is common in the region of Veneto during Epiphany, but that is a religious festival and long gone by February, even if the carnival used to begin at the end of December. It is frittoles. Frittole alla Venezia. Sweet fritters are common, but they are common in many festivals. It would be too obvious. I needed to think. The roots of the carnival tradition stretch back to Roman times as part of the celebration of Saturnalia, before it was appropriated by the Catholics as a celebration before Lent. Is he bleeding on this paper? The word itself was said to be a reference to the time of penitence and could be There's been a few different typos, and I'm wondering now if it's because is it purposeful, or is it the letters are literally missing? It would be traced to the Latin words carnivale, which literally farewell to the flesh. The carnival was a chance to eat before the last time before fasting. Yes, I know what it is. Ooh, that's oh, dude, that's gnarly. I will eat meat. Yes. The man nodded with a slim smile on his sunken features. He reached down and pulled the parcel from inside the box, before sliding it alongside my feet. I reached down quickly, a little too eagerly, and almost knocked the item onto the cobblestones. Careful, such a thing is precious. I took it and left without another word. Decided not to follow Arduino's route, instead opting for a narrow street that skirted the main canal and led towards a small residential corner of the city. The crowds quickly thinned, and I soon found myself alone in an alleyway, standing beneath a web of crisscrossed washing lines draped with dripping clothes. I could wait no longer. My curiosity burned white hot. Tugged at the trailing ends of string, and the package fell open. Substance inside glistened with an organic sheen. The light seemed to bring a rainbow of colors from the layers of scaled sin and blubbery fat on the surface. As I turned it over in my hands, I saw the underside was a deep red, tempered with lines of pale gristle. So there had truly been no secret code in my exchange with the shoe shine. It was simply a piece of meat. Why the secrecy? Was the flesh poisoned or restricted? It most closely resembled the large tuna steaks I had seen on the seafront during my time traveling the west coast of Tuscany, but there was something about the texture that made my skin crawl, as if the flesh were subtly quivering within my hands. The sound of footsteps at my back forced me to hurriedly wrap the meat back up and slip it beneath my jacket. Ooh. There is something deeply nasty about that. I don't know what's going on with that, but that's kind of gross. Help, Enzo. There is something deeply concerning about what we just heard. But now I seriously wonder what the truth is with that. Also, what am I carrying now? What is this thing? What have I just acquired? Oh, the once majestic Leon Burger was decapitated and nailed to the wall. My stomach churned, both with disgust at the scene and anger at whoever had done. Its head was nowhere to be seen. The dog! Oh no, the dog is dead. Okay, this is gonna... I don't want to know. I think I'm a little worried about what's coming up in here. Enzo. Enzo, what did you do? Enzo, what did you do? James, you came back for me. I dared not leave the room without you. Enzo seems to have a wound on his stomach. Fresh blood spattered his trousers. What the hell happened here? They came for me, James. Who did? Them, 3 devils. They came after you left as night was falling. And Lupo, my dear Lupo. He tried to defend me, but they killed him. The poor animal. He was not just an animal, James. He was my dearest companion, and the bastards cut him to pieces. They left him there as a warning, nailed him to the damn wall. Tears flowed freely down Enzo's emaciated features. It was then I saw shimmer blood on the blade of Enzo's sword, propped against the table. Could I trust Enzo? Had he done the foul deed himself in a fit of mania? Did you fight them off? As best I could. I am no fighter, but my sword and pistol gave me an advantage. I shot one of them in the gut, and that gave them pause. I think they were planning to return to finish the job later. You killed a man. No, he did not die. James, I swear I barely bled, and he smiled at me. But you said you scared them. I don't know. I haven't slept for so many days. Maybe they're toying with me like a cat with a mouse. Save me, James, please. You're hurt. Yes, when I tried to save Lupo but couldn't. He was so strong, filled with the devil's wrath. One of them got to me, cut me with the blade that killed Lupo. Don't think it's deep, but by God, it hurts, James. Let's go find some bandages. No, you cannot leave me again. You said you'd get me out of Venice. You promised me. Help me, James. What Enzo was saying was true, then getting him out of Venice was of vital importance. But if you're hallucinating and dangerous, then would it not be better for him to be safe within the walls of an asylum? Did this really happen, Enzo? You don't believe me? I'm just trying to get to the truth. You know me. This is my calling. I have told you the truth. 4 of them... He said 3 when he started. He said it was 3 devils. Now it was 4. I can't remember. It was a blur. Have you ever been set upon by a group of vicious demons wielding knives? You must believe me. You're my only hope. Was that the truth? I had an important choice to make. Okay. Okay, guys. Alright, guys. Okay, both directions seem right to me because getting Enzo out of here seems like a good idea. But I also kind of worry for him because he clearly does not actually know what happened. Not to mention the fact that this guy could have very easily killed his own dog. He could have gone crazy. Okay, both these decisions have come with ramifications. If Enzo escapes, there's the solid chance that him being out and about might be good for us, maybe. But save time. Yeah, I'm gonna save. Can I? Oh, I can't save. No. Oh my God, I can't save. I can't save now because we're in a cutscene. I can't save now. Oh my God. If I was gonna save, I should have saved before I talked to him. Crap. And I might have an autosave when I enter the room, maybe? Maybe? Oh. Okay, we have to lock in then. We have to lock in and answer then. So, we have to make a choice. Based on what he said, he clearly doesn't know how many people were there. His dog, like, clearly the dog is dead. Like, that's one thing that I do know. We have a dead dog, and he clearly is injured, and his sword has blood on it. And since we don't know whose blood is whose, we know he's injured, but we know the sword was there. Enzo's not in right mind. Working with Dante feels like a bad idea, personally, but I don't know. The problem is that I worry that if I let out Enzo, the other thing that I worry is that if he escapes Venice, what are the odds that somebody will just go and get him from wherever they find, like from like where we left to let him out? Because what if he escapes and just dies anyway? Because there's a very real chance. There's a very real chance that Enzo could cause a real problem if we let him out. But also, if he's right, then getting him out of Venice might be the best way to get all this over with. All right, what are we thinking? Does anyone in chat have an opinion one way or the other? I think, here's the thing. Part of me says, I think letting him escape Venice is probably the best idea. Because at the very minimum, he might feel bad and come back and help us at some point in the future. But some part, the logical part of my brain doesn't trust the story he's told us because of the fact that he has contradictory details in his telling of what happened. Because both times he tells us what happened, he has contradictory, like, there are moments that don't match up in both, so... Something feels off. I think I'm going to help him escape. Enzo, I've known you for many years and you've never lied to me, so I'll trust you now. You have my word that I'll help you. Stay here. I will think of a way to get you outside get you past the man outside. Okay, question. Okay, real talk. If I load, where does it put me? Autosave. Okay, it would be right there, so it wouldn't be that far back, but... I'm gonna trust this. I'm gonna trust that we made the right decision, right? God, why they... Now, the real worry is, what if I leave this room? Oh, man. Excuse me. Signora, you need something. He has red on his shoes. You guys have red on your shoes? May I ask you something? Seems you already are. Notice the players had a different set of cards from the ones that had been soaked in the rain the day before. Anything in the broken dresser where the dog is at? Let me go check. Maybe it's your game. Good, go. Yeah, let me go take a quick gander, because now I'm... Yeah, you have piqued my interest. You are right. I should go check. Broken dresser. Is there anything in here? The dresser is in a poor state. It was probably unsalvageable. Thing would most likely fall apart if my hands touched it. No way was I digging through that mess. Unidentifiable waste and detritus. Pool of water. What is this? Dripping water had pooled into the corner of the room, and though it had been shallow, I couldn't see the floor beneath. Okay. Blood. There's a thickening pool of blood from the poor dead creature. The windows boarded up so securely that not even light was able to break through. Okay. Can I offer the man... Can I offer you coffee? Can I offer you coffee to leave? No need to offer him a bag of coffee. The tall workman was staring daggers at me. His shoe appeared to be stained red. Offer him this? No, I need to be very careful who I showed that to. Letter from Don Vincenzo. Here's James. Okay, that's that letter. Do you want an apple, sir? Nothing to be gained. I want to be rid of him, not befriend him. Not resort to attacking with a hammer. That'd be a better way to make him leave. Offer him olive oil. I mean, I'm pretty sure befriending him would make him leave, but I don't know. I can't attack him with a walking stick. You need a light. No, Signora, please leave me be. Okay. So I need to find a way to help Enzo. I need to talk to some different people. Maybe I'll go to the church as well, and maybe I can find some answers. I don't know. Curious mark. Strange mark was faded, but there were indentations for where it had originally been burned into the door. It's the same mark from Bella's place of work. Interesting. Maybe is Don Vincenzo here? Oh, sir. Greetings, Don Vincenzo. Ah, the Englishman. Still in our city, I see. For now. I have observed some curious behavior in the city. Curious behavior? What do you mean? There seems to be secrets wherever I look. You look pale, Signora. Perhaps it is your sleeping illness. No, it is not in my mind. It is real and it appears to be tied to the Carnival. But the Carnival is banned, Signora. You must be mistaken. I've seen it with my own eyes, Don Vincenzo. I thought of showing him the hideous parcel that I received in the shoe shine, but for some reason I decided against it. I think perhaps it is time you go home, don't you think? Yes, perhaps it is. Goodbye, Don Vincenzo. God be with you, Signore. We need to find an ally we can truly trust here, but I don't know. Is it bad that I thought that the particular parcel was going to be... Good day. Huh. May I... Okay, so we can talk to him as we will. Let me save my game then, because what we could do... This autosave will... I think the autosave we have earlier, the one that... Particularly the one that we can get back to before we made the decision with Enzo early. Maybe I could... Always a pleasure. Weather's much brighter today, yes? Oh, do you have anything for me? Oh, I could talk to him about all this. Well, good thing I saved. I've seen defaced posters of Mussolini over the city. Sadly, this is true. Agitators are arrested by the black shirts when they are seen. But they cannot be everywhere, sadly. What is the penalty for this act? Couldn't possibly say, Signore. You mean you don't know, or I couldn't say? Let us move on. Probably death. Probably death. Seems to be an underground trade in some kind of meat. First time, the unflappable Dante showed considerable confusion. Meat? What kind of meat? I don't know. Perhaps something prohibited? Well, Il Duce is fervent about Italy's self-sufficiency and wants rice rather than pasta to be eaten, so perhaps this meat is imported. But I must admit, I don't know which meat that would be. Something to keep an eye on, to be sure. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I overheard a conversation between a father and son in the building where I'm staying. Really, do tell. They were discussing a tradition, a birthright. What kind of tradition? I must admit, I heard very little, but there was no doubt they were hiding something from me. Perhaps it is the Carnival. Mussolini has prohibited the event, and there are no doubt some deviants who still wish to engage such debauchery. There's a missing H there. Hiding behind masks as they fornicate with each other with wanton abandon. Disgusting. Maybe you're right, I can't be sure. Can't have been the full story. Roberto had been worried about the inclusion of Rosa, and she was just a child. There had to be more to it than that. Keep an eye on those two, James, and let me know if you hear them discuss anything else. Certainly. Thank you for your time. Okay, well that wasn't as enlightening as I'd hoped, but it was nice to talk to him. Let's see. Piazza San Marco. There's the waiter again, the black shirts. Black shirts. I don't need to speak to them, thankfully. Hello, waiter. Didn't need to disturb the waiter further. Okay, so the waiter incident happens. So there's a couple different days you can get that particular event. Okay, cool. Part of me wished to leave it all behind. Here again. Nope. Okay. Maybe the Notaro residence again? I'm gonna try talking to Roberto, see if he's available. I'll try to talk to Isabella as well. Who's there? It's James. Please, James, I need to concentrate on my work. I will speak to you tomorrow. Of course, have a good day. Okay, never mind. Okay. I like also that the puzzles of each day have actually been pretty steadily ramping. It is something that I've concerned. I always get concerned at times with like games where there's a more puzzle, like a cerebral nature to it. So the fact that the game has done pretty good at letting us, at steadily raising the difficulty of figuring out each day it's been pretty good on the pacing side there too. Think our host Arduino may be involved in something rotten. What do you mean, James? Not entirely sure. Some form of smuggling at the very least. I respect you. Your mind is able to clearly dig into the truth of the matters, but this is quite the accusation. I am telling the truth, Herr Weber, and you have evidence. I'm going to trust him with my discoveries. I knew that Weber, despite his eccentricities, could never pass as Venetian, so it was very unlikely he was part of whatever was growing in the belly of the city. Yes, I have evidence. I managed to get a hold of some of the contraband meat that Arduino deals in. James, was ist das? In all honesty, I don't know. It is unlike any meat I've ever seen, and I have dined on every coast of the Mediterranean. How did you get it? There are codes, phrases. It revolves around the Carnival, but I'm not entirely sure how. This is very troubling. Be careful, James. Though I would like to think I know Arduino well, perhaps I too need to be careful. Take care, Weber. You too, James. Oh, please tell me that trusting him is not going to get me killed. don't want to let it chill into Bever's room. I'm so scared that this is gonna be like a bad decision, but fingers crossed that we're okay. Mystery meat. I'm seriously wondering what it is, but I don't think... Okay, funny thing, I don't think it's people. I actually don't think it's people. Which sounds like a strange thing to say or like consider. But the reason I didn't want to go in there again today. Okay. But the reason I don't think it's people is because I think the reason my brain is thinking it's not people is only because I don't know if... I don't think it's that sort of debauchery. Because we also had that story about the mermaids, right? So it kind of sounds morbid, but my brain thinks it's mermaid. Because it's unrecognizable, and I think human meat would be at least somewhat like there'd be something specific to it. What if I try this? Now I have to be very careful who I show that to. I just grab at the man's shoe. There's the faint sight of a blood stain on his shoe. What if dog? I don't know if it's the dog though, because it's a like chunk of meat. It's a singular chunk of meat, but the dog is only missing his head. So okay, I'm gonna talk to Enzo again and see if I can't. But also the dog is clearly an incident from yesterday, and we received the meat yesterday. So, and I don't think it would have been enough. Are you ready to leave? Is he still outside the watcher? Yes. We must get rid of him somehow. I was about to use violence, so what else could I do? Okay. Oh, wait. Hang on, go back. Can I... Small wooden chest. What is this? I was about to steal from one of my friends. The sword. Probably be arrested by the black shirts if I were to walk the streets with a sword. Rotting apples. Chamber pot. Oh, God. No, thank you. Mercifully empty. Can of black paint. Oh, the can of black paint. I picked up the black paint carefully. It would no doubt stain my clothes if I were to spill it. I see. I need this can of black paint to do this. I see. Just fling it at him. Pretty sure this is going to be something that actually, like, I'm pretty sure this guy would just punch me in the head if I did this, but, you know. Sir. Perhaps it was time to take advantage of my being from England and the power of the apology. What the hell do you think you're doing, you imbecile? I'm terribly sorry, Signora, how so clumsy of me. I should break your neck for that. You would be well within your rights to do so, good sir. I am very sorry. I feel my clothes sticking to my skin. Damn you, I'll be back, and if you're still here, you'll wish you weren't. Quickly, my friends, we only have a short time before that man comes back. I cannot thank you enough, James. You've saved my life. We'll see. Let's go. The train can take you to Padua, Verona, or further if you wish. The money I gave you should last a few weeks. After that, I'll make my own way. James, these clothes. The money helped me to escape from these monsters. I cannot ever repay this debt. Just be safe, Enzo, and send me your address once you are settled again. I will. I want to know one more thing, Enzo. What is it that they showed you? They asked me to... No. Enzo? Don't stay, James. Don't stay. Enzo, please. There's something wrong here and I need to know more. Your knowledge will kill you, James. It will kill you. His whole body was shaking. Whatever he had seen, it was too much for him to express to me. I was going to have to discover it by myself. Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye, James, and may God be with you. My business with Enzo is concluded for now. I could either continue to explore the city, to dig deeper into the mysteries of Venice, or find a cafe and relax till evening. Could I show? Well, no, he locked me in a conversation when I talked to the man there. So that won't help. We don't have much else we can do, so I guess we'll just advance time. Now we're back. Rosa's still sitting on the stairs, her feet drawn up under her. Are you alright, Rosa? Have you been here all day? Her face was wet with tears. She didn't reply. It was monstrous to leave a child by herself for so long. Had she ever eaten? Decided to head up to Roberto to give him a piece of my mind. Herr Meinhard. Kommen Sie bitte schnell. Weber's eyes flared with what seemed to be a strange mixture of excitement and abject terror. He'd obviously forgotten his current delirium that I couldn't speak German. I looked back at Roberto's door before following Weber. I could speak to Roberto in a moment. Come and see. As we were passing Belle's apartment, nestled on the floor between Roberto and Weber's, I noticed a small note that seemed to have been hastily jammed underneath her door. I crunched down and teased the paper out with the intention of smoothing out the ridges so it would slide under the door easily. I noticed the paper didn't carry any words, but simply a symbol, one that I knew from somewhere. It was the triangle and curved line that was emblazoned on the window of the building where Isabella worked. The paper itself seemed to be a rather expensive cartridge paper, and the symbol was drawn in a heavy artist pencil. It's obviously some sort of coded love letter from Roberto. I looked down the stairs instinctively, knowing that around the corner was a small form of Rosa, the unwilling observer to the affair. I felt my heart break, both for her and for the couple who had complications to overcome. Slipped the note under the door and continued up towards the waiting form of Weber. Weber, please, what is it about? What do you wish of me? I need you to hear to understand. Understand what? These sounds from this place. They live in the water and the rotting wood, but it's so much more than that. They live in the bones. You must hear. Come, please. Listen. I can't hear anything. Ein Augen bitte. Close your eyes. Triangle? Triforce? I'd rarely seen such a passionate energy in anyone, least of all for such a mundane action. I obeyed and turned back to the window with my eyes firmly shut. I felt the breeze as it kissed across my cheeks, and in my mind's eye I saw the city still stretched out before me, with the various buildings I could remember jutting out from a colorless fog, as if they were ink drawn onto watercolor. The sound of the waves began to reach me, faintly lapping at the stonework of the stilt-legged city. Somewhere in the distance a cat screeched, either in fear or gleeful joy at a catch, the agony and ecstasy mixed in its intonations. There was something there, riding the sound of the waters, huddled on the back of the swirling breeze. There was a message in the air. Can you hear it? I nodded, afraid that my own words would break the spell. There were highs and lows, dips, peaks, lulls, moments of aggression, and plateaus of peace. There were words. I tried and failed to make out where one sound ended and where another began. They flowed like ice within water. What is it saying? It is the same every year since I arrived. It is the magic of this place and its cold horror. To hear the words is to hear the heartbeat of madness, which is why I play. I drown the sounds in chords and preserve myself. I closed my eyes again. The German's grip on reason was clearly failing, but I could not deny there was something in the air, a discordant ambience from an unknown source that I had never experienced before. Perhaps given enough time and exposure would drive anyone to mania. The mind is a fragile creature. Why not simply leave? If this place encourages such madness, why not leave it behind? You do not understand. Then teach me, what is it saying? It is a question. What is the question? But I already knew. My bones sang the answer. It swam in my waters. My stomach burned with the acid of its component words. What will you eat? Yee. See, I know I'm not Venetian, but I heard it. It was not in Italian or any language. It was in the air. It is the question that ties all of this together. Do you know Fastnet? No, I'm sorry, I've never met him. Not a man, a time, a fest. Of spirits and evil hide within the winter, and in my land, in the mountains of the Schwarzwald, we dress with masks to show the evil that must be banished. We celebrate the darkness to remind ourselves of the light to come, and we eat, James. Now, of course, the eating is before the fasting of Lent, but the wooden masks, is such a thing Christian? Of course not. It is far older. What do the masks hide? I will tell you, it is that the shadow has always been there. The shadow is not always unwelcome. The air inside the apartment carried the tang of brine. The lagoon's vapor reached everywhere, from the lowest doorway to the highest rooftop. I've never heard such a sound. And that is the point, James. That is why I remain despite my fear. The city is alone and terrible. Such a sound is unique. The city is unique. And it is hungry. Didn't even remember sleeping. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. All I can remember was Weber's distended jaw. Another hallucination, but one that had shook me to my core. I'd asked Weber why he remained in Venice when it affected him so, and yet why was I any different? In any case, the end was now in sight. Come in. Hi, Arduino. I noticed that Arduino seemed to have injured his hand. It was strapped with a bandage and he was carrying it close to his body. He was also wearing a tightly wrapped scarf. It is finished. My article? Yes, it's all ready. I still have to write the piece, but I have more than enough to make a worthwhile story. And none too soon. Weber may cling to Venice's terrible beauty, but I'd rather retire to less stressful haunts. The train could not come quickly enough. I'm glad I could help. The scarf flapped with every word he spoke. Thank you for all your support and the accommodation. I trust that the paper has compensated you for the inconvenience. Of course, they were very generous. Hope you will take back a positive impression of our city and its people. Venice will survive Mussolini just as we survived the Austrians, and perhaps in time we will gain the power and independence of old. We can dream, eh? Dreams. I longed for an escape from dreams, and leaving the city was my first step. Excuse me for asking, but have you injured your hand? No, I spilled some cooking fat on my hand last night. It is nothing. I feel no pain. Very well, I hope it heals up quickly. Many thanks once again. Thank you, Signor Maynard. You have shown respect for Venice and its history, and should be rewarded, don't you think? Yes, well, I certainly hope so. What was that? I think it was from upstairs. Roberto, what are you doing? Bella didn't come to see me last night. We were supposed to meet. It was arranged. Please help me. It's not like her at all. My Bella would never let me wait, at least without sending me a note. Each word was edged with fear. You wish to break the lock in my building? Please, I will take full responsibility. I will pay. I can't force the door alone. The man was beside himself with an obviously genuine worry, so I pulled myself in alongside him, and together we threw ourselves into the door. I don't understand. Her things are here, her coat, but she is gone. Perhaps we will find some clue here as to her whereabouts. Spilled coffee. A cup of coffee had spilled over the floor. Fallen book. A book had fallen from the bookcase. There's something under it. That letter. What letter? The one you gave to Bella. I don't know what you're talking about. I know what happened. What? What happened to her? Rosa, blinking furiously, is pointing at the note left on the door, the same note I had seen the day before. That mark. No. Babao came for her. I drew his picture and he came, just like they say. Why, Rosa? How could you? His voice was a bloody wrenching of heart and soul. Roberto, calm down. Remove your hands from her. You're hurting her. She killed her, my Bella, my own love. Rosa began screaming at her father with words long festering in her heart. He's not my mama. You're cruel to mama. You've forgotten her. Bloody-minded idiot child. You barely knew her. Enough. You go too far. This is your daughter and she's clearly distraught. Gott in Himmel. Was ist los? You don't understand. She has done something so cruel, so irreversible. You know nothing. She's killed my Bella. Nonsense. I heard children talking the same babao in the street. It's a fairy story. I cannot even understand why you're giving it a second thought. Isabel's most likely at a friend's house, or I don't know in all honesty. She could be anywhere, but it makes more sense than a ghostly visitor. Imagining she's been taken by some specter is ludicrous. Look back at Weber and Arduino for support, but found none forthcoming. Weber's face is a mask of concern closely matching Roberto's, whereas Arduino wore a strangely blank expression, as if he were frozen under ice. I know that facing this is hard, but hurting the child would be wrong. She is young and doesn't understand. Weber, they were talking about Bella being taken by the babao as if it could happen. Why is Arduino giving credence to this? It is madness. Credence, yes. I've heard of the babao, it's the beast. I've heard of its hunger. I've heard of Humpty Dumpty. That doesn't mean he's waiting on every wall. I've heard other words on the air, James. Heard them in the water. Not every time, but when the night is clear. I've heard them as clear as crystal, running beneath the question like a heartbeat. Babao. 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 Heard it many times and drowned it with music. Heard the words last night, James. You know there's more at play here. I see, hear things with my condition. Do I have that condition, James? Does Roberto? Oh. But that can't be. I won't believe it. It's time for you to leave, Signor Maynard. We will deal with this as Venetians. There's nothing more to be said. The gulf between the way I viewed the world and the way that the others did was so vast as to be terrifying. Had a mass hysteria gripped the city, or was it I who simply couldn't see the way the world truly was? I looked from Weber with his spectral words and discordant music to Arduino with his unflinching pride and fanatic love of Venice. Finally to Rosa and Roberto, united and divided in grief over a situation that surely could not be as deadly as they were making it out to be. I was an outsider to their world. The lagoon stretched away from me. Beyond it was Italy, then France, then Britain. All being well, I could be home in a few days where I belonged. I never met the man who made his own way in Florence, or who had managed to flee the abusive household that held him since childhood. So Charlotte will be joining us tonight. No, Mother, I'm afraid not. I received a letter. Spit it out, boy. We are going separate ways. Not a moment too soon. Trumpets and whores, that's what all girls are nowadays. No modesty. Better stay here with your dear mother. No, Charlotte is. Don't contradict your mother, idiot boy. Or don't scold the boy. I'm just glad he's finally passed his wanderlust so he can stay here to take care of us. Better than nothing, I suppose. I knew you'd never leave. The letter stung my hands, a cold indictment of the past that would not leave unless I let it. I had no idea what would transpire if I remained in Venice, what hidden secrets I would unearth, or what danger I would find myself in. Was that fate any worse than returning home to rot? Return home to England, yes or no? Ooh. No. We're gonna go forward. No, if I left now, I'd forever wonder what could have been, what I could have done to help Isabella. I need to head back to the others and face the situation head on. There I saw Arduino leaving the building carrying a large paper parcel under his arm. His look of beautiful, blissful serenity in his modeled features. My host's manner had become stranger every day. That dispassionate response to Bella's disappearance had chilled me. I need to see where he was going. Alright, we're gonna go find the bottom of the mystery. As I made to follow Arduino around the corner, I saw a man step from the shadows. Oh, my friend, are you on your way to the festivities? He was wearing a white mask with a wide, frozen grimace shaped into his varnish plaster. Yes, please, I'm in a hurry. Ha, are we all? Do you have your mask yet? Mask, but the Carnival's banned. I could not see his face, I could feel his countenance change. See that you're not Venetian. Banning the Carnival is like banning the tide. It will keep coming no matter the plans of the silly little creatures who try to stop it. I see. If I could get past, please. Of course. Be well, Signora, and be sure to enjoy the Carnival. I wanted to curse the man who had gotten his way, but as I was British. Good day, Signora. Good day. The man had delayed me enough that Arduino had slipped away. I would need to search the city for him. Okay. So we have to find Bella. Good people, today is a glorious day, a day where we show our pride in Venice and in our roots. Celebrate, be merry, God is with us. Oh, hi, Vincenzo. Don Vincenzo. Ah, good to see you, my boy. Oh, his eyes are really weird. Have you seen a man with a parcel walking around? I see many people today, and we'll see many more. I'd invite you, but you are not Venetian. Your eyes, are they? You must be soaked with tears. I must admit, I'm feeling very emotional. You do not understand, do you? Wait, how did he blink? Brother, what is that? Okay, okay, hang on. What the... Okay, I don't normally get an actual response in this sort of stuff, but okay. For those who are listening or like just hanging on to my words, can you like look at your screen for 2 seconds and watch this guy blink? Like, what? They blinking vertically. No, clearly not. Is it religious holiday? It's the start of this year's carnival, my boy. The carnival, but the black shirts. The Venetian people will not bow to the black shirts in your Maynard. Some things are far more important than Il Dulce. Okay. Peace be with you. Oh boy. City's going crazy. This is good. This is gonna be interesting, but also, oh god. The locals who had previously been resolutely focused on their card games were simply standing. Each was wearing a gaudy mask. Their eyes gleamed as they watched me. Hi, sirs. What are you doing? We are waiting. Something the matter? No, nothing. Can I ask you some questions, if you must? Have you seen a man with a parcel walking in a hurry? Why would I tell you if you had? Do you consider me a friend, Signore? No, not in the least. Finally, we agree on something. Good luck, Signore. Well, I can't go back there. Okay. Yee. Hey, you there. Me? Celebrating the carnival's forbidden by order of Il Duce. Take off that mask right away. I don't want to. Insolent wretch, it's not a request, it's an order. Leave him alone. Stay out of it unless you want trouble. Maybe I do want trouble. Maybe all of us do. The carnival is a sacred tradition, and I advise you leave it well enough alone. I think it's perhaps we let this indiscretion go this time. Wise choice. I decided not to disturb the man. He's clearly still furious with the black shirts. I didn't want to get in the middle. Okay. Not so graphic. Signore, would you like to hear a carnival song? That would be wonderful. Go ahead. Usually curmudgeonly Dorman was in an uncharacteristically sunny mood. Okay. Hush now, Bambino, hide in your bed. Bao is hungry and hungry for bread. Not wheat, not barley, nor milk in the cup, but small little children all bundled up. Creep, 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 he walks in the mist. Count to 3 on his bony fist. 1 for the naughty, 2 for the sly. 3 for the child who deserves to cry. Clang goes the lantern, creak goes the stair. Bao Bao is breathing the midnight air. Close your eyes, don't make a peep, or Bao Bao will rock you down to sleep. Perfect. Your parents must be proud. Is that a traditional song? Oh, it's you. What a pleasant surprise. I don't know. My mom always used to sing it to me. Need to find Arduino. Dante was unlikely to have seen him inside. I need to speak with the child. Hello, child. Approach, child. Hello, how are you? Really happy, signore. Seen a man with a parcel walking in a hurry? Maybe. I don't remember where he was going, though. I've been playing for so long, I think I missed my breakfast. Really help me if you could remember. Bet it would. Sorry, signore. Question. Can I feed... Do you want an apple? Nothing I needed to give her. Why did I buy all this food then earlier? Eidola? I'm very curious. Song was very interesting. They taught it to me when I was small. It's a bit creepy, but it's fun. Do you believe it? Of course, the Bao Bao is more real than Mussolini. My papa told me to say that. I don't know who Mussolini is. Do you like talking to the doorman? I like him. He's funny. Don't you find him grumpy? He's fine with me. Maybe you should sing him a song. Maybe. Well, I gotta talk to him anyway, so... Hello, sir. Good day. Huh. Have you seen... Please ignore it. Leave me alone. Today is a day for Venetians, not you. Oh. Will she take meat? I don't want to give her that. I'm pretty sure that would be... I don't think the game will... I don't think that meat thing is going to be a good idea to bring out anymore. I just stay in... Okay. Else... Nothing else to be gained from going to that location. Oh, interesting! They actually straight up will let me know if there's nothing else to be gained for going to that location. Oh, there's something... Okay, here, hang on. You there, child. Hello there. Hello, senor. It's a very interesting mask. What does it represent? Maybe a gesture, maybe a bird, maybe just a person. You don't know? I just like the way it makes me feel. My parents say everyone wears masks, sometimes ones you can't see. What's your mask? A good question. I've seen a man with a parcel walking in a hurry? Maybe, I don't remember. You don't remember? Do you remember everything, even boring things? Suppose not. Time was running out. I couldn't afford to aimlessly wander the streets of Venice. I decided to press the issue. I don't have time to play games. Tell me if you have seen a man carrying a parcel. The Melusina. I see. Signora, you look scared. Am I scaring you? Yes. Good. Another hallucination, but this one had given me a direction if I was quick. I had a suspicion of where he was going long before he arrived. Arduino placed the plague doctor mask on his face and entered the building, stepping into the light that spilled from within. Was Bella still in there? Had Arduino abducted her himself? It was likely, or at the very least, he probably had some part in it. Needed to find a way in either way, and I needed help. You are certain? Certain, no, but if you put it all together, it does seem clear. Nemo, I've always trusted Arduino. He fooled us all. I'm sure Isabella must still be in that place. But what if you're wrong? If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I can leave then, and Isabella, wherever she is, will have to find her own way. But if I'm right and something has happened to her and I can help with, and she needs a way out. Yeah, I see, alright. Ugh, James, you're a dog. We must have masks to hide our faces. You'll come too? What will I do with my life now, eh? What do I move or influence? I sit in a room and stare at a city that lives without me. I listen and I try not to hear. What good is that? I used to be a soldier. More than that, I used to be a leader of men. I should be better than that. Thank you, Weber. But the two of us enough? I don't know. We must be quick for Isabella's sake, but maybe we have time to bring someone else if they trust me enough to join our cause. It was the question of whether I could trust them or anyone in this delirious city. I need to think very carefully. Who should I ask for help? Ooh, this one's a big question. I don't really trust Roberto because even though he wants to leave. Oh wait, but Roberto knows where everything is, and he probably would know how to get us in. Dante would probably just call in the Italian military, and it would be too slow. And Vincenzo, I think, would turn on us, like, in a heartbeat. I don't trust Vincenzo at all. Dante, I think, might actually not be aware enough to help. And also with his guard, I don't think that would help. So maybe Roberto's the one we ask. Because he would care enough to save... I think he would care enough to try and save Isabella, even at the expense of his family. Unfortunately, I think I just need to go with whatever decisions I make. Because I want to see where we go. I want to see where this lands. This is a fascinating story. I'm so like in it right now. Like, I'm really curious what's about to happen. You know what? I'm gonna go with Roberto. Roberto would surely want to help me save Bella, but would he go against his own father? Then I saw him put on a mask and enter Melusina. Then speaking the words of fact dawned on me. But you already knew he would go there, didn't you, Roberto? James, I overheard you and Arduino speaking. This is part of your birthright, isn't it? There are things I cannot say that you cannot know of. I choose ODaM. It's too late for secrecy. Bella's life might be at stake. Please, Roberto. You have been such a good friend, helping to protect Rosa from those bullies and speaking to her about her mother. I'm not angry, I promise. I should have been more open with Rosa, discuss the past so she can begin to heal. Bella also told me you checked in on her after you saw where she worked. You are a compassionate man and brave to involve yourself in all of this. You're an example to me and I will follow it. I will follow you. But I will tell you, I don't know what we will face in there. There are parts of that building I've never been to. People return from there changed. And we will face whatever is in there together, my friend. I will wait for you near to Melusina, for Bella. I needed masks and costumes before meeting at Melusina. Perhaps the shop by the station would have what I need. Okay. Here we go. Mask shop. Oh, it's the place that the mist rising up from the lagoon reminded me of the day I'd arrived at Venice. The mannequin was no longer present, which was a blessing of sorts. Okay, let me save the game really quick. I will save the game one more time. Save. I'm gonna change forms though, because as much as I want to be anime guy, I want to be there we go. I want to be 3D for this bit. To the mask shop. Welcome. Please feel free to browse my wares. Thank you, Signore. Very nice selection you have here. I pride myself on keeping my family's tradition alive. Tradition is important, wouldn't you agree? The shopkeeper stared at me with wide eyes and a fixed grin. Of course. Browse my masks and choose the one that speaks to you. I need to push the mannequin over. How can I help you today? I'm looking for some masks and costumes. You have come to the right place. Interesting day to be shopping for masks, certainly. Of course, it was the first day of the carnival. I am interested that the typos have been growing as we've gotten to the end here. I remembered the conversation with the shoe shine. Perhaps there's more to this grinning shop owner than met the eye. There's only one way to find out. Do you remember the carnival? I do, but of course. I remember the laughter, the song, the coming together of rich and poor, young and old. The masks and clothes, yes, and the food. I have some fine masks in the display case here. I think you'll find them more than fitting for your needs, Signore. For some reason, I knew I needed to be sure of my selection. I needed to carefully inspect these masks before choosing. I couldn't wear this mask. The sheer notion chilled me to the core. Ballet. Ooh. My mind was clearly still playing tricks on me. The jester mask that remained simply stared at me with laughing eyes. I gritted my teeth. The last laugh would be mine. This one. I want this one. Signore, you're alright. You look pale. I have so much to do. I'm not sure I can do it. Just smile, Signore. A smile works wonders. Smile dripping with bile. I'll need more than one mask. So James, do you have the masks? Yes, and appropriate costumes too. And you are ready. There's no turning back once we are inside. You know what? Yeah, I'm ready. Good. You must do the talking. My Italian is not good and certainly not good enough to fool a local. I have something for you for when the talking fails. Knife. The knife glistened with a sheen of cleaning grease. Its handle had a small hooked guard on one side and the blade carried a serrated edge. A bayonet. A souvenir. Keep it close. Thank you, my friend. Let's go. The black shirts are conspicuous in their absence from this part of the city, or perhaps the local enforcers of Mussolini's law were more Venetian than fascist and gave the foreboding building room to live its malignant life. Confidence is the key, James. Will Rosa be safe while we look for Bella? She is with our neighbor. They have children of their own. But Rosa is Venetian, James. Even if our neighbors are like my father, they will still protect her. You know what we may face in there. There will be revelry drinking, but I've only ever been to the first room. There are corridors beyond where others would go, where my father would go. People change in there, James. In what way? I've seen faces change, bodies stretched, strange wounds. I'm sorry you have dragged into this. I walk in there willingly, Roberto. Be sure of that. What are you discussing? Be ready for anything, Vever. We are walking to the mouth of hell. Ugh. Okay, here we go. Stretch and hydrate before we continue. I'll go get the boy. He can see the nightmare we're walking into. This is reasonable. Sweat drenched the doorman's brow, dripping from beneath his mask. It splashed onto the street More water for the drowning city. Kept my eyes firmly locked on the man, matching his leaden gaze. The man rubbed a wide tongue across his teeth. Huh? Don't just stand there, let us in. Oh, someone is eager. There's time enough, don't worry. The carnival is only just beginning. In you go. Now you, signore. You can feel the cold of the blade resting beneath the jester's costume. There are more fetching creatures than you in this place. We'd rather have their hands on us than yours. Know the masks make everyone a king for the day, but don't test me. You'll be searched if you don't come in. Very well. A blade. And what's this for, your highness? What do you think it's for? Cutting the meat, of course. As it should be. Perhaps I wouldn't need the bayonet, but I felt safer knowing it was there. Enjoy your time at the Melusina, signore. The beast will soon be rising. You wouldn't want to miss it. The beast? Dorman's parting words swam in my head as I began to weave my way through a sea of tables and chairs, populated by a hedonistic mass of men and women in various stages of undress, all wearing carnival masks. Does everyone believe in this beast, or is it some kind of code? Whoa, holy crap. Beer, wine, and spirits were in full flow, and a thick haze of cigar smoke hung heavy around every light. It was certainly bawdy. There's nothing too out of the ordinary when compared to the racier parts of Soho. Apart from the sea of garishly vibrant masks, the hidden faces of the room's occupants gave their every action a new meaning, as there was no threat of consequence. They were acting out of their deepest and darkest desires, politician, police, and pauper, all embraced with a desire for sensation. As I looked around, I saw no sign of Arduino's recognizably plump form. Isabel would be hard to spot in such a crowd, so I concentrated on trying to single out those women wearing in the distinctive purple she had worn 2 nights ago. In case she was still wearing similar garments. I never realized just how much of the identity was carried in the face. Without it, it was like walking through a forest of simulacra. What? Man, the writing is crazy. Don't only talk when necessary. You cannot give away you're not Venetian. Understand, let's go. Crowd at bar, Venetian lion. Miners. Audience. Woman in green. Oh. She was swaying with her eyes closed. I had no need to disturb her. Looked engrossed in their own conversation, wouldn't appreciate my intrusion. There's nothing to be gained from climbing the statue. A large replica of the Lion of Venice, the famous bronze statue that watched over the Piazza San Marco. Oh, geez, this is... Woman is swaying with a lost expression on her face. Oh, this map scrolls. Oh, we have a lot to go through. The crowd clapped as the women were cheering and clapping as she danced wild abandon. Gesture, audience. Man, this is where that pixel art really does save a lot of people, huh? Oh, they're just having fun. Shadowy doorway. Sweaty woman, sweaty man. I'm guessing somewhere back here is what we're looking for. And in curious robes. Hello. Signore. Yes, young man. Celebrations are in full swing. A joyous time indeed. I would be involved, but I am not as young as I used to be. But that doesn't stop many of my friends. If the mind is willing, the flesh will find a way. I see. As it is, someone must make sure that only those who are truly prepared may travel inwards. So I'll play my role. Will you let me past? Eager to peek behind the curtain, are you, lad? To feed the appetite. Hear the excitement in your voice. There's most likely nerves that the man could make out in my words. I still had no idea how we'd get out if our disguises failed. The true Venetian, your family will have raised you with the knowledge, but I understand how this can slip the mind when you're surrounded by so many eager bodies. Happy to remind you. You need to offer me the mark, speak the words, and show that you have a suitable offering. I'll be back soon. I look forward to it. Okay, we need to find the mark. The mark, the words, the offering. Muffle the words. Not as if there were words being chanted in the room next door. Maybe there's a way of making them out. Wall's too thick to be able to eavesdrop with just my hand. I needed something else. Okay. Need a tool of some kind to open it. Do I not have the hammer still? Game is open now. You need something to paint with it. I feel like for some reason, I feel like you already have all three. Well, I don't have anything. I have to show him the mark, so I have to... Excuse me, huh? What is that necklace around your neck? Is this your first carnival? Yes, I'm a young man, but eager to see more. So, sure you recognize the mark. Of course. I mean, what is the meaning of it? The gamble, but the man looked barely conscious. Man, that's another... That interesting. But so I doubted he was going to see through my subterfuge. Is the mark of the beast, of course. Is the mark that sits over the door. The same mark that, well... Don't tease the young man. It's important, that's all you need to know. I'll help you go below. Below. What's down there? You will see when you are ready. Your parents will give you the mark when the time is right. I see, thank you. Knew a little more, but still not enough. Okay. I'm gonna guess this door is still closed. They clearly wanted some privacy. The mark, the words, the offering. So we need something to get the offering. Which I think is the meat. The meat is the offering. You like the letter from before? Yeah, so we have the... Well, we know what the mark is now, because we can tell them that. We have the offering, which is this meat. And then we need... the words, which the words should be... If I'm not mistaken, the words should be what we need to hear from the thing. So we need something to brush with. You there. Excuse me. Eyes are fixed on the dancing gesture. Far too busy to talk to me. So we need a brush of some kind. The word, perhaps the question. Well, no, the word we know. The word, well, no, the words we need from we need to be able to listen through that wall, I think. Do you know anything about this? Had no wish to dive in with the bathers. They clearly didn't want to be disturbed. Maybe I could use... Hang on. Let me go into this other room really quick. Maybe I can find something that'll help me out. Hang on. Yeah, we need the words. Let's see. Blue paint was already open. You get whatever's floating in the water, maybe? Hang on. I'm gonna pop these open while I'm thinking about it, though. For some reason I'm allowed to pop these open. Let me go see. Yeah, maybe that's what we need. Hang on. Let me go look. Thankfully, this isn't time sensitive. Floating mask. Took the mask. Interesting. Seriously, how do you look up a game called Carnival? Well, I will say, I found this because a friend of mine had downloaded the demo on Steam. So I found it out this way. I imagine part of it, dang pads. I imagine part of it must be looking up the developer himself. I would probably say like looking up the developer. There are places I have never seen. I only imagine what we will find. Let's try and get Carnival game never right. No, you have to. I believe it is. You have to look up Beyond Booleans, which is the developer. I believe that would get you closer to it. Yeah, that is one downside to like a title that is shared with other games, is that you have to compete with those that also hold it. That is definitely a tough one. Let's see. Red mask. And the mask with the red paint. Oh, I can change its color if I so desire. I see. It gets games you play as a Carnival. Yeah, it's like, well, that's the thing. It's like, if it's one of those things where you'd probably have to put in the year, maybe as well. It is tough though. Maybe if I offer the green mask to this lady. Interesting. I can't take the flowers from here, though. Okay, this audience is... Oh, this guy. Unmasked man. I see. Green mask. Unmasked man. You! Have your mask back. Foolishness. There's no need to give him the mask for now. Wait, no. Unmasked man. Signore. Sniffles, huh? Where is your mask, Signore? My mask? I don't know. I must have dropped it somewhere. The man's eyes were wide, red-rimmed, and stained with tears. His face seemed switch seamlessly from between happiness and fleeting despair. Your eyes, Signore, huh? They're so red. That will be the opium, my friend. Is that safe? Who knows? In truth, I couldn't care less. The man blinked slowly and briefly grinned before looking down at his feet. Are you alright? You're weeping. I miss her. Who? My love, my Maria. I lost her somewhere in the crowd. She has found a more handsome, richer man, no doubt. But that's not the case. What a fool I was to fall in love. Carnival certainly is in full swing. Yes, the colors, the shapes. He swayed on his feet and managed to right himself. It is beautiful. What does the carnival mean to you? It is a glimpse of the divine. One day we will all descend. What do you mean, ascend? Ha! What a funny joke, Signore. Take care of yourself. Why would she leave me? Can I give you this mask? I need to give him the mask for now. Interesting. Why would I not give him the mask now? Interesting. Oh, maybe it's that I have to apply the mask to myself and then hand it off to him. Okay. Can I apply the mask? Painted the mask of vibrant emerald. Needed something else. Can I use the knife to maybe? Wouldn't help me hear the words on the other side. Okay, there's gotta be something I can use to hear the words on the other side. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. We're getting there. I'm gonna try all the items I have in my inventory. Okay. Trying to think of what to do, because this is an interesting end game puzzle though. Okay, let me save really quick, because at this point we can save, because I'm pretty sure we could at least take a crack at trying to figure this out while we're here. Signora, yes, young man. What is the mark? The mark is the symbol of our city. The lion? No, it is far older than that, boy. My mark is etched on a silver ring, handed down by my father. Others have it on an earring or a brooch. If your parents deem you ready, they'll pass one on to you. And if they've already moved below, well then, perhaps you can join them next year. I had no family right to this madness. I need to think of another way to gain one of these trinkets. The words. They are the words that are intoned in order to bring about the carnival boy. The repetition awakes him. If you do not know them, then you are not ready. These are sacred words. Ask your parents, boy. You are Venetian, are you? The man laughed, clearly not considering that an outsider would have made it this far. Didn't want to make him think otherwise, so I didn't push the point further. You should not have been hardened to find this place. Many have already consumed their fill. Their offering is for me to honor my role as his custodian. The old bones ache and I wish to feel young again. So when you find it, ensure that it is strong. Back soon. Okay, so we need an item that has the mark on it. We need... Signore, you mentioned opium. Could I have some? What need do you have of narcotics, James? Trust me, Roberto. You want my opium? No, I don't think so. With Maria gone, what else do I have? What if I find Maria? What then? Find her? Yes, if you can find my love and bring it to me, you can take my opium. For what greater drug is there than love? So you say. What is she wearing? Dressed similar to mine, and her hair is the color of the morning sun. Well, that's easy. I think this is probably the most complex the puzzles get in this game, but that's not a bad thing. Hello, woman. Signora. Yes? Is your name Maria? Might be. Who are you? I'm just a man enjoying everything the Carnival has to offer. Is that so? Your eyes say different. For a moment, I thought she could see the tension in my body held, the trepidation and fear that wrapped around me. You're not nearly red enough. You could indulge yourself more. Tried to not to let her see my shoulders sag with relief. You're looking for your lover. He is by the bathing pool. Is he? In the embrace of another woman, no doubt. No, not at all. He's weeping as he thinks he has lost you. My Giovanni, that doesn't sound like him. I've never seen him weep. Well, he's never lost you before. You have a way with words. You should be a journalist. But I do not trust people I have just met, and have no interest in seeing him in the arms of another if you're making fun of me. Is there nothing I can do to convince you? Bring me his mask, I will believe you. His mask, very well. I see. I need to paint the mask green, because I need to paint, I did need the mask painted green. God dang it. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. We gotta go paint the freaking mask. God dang it. So the offering is gonna be opium, which is great. I imagine that, yes, the opium will do well. Yes. Okay. Yep. Okay. Well, at least I was correct on painting this thing green. Okay. Alright. At least I was correct on that front. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. We are going to go a bit over time to finish this, but I need to see it. At this point, the mystery has truly taken over. I just want to see what happens. Green mask. Can I just show her the mask? Your lover gave me his mask to show you. That's it. You must be speaking the truth. I must go to him. Oh, there she goes. I wonder how long it took to get this to look as they desired. Like, not just to get it all technically working, but also to get it looking precisely. Hello. Senora, my savior, my Maria's here, and I will forever be in your debt. It was nothing, really. It's promised you may take what remains of my opium. I no longer have any need of it in any case. The greatest narcotic is love. Although a good wine wouldn't go to waste. Alright, cool. I had what I wanted from the man. There was no need to disturb him further. He was in deep conversation with her lover. Okay, so we have the offering. We need to learn the words through the wall. And we need the... That'd be holy and decent. Of course. So we have the package of opium. So we have that. I'm guessing one of these two is the offering. I'm guessing it's this one. This is probably for whatever's down there. The package of opium for the guy at the door. The mark, we need an item that has the mark on it. Which we have not been able to find anybody who would be giving that away. It's far too busy to hear me. Okay. Travelers. Do I have anything with the mark? Do I have anything with the mark? I don't think I have anything with the mark on it. Notebook. And... Let's see. We're at the bar. Can I talk to the bartender? Barman. Oh, barman. Okay, we can talk to the barman. Hang on. Senora, you need something. Can I bother you for a glass? I have no more wine glasses for the moment, but here's a tumbler, if that will suffice. Very good, thank you. Ah, I needed a cup to listen to the wall, I see. Can I have a bottle of wine? But of course, I have one of our finest red wines from the vineyards of Tuscany. Okay, thank you, very kind. Thank you for your time. Always a pleasure, good sir. Okay, so we have everything we need now. That took a bit longer than I expected, but honestly, that's fine. We can go. Come along, gentlemen. It is time for us to go. Me and the boys pulling up to ruin the satanic ritual in the basement. Okay, so now I can use the tumbler. So use the tumbler on the wall, because we put it up to our ear to hear through the wall. Somniator in profundo turno spasque carne tua, vidiamos abyssum. My Latin was only passable, but the word seemed to describe a dream deep in meat. Man, that's how I feel when James Maynard. The man was tall, dressed in the same Bauta mask and costume I'd seen outside the mask shop on the very first day. I realized then that it had been no mannequin, and the vision at the Piazza San Marco had it been real. Who are you? My name is my own. I'm here to discuss you. You are of importance to me. His voice seemed to echo within my skull as I felt as if I was underwater, my body held by an impossible pressure. You've been watching me. Yes, for far longer than you can conceive. What is happening? You must continue, James. Travel below, find what you seek. Let it play out. I don't understand. Are you the Babao? No, I'm far more powerful than some folktale. Then what? A dark road I have traveled, and I will reach its end. I will be waiting. Okay. Okay. So, we have a package. We need something with the mark on it, which we still don't have, I don't think. But we have... Sir, can I offer you opium in these trying times? Stop. You must present me with the mark, the words, and the offering. Signore. God, we still need the mark? Where the heck is the mark? Where do I get the mark, then? Excuse me, huh? You look faint. Are you well? Good question, Signore. The carnival has finally begun. I'm certainly enjoying myself, but my body feels as if it's on fire. The heat is overwhelming. Perhaps it's the dancing. And the wine. Of course, the wine. Why don't you cool down in the pool? Now that, curious stranger, is a simply fantastic idea. Certainly. Come, my dear. Let's shed our clothes. Fantastic. I'm stealing... Oh, I see. I have to tell them to go that way, and then I can steal their stuff. I see. The moment I find their clothes, we just need a rummage. Where do they even... Oh, there it is. Is metal symbol. Aha! We have everything we need. We have everything we need to go in now. That took a... I will confess, that took a bit longer than I hoped to solve it, but that was good. That is some good puzzle work. I feel like designing good puzzles that are environmental like this, you have to make it so the cause of the chain of causality, like the logic therein has to make sense, but it's also has to be enough that you still have to figure it all out. I've brought the mark of my family. You have indeed. Very good. I have the words. Very good. Please recite them. Somniator in profundo, tu nos paces carne tua, vidiamos abyssum. Dreamer in the deep, you feed us with your flesh, let us see the abyss. And he shall, my boy. That's something that I think is suitable for an offering. Ah, yes, yes, thank you, my boy. This will drive the demons away. You have provided the words, the mark, and the offering. You may go past, young man, and see the divine. There is no going back now. I had to press on. May God have mercy on my soul. 3 requests fulfilled. Such pleasures await you. Oh, that's funny. I've heard that phrase before. I've heard that phrase before in Hellraiser. Do you know this tunnel was here, Roberto? No, I had no idea. How could this exist? There are no cellars in Venice because of the lagoon. It's usually made of solid stone. Let's go, James. The quicker we find Bella, the quicker we can be away from this place. Yee. I already know. I'm gonna just say preemptively, whatever's down here is probably not good for general audiences. So, get ready. Feel it's, sir, why do you have no pants? Oh, you know you have pants. Thank God. Oh, thank God you have pants. Someone is screaming bloody murder down there. Swimmer on the water's surface. Okay. Well, I'm sure this will be nothing but a good idea. Putrid meat. Fantastic. Sir, are you okay? Hello, sir, are you okay? Signore. Nothing. Either he didn't know I was there or didn't care. I'm very concerned with what we're about to go witness. Is this gonna be like, oh, what's the movie called? Society? Where it's like the... Whoa. Where it's like, it's just a... It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? You need to give yourself over, not resist. I don't... Please, allow her some privacy. It's such a beautiful moment. Okay. Just keep walking. Yeah, this is, oh, this is getting more green than I expected. I see. Oh... Glowing tunnel? I wonder what's down here. Show me the demons. By the time the steps ended and the floor leveled out, I surmised we were at least 100 feet below the mud floor of the Venetian lagoon. The slope had given way to a long, wide corridor, the walls of which were angled inwards toward the ceiling in a curiously unfamiliar architectural style. Oh, there's the Lovecraftian inspiration. The corridor was lined with huge blocks rather than bricks, and the majority of which had succumbed to black and green tracks of mold. If you want to turn back, now is the time. James, I want to, more than anything, but I won't, not yet. Bella needs us, we must continue. We'll find her, we can be sure of that. Thank you for bringing me, James. Dark alcove. You know what? Let's check this first while we're here. I couldn't see anything in there. I need to stay in what little light there was. Delirious man. I'm not. Movement in the shadows. There's no way I was going into those churning shadows. Oh, it's the movement I saw in my window that night. Oh, that's feverish woman. Okay. No, I had no need to pick up the torn flesh. I mean, I just want to keep walking, dude. I don't know what's going on in here. Ooh, this is getting more green than I anticipated. Uh-oh. What in God's name? This place must be deep below the lagoon. How long has it been here? Look at this hellish place. God forgive me, I should have left years ago. James, Arduino, I see him. Uh-oh. We must follow him quickly. Come on, James. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. What am I about to bear witness to? Now that I was far enough forward, I could see the spectacle that had drawn the crowd. A man of crooked spine stood bowed atop a dais that had the chattering throng were clustered around, wrapped from head to toe in a red cloak, with his face bearing the all too familiar mask of the Bauta. There was a pedestal next to him, with a slab of foul meat set upon it. It dripped with black ichor. The dais also housed a large crumbling well, but we were already far below Venice, below the lagoon. What could possibly be at the bottom? Brothers, sisters, my children, rejoice. Today is a glorious day. I show my true face to Bao. The crowd gasped in some strange misplaced awe as the man removed his mask, revealing his face. With a start, I recognized the drawn features of the blind shoeshine who had dispensed the hideous flesh. Blood seeped from his eye sockets. My old eyes are gone, I have no need of them now. Let me go, let me leave this hellish place. The young man who screamed out seemed to be barely an adult. There was terror in his eyes as he struggled against his captors. You're full of vitriol, little Marco. You're not here as a punishment, child. You are here because you are marked, you were chosen. Your own parents are within this very hall, and they put you forward because they believe you are deserving of the honor. It is a time of rejoicing. Where is our latest daughter? I stand here blessed by Bao. It was her, it was Isabella. God in himmel, is she a part of this? She must have been coerced somehow. Bella, we must get her out of here. Roberto, wait. We must look for the right moment. She eagerly pulled down her already ripped dress and revealed her bare torso, which is displaying a pattern of raw red recessed lines and the pattern of the symbol that was emblazoned above the door of the Melusina. Were they lashes from a whip or healing cuts? There were bruises there too, signs of struggle. However she had got here, I doubt she had gone willingly. Saw Rosa in my mind's eye, so small, so vulnerable, lashing out the person who was trying to fight her father, waiting on the steps for a friend to take that enemy away. It was these cultists who had taken her. No, do not hide your beauty away, my dear. We should celebrate it. We should all celebrate it. Monster, I can't believe that bastard is my father. What is happening, man? Must get Isabel away from this cursed city and never return. Ah, he has gills. I give my body to the Bao as I have for so many years. This young thing was given over to Bao by my granddaughter, and though she was an outsider, she is now Venetian. She fought against the feast, but when she had tasted the meat, the change began quickly, showing she is truly blessed. Now I reveal my own body. Flesh that was revealed could barely be called human. Oh god. Huge translucent flaps of skin covered in a webwork of red-tinged capillaries hung where his left arm should be. His feet were little more than stumps ending in clubbed hooves formed of 3 huge bone-encrusted knuckles. The stomach seemed to have formed some kind of orifice akin to a mouth, but divided in 3 rather than 2, as if mirroring the strange triangular symbol that led him down these stone steps into hell. Was this the fate that would befall Isabel in the future if her mark sunk even further inwards? The mark she bears will bring Bao, but he will recognize friends from feast. You have a choice, Marco, and I advise you choose wisely. Whoa. This gift is cut from Bao himself when he rises from the depths. What a crazy art, holy. We feast upon it at Carnival, and he molds us into his image for these few days. He has a tongue in there? Why? When he returns to the depths, we take on our simple human forms once again, but the memories remain the elation. Next year, we will do the same, and the next, as has happened ever since the city was first raised out of the mud by Babao's acolytes all the centuries. Good God. We place the dolls, the effigies of our human selves at our thresholds to show our willingness to leave them behind during this time of wonder. Did you never wonder why your parents wore the masks and costumes, Marco? It's so we can walk among those uninitiated with no fear of revealing the glory of Babao. These bodies are for us, and us alone, true Venetians. I bit my tongue to keep from spitting out my fury. True Venetians. Like Arduino dragging his leg, no doubt warped into a bone-weighted monstrosity. Mussolini didn't destroy the Carnival, he just pushed it back into the shadows. No doubt the military have no concept of the truth. If I could get some word out. Bring him forwards. Look down, look into the eyes of Babao, and then decide. Take the meat and live, or deny it and feed the beast. Oh. As I watched, the struggling of the young man ceased. An eldritch glow, the color of rotting meat, sprayed out of the well. A rhythmic chanting began to rise from the assembled Venetians, an age-old tradition that all cultures shared as they began to intone their god. Oh, wow. The young man's mouth opened in a silent scream of abject terror, and he began to shake his head from side to side at such a speed. It seemed as he were trying to dash his head against something to put an end to what he was seeing. Is this what Isabella had experienced? Were those cuts and bruises formed during an ill-fated resistance? The young man's hands reached for the dripping slab of flesh upon the pedestal. What can we do, James? I don't know, but we have to stop it. Been thinking it's too late. Rejoice, another child has become a true Venetian. Your voice, I know you. You must be mistaken. James, I know it's you. There's now or never. Bella, I've come to take you out of here. Why would I want to leave? Well, Bella, they've hurt you. I can see the bruises. I feel no pain, only happiness. They have drugged you. You must know that all this mania isn't right. You're wrong. I'm finally thinking clearly. My life before was a shadow purged by the light of Babao, the dreamer in the deep. Happiness is mine. Divinity is mine. Love is mine. Bella, please. This is an act to keep your sanity. It's me, Roberto. Roberto? There's no need for fear. We can get you out of here. Not scared, Roberto. I'm blessed. No one cared for me before, but now I'm welcomed. A part of the family. A child of the waters. I cared, Bella. I came to speak to you the morning after I walked into the Melusina. You must remember. But did you care for me or the story you wish to write? No, I love you, Bella. Aw. Please know that I would sacrifice anything for you. Berto, let's leave this cursed city and run. I'll go wherever you want to go. But you know this is wrong, please. Oh god, what happened to me? Okay. Nothing at all. Who is that with you? No, it can't be. The masquerade was over. Stay away from her, beasts. A hill to die on stood firm against the cult. Roberto, what is this madness? Madness? You call us mad? Your actions, these twisted forms you seek to take on. These are a front to humanity. Your words cut deeply. Today is the most sacred day, a day of celebration. Arduino, who is this young man who is struggling to understand Babao's purpose? Just some fool from England who couldn't keep his nose out of Venetian business. A foreigner, and he made it all this way to the heart of our city. Well done, my boy. Don't patronize the abomination. You see Weber in amongst the crowd, his eyes wide. He would be powerless against them if they knew he was there. Someone needed to survive to speak of what happened today, what happened every year under Venice. I needed to draw attention away from him so he could slip away. Get out of our way. We're taking Bella away from all this. Think you just leave? We're gonna tear the flesh from your bones. You'll never see the sun again, little man. Leave him alone. He's a better man than all of you. And you, Roberto, I'm really curious how this is gonna end. Turning your back on the living god of Venice and his divine gifts. You are no son of mine. Good, I want no part of any of it. Weber started to move forward towards us, and I shook my head in what I hoped for the Venetians would pass her disgust. Please, no more. Weber stopped, his body shaking. I could see tears in his eyes. He understood. I looked at Roberto, his body tense and ready to fight despite the impossible odds. I looked at Bella, eyes wide, the horrors she had experienced etched in her features. I looked at the crowd, the sweating, roiling mass of bodies, arms, teeth. There was no way out, except perhaps the unknown. Did he just jump in the well? Ooh, I know what's about to happen. Oh, it's this! The waters are brackish cold as ever. There's nothing in the distance, no visual marker to give me any idea of the skin. Wait! Are you telling me that the very beginning of the game is the very end of the game? James, who's there? What will you eat? Show yourself. Oh, it's it's a different take. It's a different version of what happened at the beginning. It's what we saw at the beginning. Who's hungry? Charlotte, what do you mean? Charlotte, wait. I had to follow her. Oh god, here we go. Oh god, here we go. Oh god. Wait, is that repair? What? Charlotte. Oh. Charlotte, get away from him. Charlotte. Ooh. The walls were gnarled stone as if they had been melted and reformed somehow. Virulent green growth shone with an alien light, illuminating tunnels branching off into the darkness. I realized that I had lost a lot of my belongings in the water, but the only thing I needed was a way to escape. Perhaps there was a way out in the shadows. Okay, hang on. Can I save? I can save. Okay, thank God. E6. There we go. Go north, go south, go west. North. Duh! The stone was slick with algae and somehow warm. Okay, go east. I'm hoping we can find a way out of here. South? Well, that's lovely. Well, that's lovely. Ooh, boy. Thank God. James, you're alive. Bella, you followed me. It was that or be taken by those lunatics. I could have sworn you were dead, James, drowned up in the water. Thankfully not, it seems. Your head. I hit on a rock when I landed, but it doesn't feel... I don't think it's too bad, but I feel faint. Wait here, I need to find us a way out of this place. Something down here with us, Bao. I know, I'll be as quick as I can. Bella, have you seen Bao? Did they show it to you? Yes, but... Bella? Can't remember anything except bliss. And we need to make sure we don't look at whatever is down here, or we may not want to leave anymore. Find us a way out. Stay safe. Door. I'm guessing this door is how we get out of here, but... The door is impossible to move by hand. I need to find another way to open it. Diamond-shaped recess in the center. Okay. So we need to find a diamond-shaped item. What do I have? I have the bayonet, the strange meat. Interesting that the last letter, the dustpan, the walking stick. Interesting. Interesting that I have to... Okay, I'm not touching that. E. North, go west. Okay. So we need to find the diamond thingy. Okay, go west. You have to look around a little bit. Strange meat, is it spam? Well, I mean, it's probably some kind of protuberance. It's probably spam. Rude drawings have been carved into stone alongside an inscription in Latin. Some of the writing has been lost to weather erosion, but I can still make out a few words if I looked closely. The word passere, which meant feed. Hortus, garden, donum, gift, offering. So offer, so we have to feed the sanguis, smiling face, diamond. The effigy of a diamond. Pillars. I don't think I fully understand, but I'm guessing that we have to feed the garden with the meat we have. Do we have the meat still? Realize I didn't even check that part. Okay, we still have the meat, so we probably have to take the meat and feed it to whatever thing we find. Iron crown. Crown is too high to reach with my bare hands. Can I use the walking stick? Wouldn't have done anything. Can I use the walking stick on the crown? Nice. Bubbles are drifting lazily upwards from where the crown fell. Okay, we have an iron crown now. Cool. Okay, let's get out of here. Now, my question is the game actually going to force me to be on my toes with this section, or is it just... Or is it just be careful kind of thing? Hat. I had no need to take Roberto's hat. I mean, sure. Just, alright, sure. I guess we don't need it. That's fine. Do I put the iron crown in here? No, that didn't work. Oh, do I offer the... I offer the... Oh, whoops. I offer the meat to the statue. No, that didn't work. Okay. Okay. I'm very curious what is going to happen at this point, because we're now in literally the belly of the beast. And we don't really know what awaits us here yet. I'm intrigued what the end is going to look like. Hanging skeleton. Skeleton is too high to reach. Can I use the... Skeleton is too high to reach. Can I use this on the skeleton? Even with the walking stick. Can I use the bayonet over here? Rope. Can I use the bayonet on the rope? I misclicked it. Rope was too tightly knotted. Yeah, I need to use the bayonet on it. There we go. Okay, the rope. Okay. I'm gonna save again because I'm kind of scared of losing my progress at this point. We've got a lot done, so we're doing good. I don't know why, but he came out and he had his hands in his pockets. It kind of felt like he kind of was thinking, yep, I wonder how you thought I got here. I'm not touching that residue. Whoa. Okay. Oh, maybe we need to use the rope and... We take the rope... Iron crown? Aha! And then... I tie the rope around the rusty iron crown. I'd hoped it would hold. Maybe I need to take it to the gesture face? Around this thing. No, that didn't work. Okay, maybe it is this one, but I need to find where I need to hook it. Yeah, I can't get up here, though. Okay, so I have to combine these items. Maybe it's... No. Let me see. I have to scan everything. I'm looking around, though. I'm scanning for... guys, I have a question. What do I do? Bella, are you alright? I'm better than I was before, thanks to you, Roberto. Thank you for coming to find me. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed with these monsters or what I would have done. Put that out of your mind, Bella. For now, we need to concentrate on getting away from this place. Keep Roberto talking. I'll find a way out of here. Roberto. James, have you found a way out yet? No, but stay strong. I'll find something. Wish I could help you, but I can barely stand. My life is in your hands, my friend. So sorry you were dragged into this. This is not your fight. It's my choice to be here. I stick by it. I couldn't just run. There's a god other than that vile creature. I hope he blesses you. Use it on the door. It won't fit in the recess. Okay, we need to look around some more because I'm clearly missing something. No way I was gonna touch that. Tried pepper grinder weeks ago. I'm still finding peppercorns. Ugh, I feel that. It's like, all right, cool. I am just going to end up finding loose pepper for a long time. I've had that happen when I've dropped stuff in my kitchen, and I'm like, ugh, please. Okay, go up here maybe. No, this is this area. Okay. So what do I'm trying to remember what I need. Well, I say remember, but I'm trying to figure out what I need this for. Depicted Bao Bao, but only in a way a silhouette hinted at the shape that cast it. Truth is something else, something far greater in scope than every conceivable way. Interesting. Sure. We go south from here? Nope. Okay. West. I know I need this iron crown. I know that cave is important, but for some reason it won't let me click on it, so... Maybe it's in here. Maybe it's in the depiction. Hills, waves, diamonds, hills. Carvings. Let's see. Dark pillars. I do not fully grasp. I think can boy shapeshift to fist in recess. I don't think so, but I'm wondering now if it's like, is it a very specific point I'm supposed to click on? Because that would be my guess at this point, because I don't think anything else... Crown and rope, under statue. Because there's nothing else on screen I can really do. So I'm wondering now if it's a... Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a specific point up here I'm supposed to click on. Oh, not that. Nope, resume. Because I don't see anything else on here. The perils of point and click games. Yeah, it's like, this is probably the one bit where it's like I have to find specifically what I'm supposed to click on, and because I'm not finding it right away, it's causing me a bit of a headache. Yeah, this is definitely the bit in a point and click game where it's like, okay, what are we supposed to do? And it's like, ooh, jeez. Yeah, this is definitely the bit where I would be like, okay, what am I doing here, man? Why do I still have that letter? I still have the letter from Don Vincenzo for some reason. Yeah, I'm like scanning over everything. The sound design reminds me a bit of the, there's the one tree area in Fear and Hunger that this reminded me of for some reason. Because it's very wet. Yeah, see, this blocks off the... This blocks off the majority here. I can still read the letter from Charlotte. You screw with the goo with the dustpan? Oh, maybe? Maybe? Would the letter do anything to those two people? I don't think so. There's no need to give anything to Bella. I just need to get her and Roberto to safety. Let's see. Maybe it's a dustpan? No, that wouldn't have worked. Aw. How about this? Worked. In it? No. Open rope. Ground and rope? Nope. Okay. Doesn't seem like the... This viscous puddle seems to be avoiding me. Okay. Viscous puddle. Opalescent residue. Okay, so the other items aren't really working right now. Maybe I need to use the... Oh, maybe the crown and rope can be used on the giant thing, the wall thing. It just occurred to me, maybe I can use the crown and rope on this wall? Maybe? I wouldn't have done anything. Found a YouTube video walkthrough of this game. I'm rather impressed that this game... I feel like your game has to have some notoriety if you're gonna get walkthroughs, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's the truth of it to me, is like if you're getting walkthroughs, that's pretty good. I think if you have walkthroughs, that's pretty good. Skeleton. Can I do anything with you? Didn't want to touch it. Really? Are you sure? Skeleton. Could have been revered in some way. Were these tunnels the original temple to Bao Bao? Yeah, the problem is I'm not seeing any... I'm not seeing where else to click. That's the thing I'm running into right now. Oh man, we're already 30 minutes over time. I think I'm surprised that this part took as long. I'm surprised this is taking so long, but I do apologize. Search Carnival point and click video game walkthrough. Ah, I see, I see. Can my mask? Is my mask helpful? No, I didn't need the mask. No, I didn't need the coat for now. Okay. Maybe the crown and rope just goes to... Maybe I just need to take this over to Roberto and just give it to him. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of things at this point because I don't really know what to do. Crown and rope for Roberto. Nope. Okay. There's nothing I need to give to them. Problem is, it's like I'm just like scanning for something to click on and I'm not finding anything. That's the thing I'm running into right now. Yeah, because right here. See, I think I need to go up here, but I don't see how I'm supposed to go here. Like, there's nothing to click on, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, and if there was something up here, I can't click on it, so... I go up? I cannot go up there. Something over here? No. Okay, we're kind of running... This is kind of running a bit long. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Because I'm trying to figure out what it is I'm missing here, right? And I know that it's got to be like a little thing. Like something that because I'm like dragging my mouse across everything to see if I can figure it out. I got the crown and rope. I got down the other skeleton. I've pretty much knocked out the majority of what I need in this area. I just need to figure out where to go. Yeah, because this is where this is this. Okay, I think because I want to make sure we don't get stuck. Nerakdim, what am I missing here? If you happen to know. Unless I find it on the way through, I don't know what I'm missing here. The unfortunate thing with pointing, I think we finally hit the, oh, wait, I found it. I think I found it. Broken stones. Okay, I found something here. Picked up a sharp shard of stone. Okay, this is helpful. Hang on. We found something. Why didn't I find this earlier? Okay, so that's important. I don't know, it's a video and well. Yeah, hang on. No, hang on. Wait. Okay. Maybe? Yeah, no, maybe we can find it. Maybe we can find it. I think we can find it. Okay, we found the stone shards. That must have been... You know what? I can already imagine the developer watching that part of the stream. Like, if he ever finds this and he sees me playing this, he probably would actually have, like, an aneurysm watching me mess with this. I'm not gonna lie. That's the bit in... I think that's the bit in... That is probably the bit in every single, I think that's the bit in every single game developer's brain that hurts, is when you watch a player playing through your game, and you're like, please just figure it out. You sit there with that look in your face of like, you know you can't say anything because you don't want to tell them how to do it, and you don't want to tell them how to play your game, but you're also like, you dense idiot. Like, you know for a fact that, like, and you know, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you just know, you know, you get that feeling of, like, you just wish you could grab them by the neck and put them in the right direction. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Cloudy. Okay. Quick stretch. All right, here we go. Let's try and finish. I do want to see this to the end though. I don't want to cut it off early because my brain demands answers. Had no need for another shard of stone. Okay, what do I need? What do I need this shard of stone for, though? I use it on the clothes? Use it on clothes? No. Okay. The shard of stone needs to be useful for something, and I'm trying to figure out what. Can I use it on... Use it on... Can I use this over here? No. Won't fit in the recess. Okay. Okay, there's got to be something I'm missing here. Maybe stone shard here? The writing on the wall had mentioned blood. I knew what I had to do as blasphemous as the act was. Oh, cut his hand and put blood in. I see. I see. Okay, that's what we needed. Okay, got it. Glittering ruby. Okay, that... Oh, that's what... Yeah, that's all we needed. It's literally all we needed. Got it. Okay. Alright. That's on me. I didn't see... I didn't really... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Door, diamond, ruby, whatever. Open the door. Oh, Knody dough. Let's see what happens. Please tell me this isn't... Whoa... The room had fallen as I can't read anymore. I read way too fast. The room beyond seemed to be a vast temple of some kind fallen into disrepair. There were two colossal pillars. Only one was still intact, holding the weight of the lagoon above at bay. I see. Grinning doorway. The rocks were too slick with algae to move the part. I need to be able to dig into them and pull them apart. Okay, let's go looking around. God, this area is so freaking crazy. Oh, what the... Oh. Interesting. That's peculiar. Why did I end up all the way over here? Can I use the crown with rope to pull this apart, maybe? Crown and rope? Maybe? Maybe this is what we need, because we need to dig the thing in and then pull it apart. Hey! Time to see what lay beyond. If that one pillar really is holding up the lagoon, then Venice is gonna sink real soon. Oh no. Found myself standing on the edge of a chasm, falling deep below Venice, below the caves, even below the depths of the ancient well. An abyss of shimmering emerald that gnawed its way deep into the earth. Had something burrowed its way up through the stone and somehow defying the waters above. Or had the chasm come first and the waters rose around it? Had those that worshipped here somehow carved out stone walls to keep the waters at bay? Oh no. Ooh. That light. Something crawled in the divine miasma, and as I watched... It seems as if all were empty around me, yet I could feel the press of hidden matter. I breathed out a moment ago. There's nothing to breathe in save the chill, the heaviness. I was bathed in a sight I could neither comprehend nor resist. It was brilliance and death, eyes, mouth, and tongue. It was the beast. It was Bao Bao. Bao Bao. What will you eat? Please. I see you. Another. Another fleeting spark, a fluctuation. An infinitesimal sound between silences. Another and another and another. I will unfold you. Light poured from its mouth, a vomit of corruption that did not belong within reason or reality. It writhed and pirouetted before me, wearing the wounds of on its side as proud symbols of its generosity, giving of its flesh so that madness could spread within the plague-bound Venetians. It molded body and mind after its own image and destroyed their souls, consigning them to hell. Wait, stop. I shall skew the flesh. I will give you a taste of the boundless. Shall take away your fear and feed you clarity. This is the purpose I was given. This is my gift. But... Hush now, I am not new to you. The decision was made. You were always going to choose this. I only remind you. You all seek to return to infinity. You long to shed your agency. No, I have only just begun to claim it. I wish to be free. That is the contradiction in your species. You scream for liberty, but all you truly wish for is the freedom to follow. That's not true. Do you not see what is coming to your world? This city is a microcosm of the future. People fall in awe of the strong falling in line. You're wrong, your followers. As much as I loathe them, they are standing up, they are resisting. Their resistance is born from their love of us. They take their gifts and follow us. They want to be protected by the powerful, to be held, to be mothered. You are children and you will gladly obey. I don't want to obey any longer. I've only just begun to truly live my own life. That is irrelevant. Your span is trifling, less than a breath to me. My senses flooded with ecstasy, knowledge of past and future skittering across my mind. I was touching everything and nothing, floating in the womb of the cosmos. And then I felt it, at the edge, at the center, a dream of the physical, somehow breaking through, the letter in my pocket, a thread of preservation. No, please grant me a wish, a favor, creature. A request, please. Speak. I wish for you to understand. You think I do not understand. I know more than you could conceive. No, my meaning is, I wish for you to understand me, my worth, for I am only just beginning to understand myself. Please, Bao Bao, see me, insolent dust. Stars are born, they flare, they die. I have seen all of this, and yet you expect me to see you. Your essence is worthless. But worth is subjective, and my essence, my life, is worth everything to me. You speak of your purpose, to give this gift. I was sent to this place as a reward. I am the gift, the change is the gift, the knowledge is the gift. This is so crazy, but what if I refuse? Surely your purpose is not to change people against their will. No one has ever refused me. I've always been wanted. I've been needed. I refuse you. I reject you. Not from anger or from fear, but because I do not need you. I have enough. I am enough. So be it. Where, how, you have played your role, and in return you have your life. Are they? They are alive. Bao Bao has returned to her. And finally, it is mine. Figures holding the crimson diamond that unlocked the door to the ruined temple. The city will change, and in time it will forget. Head swam with fading images of places and times that I had never known. And as they drifted away, they were replaced by anger. Was I just a pawn in all this? A pawn, no. You had your precious self-determination, although it could only have been you. Why me? Because you are here now. Your experiences, your choices. Your desire to be free. The route to this place was yours and only yours. Your path mirrors my own in many ways. It was a joy to witness. And you were not powerful enough. Do not test me, James. I do not have to be kind. I felt myself at the edge of another chasm, one of a very different kind, and I needed to step back from the edge. Whatever this nebulous game was, the players, with their motivations and their powers, were beyond my imagining. What do I do now? Whatever you wish, just as you always wanted. Oh, and the letter's in the water now. James. Oh, what an animation. Holy. Oh, it turned into a diamond. And you know, as much as the terrors that faded deep within Venice still haunt me today, it's the thought of that man that continues to haunt my dreams. Have you ever found out who he was? You must understand, I spent years in an institution after I returned to England. No one believed a word I said. But what about your companions? Couldn't they corroborate your testimony? Roberto and Bella just wanted to forget and start a new life, and I had no right to demand more of them than that. If I had asked Enzo to relive his own nightmares of Venice, then his last shred of sanity would have been gone, and his testimony would not have been believed in any case. Weber tried to help me as best he could, which in the end turned out to be by persuading me to hide these secrets and feign a recovery. And the old man was right as always. He passed away 6 months after I was released in 1938, and I'm glad he didn't live to see the world aflame once again. After the strife of the Second World War, I tried to forget it all to be normal. What made you seek out my help? As much as I had tried to move on with my life, finding a wife, having children, the man in black was always at the edge of my world. This is so loud! Story here, a whispered word there. I'm getting older now, the horizon is closer than ever, and this will sound foolish, I know. I'll not judge you, please continue. I fear I will see him when I pass on. What makes you think he is still alive? He's very much alive, you can be sure of that. I want to be safe, I want to find a way to protect myself, protect my soul, and you want my help. I spent a lot of money finding someone who would believe me. I was told this was your specialty. Well, Mr. Maynard, I will certainly do my best, but first, I need to know what I'm dealing with. Do you have any other information you can give me? Have you ever found out his name? There's something he said which struck with me particularly. A dark road I have traveled. I've looked into this phrase and found reference to it in many places at many times throughout history. Italy is my specialty, but I found it linked to a name in Italian folklore, il snaturato, meaning the heartless. The interview. Achieved the perfect ending. The perfect ending? Art, animation, writing, coding. God dang! Good job. Prythurch? Jacob Prythurch, aka Beyond Booleans. Being a solo developer is a lonely business, and the following people have kept me going during the development of Carnival. Most heartfelt and special thanks go to Bernardo Uzzetta for his tireless work on a fantastic score and his humor, humility, and support. Laura Hunt of Dead Idol Games for her support, advice, honesty, and tolerance of many, many questions. that's a great friend there. Dr. Spencer Jones for many years of moral support and creative collaboration. Huh. I wonder what role he played in this. Thank you to all the testers who have helped me to iron out the bugs in Carnival, especially. Oh, he had a lot of testers, huh? Let's see, Maria Giachkia? Man, I'm really testing my pronunciation. I feel like I'm a teacher in a classroom. Postas BK. Bic? Postas. We're watching the entire credits. Max Fiederling. Oh man. Oh man. These credits aren't too long. I'll read through them all. Sasha Strobel, the last to know. I will say that last puzzle was definitely me just having a bit of like a brain fart because we've been at this for 4 hours, but all Platanius. I just want to say overall, thanks to the fantastic developers helped with bits of code advice and support. Oh, very cool. Huge thanks also go out to, let's see, Bloody Discussing Podcast, Super Cat Punch, Crimson Wizard, Sarah Warren Rupert, Awesome Point Quick Community, AGS Community, Holy. Thanks for playing Carnival by Beyond Brilliance. Carnival began life as a novella I wrote around 10 years ago after my honeymoon in Venice. It was actually a lovely place, so please don't be put off. And here's, oh my god. Can I just say that is exactly how that sort of stuff happens, though, where you come up with a... Interesting that he wrote the book. I might need to go get the book at some point, if I can find it. Because he has a website, so I should check out if I can find the... I'm going to put that on my list for tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can find the book. Because I'd like... If he's published the novella, I'd like to find it. Find novella Carnival. I'm gonna need to find the book because that's very I'd like to read that. I'd very much like to read that. Yeah, I will say the disclaimer at the end there about the disclaimer there. Okay, I think it's in the about section if I'm not mistaken, maybe, because we can read the credits again. I'll click through really quick because I want to see if I can find the bit. Oh, hang on. One thing I will do: snooze ads. Okay. Okay, we're gonna click through really quick because I just want to make sure I read that whole thing really quick. But man, I do really feel the struggle of being a solo developer. But man, this guy did a really good freaking job. Like, this game is awesome, like 100% awesome. I think when you're a solo developer, you choose your battles and you focus on your strengths to make something beautiful, and then you try to find help where you can. Because that's the sort of thing you really need to do if you're going to tackle a project like this. And they did I think they did a fantastic job. Let's see. Any resemblance? Yeah, okay. They did end up building the road bridge. Please don't be put off. Follow me. And he has all this. His socials here. Yeah, I do like that he has to include. It's actually a lovely place. Please don't be put off. I think that's very fun. All right. But to sum this up, this game is fantastic. Please go support the developer. There are other secrets and endings I didn't get. So, and I purposely, when I play games like this, if they have multiple endings, I do not go for all endings on stream, exclusively because I want you guys to go and buy this game, check it out, get it on your wish lists, go play it, because all the other secrets are yours to find. I do my playthrough, but the rest of it, that's yours. I think this game is, excellent. I think it's really good, though, that I think it's fascinating that he leaned clearly into his strengths. Because as a developer, I said I felt envious about his visual art, but it is also more important that I see that he focused on his strengths and found help where he needed it to build the game he wanted more than anything. And I think that's really freaking cool. It's fantastic. And overall, I think I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, Jake let me look at the name again. Jake, hang on. I need to look at the name again so I can pronounce it properly. I know his username is Beyond Booleans, but I want to... Jake Prethurch. Okay. Exit. Okay. I want to try and pronounce it because it bothers me. But excellent work. Like, this is awesome, and it's replayable. You can go through it over. You can go through it a couple times. Like I said, I missed endings, and as a shorter story, it does exactly what it's supposed to do in the time frame it established itself with. Because like when you're writing a novella or any sort of story like of this length, you need to be able to set up everything you need to and be able to execute on all of it in due time. And the fact that this game did a fantastic job of It did a great job of planting and payoff in both gameplay and in story. A lot of the strength is in the writing and the vibes, the tone. I do think the soundtrack really boosted your game, though. That's most excellent. It's very, very good. But yeah, no. Guys, make sure you go look at this. This is awesome. All right. So, thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. Schedule stuff. Wednesday, we're playing Pokemon Legends. Thursday, we're playing Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Sunday, I haven't quite decided, but I do have one. We might be in another spookier game this next Sunday. I have acquired one that I've been told about, so I might go look into that sooner rather than later. Yeah, so excellent. Alrighty, I'm gonna throw up the screen blocker. Let me check something really quick, like snooze the ads. How are we looking? Oh yeah, we could raid out today. I think we could raid out today. You sure you want to quit? Yes. Quit the game. Okay. While we're loading out, let me go. I'll put on some music while we're getting ready to raid out, and I'll mute the thing before I go. Raw photo. I'll put on something so we have something to have on while I go and find a raid target. Okay. I'll let it rock while I go find someone to raid to. But yeah, very good. Very, very good game. Man. I'm gonna be thinking about that one for a while. That one was very cool. That was most excellent. I was quite happy. And like it very carefully used scares. Like I think one thing that I think like anything horror adjacent, being careful with your with your genuine scares is a very hard line to ride, and I think it did a fantastic job of doing so. I think because it didn't lean in jump scares, and the few that it used were very expertly placed. I think necessarily they were little spikes downward in the tension because we got the jump scare and then it came back down, and it gave us a bit. It actually allowed it for me personally. I think it works well as a. It felt like it was something keeping the tension from either going too high or going too low. Because hit it, you know, slap him with a jump scare wakes him right back up, you know? Keep you going in the ride, you know? Alrighty. Okay. I think we'll raid over to St. Cisco. I think that'll be how we do it. I think. Never mind, I don't know what's going on over there. I looked at the chat for 2 seconds and I'm like, I think we'll go somewhere else today. Yeah, we'll go somewhere else today. Okay, we're gonna pop over. Apologies, we're up to... Brain cell is doing real good today. And then again, it's late for me, so I guess it's fair. Like, I'll be nice to myself. It's okay. I guess I'll go... Yeah, we'll go over here, I guess. Now we'll go over there. Alrighty. Well. Now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.